Chapter 5160. So Ling Xiao is a saint inscription master? No wonder he was so calm. What he released just now was the Golden Light Saint inscription, a first-grade defensive saint inscription. However, it can only defend and not counterattack, right? Why is Qi Heng in such a miserable state? Look, what's that? Someone with sharp eyes saw the flashing sword pellet beside Ling Xiao. The sword pellet was only the size of a quail egg. Moreover, it usually flew at high speed. It was not easy to see it. Now that it stopped, they finally noticed the sword pellet. It's the Divine Inscription sect's sword pellet technique. Huang Shui had seen the sword pellet technique before. Now, she finally understood why. Ling Xiao wasn't just dodging Qi Heng's attack. While dodging, he released the sword pellet. Qi Heng didn't even know he was injured because he used the Mad Dog secret technique. It was only when the sword pellet collided with the Golden Light Saint inscription that all the wounds opened up. What a terrifying guy. Huang Shui couldn't help but shiver. Ling Xiao wasn't very strong, but his mind was really vicious and cunning. One had to be 200% focused when fighting with him. Otherwise, one would definitely be plotted against. Why? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. How can I not study the Mad Dog secret technique that can instantly increase one's combat power? Your Qi clan is very famous. It's even easier to find information on the Mad Dog secret technique. Damn it. Qi Heng's mind completely exploded. He had miscalculated again. He thought he could pay the price and use the Mad Dog secret technique to kill Ling Xiao. Who would have known that Ling Xiao was an ant transformed from a demon? He was always scheming against him. Admit defeat. I don't want to become mortal enemies with the Qi clan. If you admit defeat, I can give you the position of deputy commander. Ling Xiao smiled. Shut up. You want me to admit defeat? Dream on. Do you think you can defeat me with the Golden Light Saint inscription? In your dreams. Qi Heng struggled to stand up. A vicious expression appeared on his face. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was as calm as ever, as if he had expected this to happen. How could Qi Heng admit defeat at this time? This guy still wanted to kill him. The Sword Orb technique and the Golden Saint rune should be your final trump card. And I still have the most powerful trump card. So you're dead for sure this time. Qi Heng's deep voice was filled with the aura of death. A small blood-red sword suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Of course, other people couldn't see this blood-red sword. They could only feel the sudden surge of Qi Heng's soul power. An aura that made one's heart tremble formed there. Secret soul technique. A knowledgeable martial artist exclaimed. It's clearly Qi Tianmei's most proficient soul sword technique. He hadn't expected Qi Heng's attainments in soul techniques to be so high. You must have used this to knock out Huang Taiwan just now. Ling Xiao is in trouble now that the soul sword technique is out. If he doesn't admit defeat now, I'm afraid he'll become a fool. The terrifying soul power continued to condense. The blood-red sword became stronger and stronger in Qi Heng's perception. The air in that area seemed to be frightened by the soul sword Qi, making a trembling wail. I didn't expect Qi Heng to have cultivated the soul sword technique to the 3rd level. You must know that the soul sword technique is very difficult to cultivate. Martial artists under the Divine Soul Realm can cultivate it to the 4th level at most. Even Qi Tianmei, who is the most proficient in this technique, can only touch the edge of the 4th level. How did Qi Heng do it? It doesn't matter how he did it. The situation is reversed again. Even if Qi Heng is seriously injured, as long as Ling Xiao dies, he still wins. There were too many changes in this battle, bringing too many surprises to people. But this time, it seemed that it was really going to be over. Ling Xiao, you didn't expect that I still have the soul sword technique. Although you're very strong and can injure me seriously, you can't escape death in the end. You must be very desperate and unhappy, right? Unfortunately, the reality is so cruel. Qi Heng looked at Ling Xiao coldly. The most terrifying thing about the soul secret technique was that it was extremely fast. It was almost faster than any martial skill. So he wasn't worried that Ling Xiao would escape, because Ling Xiao couldn't escape at all. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck. If you had joined the Qi family, maybe you wouldn't be in this situation today. Covered in blood and with a ferocious expression, Qi Heng looked like a violent monster. Ling Xiao could see the blood-red sword with his Tai Chi eye. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. Yes, the reality is really cruel. You've always wanted to kill me, but in my eyes, you're just a pathetic weed. You're nothing but a miserable weed that grew on my path of cleaving through thistles and thorns. Since you want to die, I'll gladly fulfill your wish. Ha 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 ha. Qi Heng laughed wildly. You're about to die, but you're still so sharp-tongued. Do it, and I won't argue with you. Anyway, you're about to die. If I argue with a fool, I'll become a fool too. Oh, right, after you die, don't worry about your woman. I'll love her. Because of the last words, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with the strongest killing intent. Although I really want to kill you, that's too easy for you. I'll turn you into a fool and humiliate you for the rest of your life. I'll take your dog god martial spirit and use it to upgrade my sword body martial spirit. Ha ha. Qi Heng sneered, but didn't say anything. He was too lazy to speak. The soul sword art was finished. The blood-red sword stabbed at Ling Xiao crazily. The golden light saint rune could block martial skills, but it couldn't block the soul secret technique. Everyone stood up and looked at the arena. They wanted to see what would happen in the end. Would there be another miracle? Facing Qi Heng's attack, Ling Xiao stood there like a fool. He didn't move at all. Huang Yu was nervous. Han Yuan, Chen Qi, Han Li, and the rest of the 9th platoon were so nervous that they wanted to rush up to save him. Luckily, Yu Fanghua stopped them. Otherwise, it would have caused a lot of trouble. Qi Tianmai sneered proudly. Although Ling Xiao escaped from the previous attack, she didn't hesitate to use an evil cultivation method to let Qi Heng cultivate the soul sword art to the 3rd level. For this, she sacrificed hundreds of divine body realm martial artists' souls. She believed that she wouldn't lose this time. Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to turn the tables again. Under the sympathetic, mocking, and excited gazes of countless people, Ling Xiao smiled. What a coincidence. I know the soul sword art too, and I'm stronger than you. Although they couldn't see it, everyone could feel Ling Xiao's soul power exploding in that instant. If Qi Heng's soul sword was compared to a 3-inch flying dagger, Ling Xiao's soul sword was a 3-meter-long green dragon crescent blade. The two couldn't be compared at all. Ling Xiao's soul power was too strong. Even if their soul sword art attainments were only at the 3rd level, the gap between them was still too big. Chapter 5161. How is that possible? How does Ling Xiao know the soul sword art? Qi Tianmai was dumbfounded. Not only did Ling Xiao know the soul sword art, but his mastery of it was also very strong. Qi Heng couldn't compare to him. Qi Tianmai couldn't even compare. In terms of soul power, Qi Tianmai lost to Ling Xiao. Rumor has it that the soul sword art is unique to the Qi family. How did he learn it? Haha, his mastery of the soul sword art is above Qi Heng's. He's even stronger than Qi Tianmai. This is too unexpected. Cries of shock rang out one after another. Ling Xiao once again made everyone's jaws drop. Qi Heng was dumbfounded at that moment. The fear in his eyes showed his despair. I concede, he wanted to admit defeat, but unfortunately, he couldn't say the last word. The soul secret technique was too fast. Qi Heng's soul sword was shattered. Ling Xiao's soul sword pierced Qi Heng's soul. In that instant, Qi Heng lost consciousness. He didn't even have time to scream. At this moment, the entire great drill ground fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at Qi Heng, who fell off the arena. Qi Heng was not only covered in blood, but he was also unconscious. The outcome of this battle was finally decided. However, this result shocked most of the people. Except for Yu Fanghua, no one would have thought that Qi Heng, who knocked out Huang Taiwan with a roar, would be defeated so easily. He was defeated by Ling Xiao in such a sorry state. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing proudly on the arena, with astonishment in their eyes. Originally, no one had put this young man in their eyes, but he had used his tyrannical fighting strength to prove his fissomeness and strength. Maybe the martial city was going to change. A new era was going to start in the Golden Region. Some were surprised, some were angry. Huang Yu was surprised, and Huang Shui was shocked. Qi Tianmai, on the other hand, was furious. She immediately went to Qi Heng's side to check on Qi Heng's injuries. In the end, she had to admit that Qi Heng's soul was severely injured. Even she couldn't save Qi Heng. Qi Heng would continue to be in a coma and become a real vegetable. Even if he woke up one day, he would become a retard. At that moment, she couldn't suppress the anger and killing intent in her heart. She pounced on Ling Xiao. "Thief, I'll kill you." Boom. A pitch-black demonic claw appeared in the sky, madly grabbing at Ling Xiao. The violent power instantly crushed the arena. How could the arena, which was already riddled with scars, withstand the terrifying attack of a 9th-level divine physique echelon expert? Ling Xiao was the devil's soul sword technique. Many people cried out in surprise. Huang Shui revealed a strange smile. This was the situation she wanted to see the most. After Ling Xiao was killed by Qi Tianmai, she would punish Qi Tianmai. Then, the martial city would be under her control. However, at that moment, a figure appeared beside her. It was Huang Yu. Huang Yu had long anticipated that Qi Tianmai would not let the matter rest, so she had been preparing all along. She wanted to block this attack for Ling Xiao. "Sister, where are you going?" Huang Shui wouldn't allow Huang Yu to ruin her plan. Zhong Ling, who was standing beside her, already flew over and blocked in front of Huang Yu. Zhong Ling's cultivation was much stronger than Huang Yu's. Blocking Huang Yu was a piece of cake. While they were delayed, Qi Tianmai's attack had already landed on the stage. The ground shook. Dust filled the sky. The battle stage was completely shattered. However, people were shocked to see a person in the shattered battle stage. He was wrapped in a ball of golden light. He looked at Qi Tianmai calmly. "Qi Tianmai, is your Qi family planning to rebel?" His roar gave Qi Tianmai a fright. Qi Tianmai calmed down in anger. She was scared. If she were to be accused of this, she would most likely ruin her family's plans. At that time, even if the royal family didn't punish her, her family would. Fortunately, she didn't kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Ling Xiao won the final victory in the selection. He was already the commander of the martial city's city defense army. She killed the commander of the martial city's city defense army in front of so many people. If that wasn't rebellion, then what was? Haha, I believe City Lord Qi did such an irrational thing in a moment of anger. He didn't mean to rebel. Am I right? At that moment, Huang Shui suddenly spoke. Ling Xiao frowned. He instantly understood this woman's thoughts. She didn't want him to grow, so she deliberately kept Qi Tianmai as a hindrance. What a good idea. Unfortunately, was it useful? After becoming the commander of the city defense army, his next step was to seize the position of City Lord of Martial City. Qi Tianmai had to be eliminated sooner or later. Hearing Huang Shui's words, Qi Tianmai heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Sorry, Qi Heng grew up by my side. He's like my own son. Seeing him injured, I couldn't control my emotions. I hope you can forgive me, Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao looked at Qi Tianmai. He didn't plan to play his cards according to the routine. "If I forgive you just because you ask me to, how much face would I lose?" He suddenly sneered and said, "What if I don't forgive? The arena is full of danger to begin with. Injuries and even death are normal. If everyone interferes like you, what are the rules for? Or is it that your Qi family isn't willing to follow the rules set by the royal family at all?" Hearing this, Huang Shui and Qi Tianmai's faces changed. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao, this fellow, was actually so difficult to deal with. Ordinary people would quit while they were ahead. But this brat was actually so persistent. "Then what do you want to do?" Huang Shui asked with a frown. "Haha, is your highness confused? You're a member of the royal family." Qi Tianmai, as a city lord, broke the rules and attempted to kill the new city defense army commander. "Don't you know how to punish her? You still need a small character like me to teach you." Ling Xiao sneered and kicked the ball to Huang Shui. "Want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? No way." Huang Shui really gnashed her teeth in hatred at this time. If she knew, she wouldn't have come. Now, if she didn't deal with Qi Tianmai, it would definitely be thought that the royal family was afraid of the Qi family. It would damage the royal family's prestige. But if she wanted to deal with her, she would fall out with the Qi family. It wasn't a good thing in the end. After all, now wasn't the time to break off relations with the Qi family. What to do? Is there a need for your highness to think so much? How to punish, isn't it written in the law? Do you want me to read it out for you? Destroying the selection, attempting to kill the new City Defense Army commander. According to the law, she should be imprisoned for at least 3 years and be removed from the city lord position. If the circumstances are serious, she can even be executed. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. When he said this, Huang Shui's head hurt even more. Remove Qi Tianmai from the city lord position? Imprisoned for at least 3 years. How was that possible? Now that the Qi family was at its peak, if they really did that, the Qi family wouldn't let it go. What should she do? Chapter 5162. Haha, why don't you listen to me? Let's both take a step back. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It attracted everyone's attention. Ling Xiao also looked over curiously. Someone who could say something like that in such a situation was definitely not an ordinary person. As expected, the person standing in the crowd was the outer circle's lord, Huang Hai. Ling Xiao hadn't seen him since the last time they parted. He didn't expect him to appear today. Huang Shui sighed in relief when she saw Huang Hai. Sir, please speak. Ling Xiao said. Qi Tianmai hurriedly said, Sir, we'll do as you say. All right, since both sides agree, then let's do it this way. First, Ling Xiao will be the Martial City's city guard commander. Second, Martial City's castellan, Qi Tianmai, can't interfere with the city guard commander's affairs. Third, the time limit is 1 month. After 1 month, if Ling Xiao wins against Qi Tianmai, then Ling Xiao will be the Martial City's castellan. Huang Hai explained his solution. Ling Xiao was overjoyed when he heard this. This was very beneficial to him. He was confident that he could defeat Qi Tianmai in 1 month. Moreover, Qi Tianmai couldn't interfere with the city guard commander's affairs, so he wouldn't be restricted too much. This might be a little hard for Qi Tianmai to accept. However, it was better than being removed from the position of castellan and locked up. She thought about it and nodded in agreement. After 1 month, she would definitely make Ling Xiao regret it. Huang Hai's appearance brought the selection to a successful end. There was no need to compete within Team A anymore. Chunqi, Han Yuan, and Yu Fanghua wouldn't compete with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was officially appointed as Martial City's city guard commander by Huang Hai. This result caused quite a stir. In a short time, the news spread throughout the outer circle. Some people in the inner and middle circles were also interested in Ling Xiao. Who wouldn't be interested in such an interesting guy? Undercurrents were surging under the calm surface. The Qi family had originally not paid any attention to this bug-like brat. But now, they would no longer underestimate Ling Xiao. Qi Tianmai even closed the door and refused to see any guests. She handed over her work to her capable subordinates. She chose to cultivate in seclusion. Although she firmly believed that Ling Xiao would not be her opponent in a month. But this still did not make her feel at ease. There were too many surprises in the commander selection competition. Therefore, she wanted to become stronger. Since she was already like this, Ling Xiao would definitely not be negligent. Ling Xiao directly handed over the matter of the city defense army to the new deputy commanders, Han Yuan and Chunqi, to handle. Both of them were originally from the city defense army, so they were more familiar with the internal affairs of the city. It was easier for them to solve these problems than for him. You two can do as you wish. Clear out the trash for me. If anyone doesn't like it, come to me and I'll settle it. Ling Xiao had almost completely delegated his authority. He knew that he could not stay in this small martial city forever. He had to train Han Yuan and Chunqi to be independent. For the next few days, Ling Xiao cultivated, absorbing the essence and experience of battle. He discovered that after absorbing Qi Heng's hound god martial soul, His sword god martial soul did not level up. But it did become a little stronger. The sword god martial soul formed a sword god constellation in the Sky Tyrant universe. This constellation was made up of a total of 108 dim stars. Only one star lit up for the hound god martial soul. According to Ling Xiao's conjecture, if he wanted the sword god martial soul to reach the intermediate divine rank, he estimated that all 108 stars would have to light up. That was difficult. After all, the hound god martial soul was an intermediate divine rank martial soul. It had only lit up one star. If it was a low divine rank martial soul, it probably wouldn't even light up one star. But with a goal, a person would have motivation. There were many martial souls in the Eternal Dominion. He did not have to worry about his sword god martial soul not being able to level up. A few days later, Huang Yu suddenly paid him a visit, saying that she had something important to tell him. Ling Xiao stopped cultivating and received Huang Yu in his governor's residence. "Your Highness, what brings you to my humble abode?" Ling Xiao smiled. Huang Yu said, "How's your cultivation these few days? Have you improved?" "Not much. I'm just drawing on the experience of the selection. I can use it in future battles. In terms of cultivation, I've improved a little during the selection, but I'm still very far away from the 7th level of the divine physique echelon," Ling Xiao said. The selection had raised his cultivation C to 30% of the peak 6th level of the divine physique echelon. In the past, he had a feeling that when he reached the next level, it would be very difficult to increase the energy in his cultivation C. So he had to find an opportunity. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to raise his cultivation to the 7th level of the divine physique echelon after a month. That would be troublesome. Don't be too anxious. There's still a long time before the deadline. You have to pay special attention to the Qi family during this period of time. Although Qi Tianmai has gone into seclusion, the Qi family will definitely not let this go. Don't forget, Qi Tianmai is only Qi Heng and Qi Yu's aunt. Their parents are much more powerful than Qi Tianmai. Qi Heng has already been sent back to the Qi family, and Qi Yu has also followed. No one can predict what that woman will say. Huang Yu reminded. I know that. Or rather, I hope that the Qi family will find trouble with me. This will speed up the improvement of my strength. Ling Xiao had always felt that the second half of the Nine Dragons' divine art was in the hands of the Qi family. Oh right, Your Highness didn't come to me today just to talk about this, right? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course not. What I'm going to talk about next is a secret order from Father. Huang Yu suddenly said very seriously. Understood. Ling Xiao stood up and cupped his hands. You know about the land of exile, right? Huang Yu asked. Of course. When Ling Xiao was in Heaven's Wall City, he had fought with the motley crew in the land of exile. Moreover, if the Sky Tyrant Empire wanted to expand their influence, their next stop would be the land of exile. This had always been a problem in his heart. He didn't expect Huang Yu to mention the land of exile at this time. Could this secret order be related to the land of exile? You guessed right. The land of exile is such a big place, naturally there would be someone guarding it. The person guarding the land of exile was Father's sworn brother, an expert known as the Sword King. He used the low god position sword god martial spirit, but cultivated to the top in the Golden Martial Kingdom. Later on, due to some animosity with Father, he volunteered to guard the land of exile. He has many experts under him, and he even has the Sword King army. Father hopes to rope in the Sword King, so that he can completely destroy the Qi family. Your task is to investigate the situation, and report back when you return. Huang Yu explained. Can I ask what happened between the Golden King and the Sword King? Ling Xiao wasn't curious, but he felt that he had to ask. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to his task. Chapter 5163. What made the Sword King so disheartened that he chose to leave the Golden Domain and head to the land of exile? Ling Xiao asked. For his own safety, and for the sake of this mission. He had to know. Father wasn't wrong in this matter, but he was also at fault. It's hard to explain. But since you've asked, I'll tell you. Huang Yu sighed. Back in the day, the Sword King and the Gold King were like brothers. Huang Yu was born of a lowly servant, and everyone looked down on her. Only the Sword King's family treated her well. Huang Yu was grateful to the Sword King, and she didn't want to become his enemy. Therefore, she naturally hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to complete this mission. Some things had to be said. The land of exile is a large desert between the eternal divine domain and the four realms. Although there are many oases, the desert is much larger, and it expands every year. Desertification is serious. Many monsters live in the desert, making it a place that cultivators don't want to go. So, to punish those who committed crimes, they were exiled and left to fend for themselves. One of them called himself the Wild Sand King. Not only had he managed to survive, but he'd also managed to gather all the villains who tried to rebel against the eternal divine realm. They formed an organization called the Black Sandstorm. Like the Black Sandstorm, it's a powerful organization that's about to engulf the entire eternal divine domain. Huang Yu's words had nothing to do with the Sword King. Ling Xiao didn't interrupt her. He believed that Huang Yu wouldn't say these things for no reason. There had to be a connection between the two. The leader of the Black Sandstorm, the Wild Sand King, had an unfathomable cultivation. The members of the Black Sandstorm were all vicious and evil people. One day, they suddenly rebelled, broke through the defenses of the land of exile, and entered the eternal divine domain. They slaughtered cultivators and plundered their belongings. At the time, my father was ordered to wipe out the Black Sandstorm. The Sword King and the Quan King went with him. The Quan King was the head of the Qi family. They also brought their own experts to fight with them. After a fierce battle, the Black Sandstorm was basically wiped out. Only the Wild Sand King and a few of his trusted aides escaped with serious injuries. At that time, the Sword King's only son, Yi Qiu, had coincidentally met them. I also sent a message to inform my father. Father ordered Yi Qiu to keep a close eye on the enemy, and they immediately set off. However, by the time they arrived, the Wild Sand King was already nowhere to be seen. Only Yi Qiu and the others were lying on the ground, their bodies already poisoned. Yi Qiu's strength was relatively strong, and he was an outstanding genius at that time. He was even more outstanding than my older sister Huang Shui. That was why he was lucky enough to survive. After treatment, he survived, but unfortunately, he was affected by the strong poison and could not use his divine essence and soul force. Golden King can't be blamed for this, right? Ling Xiao frowned. The Sword King didn't blame the Golden King, he just couldn't get over it. Perhaps in his opinion, Golden King's order at that time should have been to keep Yi Qiu away from the Wild Sand King. With Yi Qiu's strength, it was simply impossible for him to be the Wild Sand King's match. In fact, if it wasn't Yi Qiu, but Imperial Father's son, Imperial Father would indeed let them escape. This became the Sword King's sore point, and also became a barrier between the two. In addition, someone tried to sow discord, so although the Sword King did not blame the Golden King, he asked to guard the land of exile. From then on, he no longer asked about the Golden Martial Kingdom's matters and completely stayed out of it. Huang Yu sighed. Was it the Qi family who tried to sow discord? Ling Xiao asked. Although everyone knew, there was no evidence, so the Sword King did not mention it. Moreover, Imperial Father did not suspect the Qi family at that time and trusted King Quan very much. It was only later that he found out that he was tricked by King Quan, causing him to lose an arm for no reason. Huang Yu smiled bitterly. All these years, the Qi family has been trying to rope in the Sword King, but unfortunately, the results were minimal. However, I heard that Qi Heng has a younger brother who also joined the army in the land of exile. This person is called Qi Fei, and his talent far surpasses Qi Heng's. He is more than 10 years younger than Qi Heng, but his cultivation is stronger than Qi Heng's. He has already reached the early stage of the divine physique 9th stage. Moreover, Qi Fei is an expert in the art of war. He has made many contributions in the land of exile and is now a deputy general. The Sword King seems to think highly of him, and even sees him as his future son-in-law. He wants to marry his only daughter, Yi Hua, to Qi Fei. If this matter really succeeds, then the Qi family can definitely start a rebellion. Your Highness, you should know that I don't care about the Qi family or the imperial family ruling the Golden Martial Kingdom. If there are no other benefits to this mission, I won't be interested in it. Ling Xiao suddenly said. In the end, this was the imperial family's matter. He could choose not to contribute. However, he did not want to do that. He could contribute, but only if there were benefits. I knew you wouldn't do this for free. Let me tell you something else, and I believe you won't reject it. Huang Yu smiled and said, We've received accurate news that after a storm in the land of exile, an undiscovered ancient ruin has appeared. Oh, I am indeed interested in this. Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. After coming to the eternal divine realm, he had discovered 3 ruins and benefited greatly from them. This time, he would not miss out on it. Is there something in the ruins? Hehe, I knew you would be interested. The Sword King had already sent people to investigate the ruins. At the entrance of the ruins, there was a heavenly treasure that would make people yearn for it in the future. One of them is called the Flower of Principles. It's of little use to those from the eternal divine realm, but it's of great use to cultivators from the 4 realms and 9 worlds, where laws abound. Huang Yu smiled. What is it? Ling Xiao asked. The Flower of Principles can help the cultivators of those places adapt to the environment of the eternal divine realm. They will not suffer from sudden changes in the laws. Whether it is the physical body or divine energy, they will reach the same level as the cultivators of the eternal divine realm. Huang Yu said. A divine item. If I had known about this earlier, we wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Ling Xiao had to get his hands on this item. Although he did not need it, the cultivators of the Sky Tyrant Empire still wanted to come. In a situation where the laws were not completely equal, the Flower of Principles was extremely important and urgent. In addition to the Flower of Principles, there is also the Fruit of Gods. Huang Yu said. The Fruit of Gods is even more terrifying. It can transform a cultivator's ordinary martial soul into a god martial soul. It can make a god martial soul ascend to godhood. Surely the Sword King has already obtained such a good item? Ling Xiao asked. No. Huang Yu shook his head. The Wild Sand King, who has disappeared for a long time, has reappeared. The Black Sandstorm has risen from the ashes. They are confronting the Sword King outside the ruins. No one wants the other to get the treasures. Besides, the treasures are guarded by powerful demonic beasts. It is not easy to get them. Huang Yu replied. Chapter 5164. Who else knows about this news? Ling Xiao asked. King of Swords, my father, and King Quan. Huang Yu said. King Quan, I'm afraid the Qi family is up to no good this time. Ling Xiao frowned. Since he had become enemies with the Qi family, he must not let the Qi family get their hands on this thing. There were not many people who knew about this relic. King Quan and King of Gold probably had no time to seize this treasure. But they would definitely send their capable subordinates. King Quan gave this task to Qi Fei. My royal father sent my elder sister there. On the surface, Qi Fei is not as strong as my sister, but no one knows what King Quan is thinking. I shouldn't have told you this, but I still did. You can give up on the god's fruit, but the flower of law should be very useful to you, right? Huang Yu said with a smile. Thank you, Your Highness. Ling Xiao was really grateful to Huang Yu. If not for Huang Yu, even if he knew the news later, it would have been too late. You don't have to thank me. After all, you saved my life, and to be honest, I think highly of you. Recently, the Golden Martial Kingdom has been in trouble. My father is in a terrible fix. If you can stand out, you may be able to change some things. Huang Yu sighed. Who dares to make a move on the Golden Martial Kingdom? Ling Xiao was a little curious. Who else can it be? Who is above the Martial Kingdom? Huang Yu said. Sacred City. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. It turned out that the royal family was targeted by the 12 sacred cities. To be exact, it's the Sacred City of Nightmare. There was an important person there who gave us a secret order, telling us to target a seed from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But my father refused. So we were oppressed. The Qi family has been in contact with this big shot recently, so they dared to expose their intentions more and more obviously. Huang Yu frowned. The speaker didn't mean it, But the listener took it seriously. Ling Xiao analyzed an interesting thing from Huang Yu's words. The person who wanted to deal with him should be in the sacred city of Nightmare. However, Golden King actually refused such an unreasonable request. It seemed that he had wronged Golden King before. This man was still a mighty man who couldn't be subdued by force. In that case, he would help this Golden King. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Moreover, if the imperial family was destroyed, it would be much easier for the Qi family to deal with him. He had to let the imperial family and the Qi family fight. Only then would he be able to reap the benefits. All right, that's all. Pack up and get ready to leave. Remember, you have to leave secretly. Otherwise, if you are targeted by the Qi clan, you might be killed before you even reach the land of exile. Huang Yu stood up and said, "Everyone, have a safe journey." That night, Ling Xiao handed over the city defense force of Martial City to Han Yuan and Chunqi. Then, he set off with Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum. As for Long Chen, he also asked him to stay. After all, Han Yuan and Chunqi were not very strong. Long Chen stayed behind just in case. Early the next morning, the news had only just reached the Qi family. Qilin Manor. This was Qi Heng and Qi Yu's home. Qilin was their father. At the same time, he was also the lord of the Golden Domain. He was extremely powerful. "Father, I just received news that Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua suddenly left Martial City last night and headed in the direction of the land of exile. They should be heading for the ruins." Qi Yu immediately went to find her father after receiving the report. "I'm afraid the Golden King has given Ling Xiao a secret order. This kid is quite smart. After leaving for so long, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. Well, since his destination is the land of exile, he must go to Sword King City. Send a message to Qi Fei. I want this Ling Xiao dead." A ferocious look appeared on Qi Lin's face. Until now, his son Qi Heng was still in a coma. Although Qi Heng's talent was not as good as Qi Fei's, he was still very helpful to him. Moreover, that was his own son. How could he not be angry after being harmed like this? "What about the ruins?" "I'm afraid second brother is too busy," Qi Yu said. "Don't worry, your second brother has someone helping him." Qi Lin sneered. "This time, we're not only going to kill Ling Xiao, but also get the treasures in the ruins. If the Sword King still refuses to surrender, then we'll have to kill him. Then we'll shift the blame to Ling Xiao. When he and Qi Fei get married, the 300,000 Sword King army will belong to our Qi family." "Got it, father." Qi Yu felt a chill in her heart, but at the same time, she was very happy. Ever since Ling Xiao appeared in her life, her originally proud life had been completely ruined. The deputy commander was dismissed. Her eldest brother Qi Heng was beaten into a vegetative state. Even her aunt Qi Tianmei's position as the city lord might be taken away. This Ling Xiao was simply the bane of their Qi family. Therefore, he must be killed. After Qi Yu left, Qi Lin looked at Qi Heng lying on the bed with a vicious look in his eyes. "Golden King, since you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. So what if you got the position of the city guard commander? This time, I'll make you suffer a double loss." He completely regarded Ling Xiao as Golden King's man. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao always had his own plans. He didn't belong to any side and would only fight for himself. Ling Xiao and the others had been rushing for the whole night. And Huang Shui had just set off. However, the formation was completely different. Huang Shui had many experts around her. It would be impossible for others to harm her. Ling Xiao's matter made my father very dissatisfied with me. Therefore, this mission must be completed. Huang Shui gritted her teeth. She tried to harm Ling Xiao many times, but she was warned by Golden King. Moreover, he warned her personally. This put her on the spot. This mission was an opportunity given to her by Golden King. If she didn't complete it well, her position in the Golden region would be lower than Huang Yu's. There were many experts around her, but those people were loyal to her father first. They were loyal to her second. She knew very well in her heart that if she offended her father, she would lose everything. The land of exile was relatively close to the Golden region, but that was only relative to other martial countries. If they traveled by foot, it would probably take a month. Of course, those who went to the land of exile weren't ordinary people. Ling Xiao calculated that with their speed, they would arrive in 3 days at most. Along the way, Ling Xiao let his main body travel while his 3 avatars cultivated in the universe world. They cultivated the 9 dragons' divine art, God-defying art, and heaven-covering palm. It was convenient to have avatars. Not only did they fight, but they also had a great advantage in cultivation. Otherwise, why would that lotus flower be said to be a peerless genius? He actually created a cultivation method like the Lotus Sutra based on an incomplete ancient scroll. The 9 dragons' divine art was currently cultivated to the level of 1 dragon. However, he wasn't proficient enough, so he had to strengthen it. The God-defying art was very important. After cultivating to the cross stance, he still hadn't broken through. Ling Xiao was also very anxious. After all, the God-defying art and the God-defying sword were the perfect combination. As for the heaven-covering palm, as one of Ling Xiao's regular combat methods, it had to be strengthened. Chapter 5165. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A city that looked like a steel fortress appeared in front of them. This was the only safe city in the entire land of exile. No one had ever been able to break through it. It was not only because it was sturdy, but also because it was guarded by the Sword King. Do you feel that the laws in the land of exile are very similar to those in the eternal divine dominion? Ling Xiao felt this the moment he stepped into the land of exile. Indeed. This is probably why you opened the road between the Empire of Tyrants and the eternal divine dominion. Cold Plum nodded. Yu Fanghua frowned. This is not good. The so-called motley crew that could not display their true strength should be able to do so now. Will Heaven's Wall City be alright? We have to believe in Qin Huang's ability. Moreover, the land of exile is not the same as Heaven's Wall City. Heaven's Wall City is still part of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. The laws there will not change so quickly. Ling Xiao smiled. Now, we should be more worried about ourselves. We don't know when Little Gold will come out of seclusion. If he comes out, our chances of winning will be higher. The 3 of them talked and slowed down their pace as they walked towards Sword King City. Although Sword King City was safe, its surroundings were still filled with unsettling factors. There were traces of battle everywhere. They could even see white bones exposed in the desert. This made them realize that this place was not a good place. It was more dangerous and terrifying than the Golden Martial Kingdom. The passers-by on the road were all vigilant and serious. They were filled with murderous intent. It seemed that the land of exile had brought out the darkest side of human nature. It had become a slaughterhouse and a meat grinder. When the 3 of them arrived at the city, they realized that the city gates were tightly shut. The guards on the city gate tower were also very serious. We are envoys from the Golden Martial Kingdom. Please report our arrival. If what Huang Yu said was true, then the Sword King and the Golden Martial Kingdom did not have a death feud. He believed that even if the Sword King was unreasonable, he would not refuse him at the door. He would not attack him. Wait. Someone on the tower responded. Ling Xiao waited there. Cold Plum was somewhat dissatisfied. What a big show. We have the Golden King's secret decree, yet they are so negligent. It seems that this Sword King is relying on the fact that he is the sworn brother of the Golden King, relying on the fact that he has become a popular target for both sides. He is somewhat complacent. Forget it. He's an expert, after all. He's bound to have some temper. Ling Xiao said with a smile. After a long time, the city gates opened. About a dozen warriors riding on desert lion camels rushed in. They surrounded Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao frowned. Even if the other party was a little negligent, he didn't care. There was no need to get angry. But if the other party dared to make a move, then he would be angry. You said that you are the envoy of the Golden Region. Do you have any proof? The leader of the riders was actually a woman. Dressed in silver armor, he looked valiant. Her strength was also unexpectedly very strong. Ling Xiao took out the secret decree. Golden King's secret decree is here. Could it be fake? The woman actually reached out to take the secret decree, but she was stopped by Ling Xiao. Are the people of Sword King City so unruly? This secret decree is for the Sword King. You are not qualified to see it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Impudent, you actually dare to be disrespectful to Deputy General Yi Hua. How many heads do you have? A rider at the side roared angrily. You are the one who is bold. You actually dare to yell at the envoy of the Golden King. Could it be that your Sword King City is really going to rebel? Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank, and his cold eyes looked at that rider. That person was stunned for a moment. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Because he couldn't bear this responsibility. Although it is for my father, we still have to check if it is real. We can't rashly let a fake envoy into Sword King City. Recently, the Black Sandstorm organization has started to move again. We have to be careful. Yi Hua's eyes were still cold. Perhaps it was because of Qi Fei. Yi Hua didn't have any good impression of the royal family. Ling Xiao was being resented on account of the house and its crow. Good reason, here you go. Ling Xiao threw the secret decree to Yi Hua and stood at the side. Yi Hua carefully opened the secret decree, but he didn't have the intention to check it. Instead, he looked at the content inside. After reading, he suddenly sneered and said, Golden King is really interesting. He did so many things to us in the past. Now, he actually wants us to continue working for him. In his dreams. I am just an envoy. If the Sword King agrees, I will go back and report. If not, I can also go back and report. Miss, why are you so harsh on me? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yi Hua laughed at himself. Thinking about it, he was just an errand boy. Let's go, I will bring you into the city. However, I am afraid that you won't be able to see my father for the time being. My father is receiving some guests. You can stay in the guest house for the time being. The guest house in Sword King City is full of famous people. I hope that you won't offend anyone after staying there. Otherwise, if something happens, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yi Hua turned the desert lion camel around and headed towards the city. Ling Xiao and the other two followed behind. Not long later, they arrived at the guest house. Although it was an inn, it was an official inn. It was specially used to receive official guests. Stepping into the guest house, Ling Xiao noticed that many eyes were looking at them. However, most of them were on Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao was a little regretful. He should have let Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum stay in the universe world. Two great beauties with two different styles. They were really too attractive. As a man walking in the middle, he seemed a little redundant. Yi Hua, you are back. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a person walked out from a private room in the VIP building. Although he was wearing casual clothes, he still had a military aura. He was really a good man. He looked to be in his 20s and was very handsome. He was also very strong. The early stage of the divine physique realm was really not bad at his age. The moment Ling Xiao saw this person, he guessed his identity. Because this person actually looked 50% similar to Qi Heng. He must be the Qi Fei that Huang Yu mentioned. Brother Qi Fei, why are you here? Yi Hua blushed when she saw Qi Fei. It was obvious that she had fallen for this handsome and strong boy. Oh, I am here to meet a friend. Who are these people? Qi Fei asked. They are the envoys of the Golden Territory. They are here with the Golden King's secret edict to persuade my father to work for the royal family. Yi Hua's voice wasn't soft when she said that. It was as if she wanted everyone to hear her on purpose. That was a secret edict. She casually revealed the contents of the edict. It was obvious that she was targeting Ling Xiao. Hearing Yi Hua's words, a ruthless look flashed across Qi Fei's eyes. However, it was just a flash and no one saw it. Chapter 5166. Ha ha ha, so you're Ling Xiao, the one who was favored by the two princesses and rose to the top. In just half a month, you went from a normal soldier to the commander of Marshall City's city defense army. Qi Fei suddenly laughed and walked up to Ling Xiao to greet him. That elder brother of mine is also under your care. Right now, he's still lying unconscious on the bed. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Most of the people who wanted to kill me are already dead. He should be thankful that I didn't kill him. Ling Xiao was not courteous at all when he spoke. It was a direct confrontation. He knew that since Qi Fei knew what happened in Martial City, someone must have sent him a message from 1,000 miles away. Qi Fei would not let him go. Regardless of his attitude, the result would be the same. There was no need to be so secretive about it. What an arrogant kid. I thought you were pitiful for running errands for Golden King. But now, it's hard for me to pity you. Yi Hua's eyes turned cold. Ling Xiao did not know what Qi Fei had instilled into Yi Hua's head, but this Yi Hua was truly quite sick. Could it be that women in love were all so foolish? Yi Hua, this person defeated Qi Heng and became the commander of the city defense army. He also has the favor of the two princesses. It's normal for him to be arrogant. I'm very interested in this brother's strength. Why don't you show us some of your moves? Qi Fei looked at Yi Hua and smiled. Sword King City values martial arts. When we meet for the first time, we'll make friends by exchanging pointers. If you don't show us some face, I'm afraid you won't give the Sword King army any face. Qi Fei was indeed a ruthless person. This one sentence of his had forced Ling Xiao into a dilemma. If he agreed, there would be trouble. If he did not agree, he would be looked down upon by the Sword King army and leave a bad impression. After that, many things would be difficult to do. But was it really a dilemma? Ling Xiao sneered. He only had one choice. Exchanging pointers is not a problem. But will you be the one to fight? Of course not. If I made a move, even if I defeated you, I'm afraid you wouldn't be convinced. How about this? I heard that you defeated my brother. My brother, Qi Heng, is a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. However, you've just broken through. How about I send a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level Divine Body Realm to battle with you? Qi Fei was really tempted. The reason why he proposed to spar today was just to dampen Ling Xiao's spirit. He didn't want to kill Ling Xiao because he didn't dare to. If he attacked Ling Xiao in broad daylight, the Sword King would definitely stop him. At that time, he would be the one in trouble. But it shouldn't be a problem to teach him a lesson. Actually, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao, who looked like he was only at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, could defeat his older brother. He must have used some underhanded means. Therefore, a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level Divine Body Realm would definitely be able to defeat Ling Xiao. And he was the most vicious. The person he sent belonged to the Sword King army, but he had already bribed him. He said that it was a spar, but he secretly wanted this person to kill Ling Xiao when he had the chance. This way, Ling Xiao's death would have nothing to do with him. Moreover, it would affect the relationship between the Golden King and the Sword King. It was killing many birds with one stone. Ling Xiao was about to speak when Qi Fei said, "It's fine if you don't agree. After all, you're the commander of the Golden Region's City Defense Army. The martial artists in the Land of Exile can't be compared to you. It's normal for you to look down on us." Qi Fei wanted to block Ling Xiao's path of rejection. Actually, he didn't have to do that because Ling Xiao didn't intend to reject. Yi Hua obviously guessed Qi Fei's thoughts, so he added, "That's true. He has the two princesses behind him. If he was really injured in the Sword King City, we won't be able to bear the consequences if the princesses blame us. So, forget it. Commander Ling Xiao, I'll pass the secret edict to my father. You had better go back, lest this filthy air stain your noble breath." Yi Hua's words could be said to be extremely sarcastic. Ling Xiao laughed when he heard this. "You guys just want to force me to make a move. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll just agree." Yi Hua and Qi Fei smiled. They were about to find the peak 8th level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist to fight. However, they were rejected by Ling Xiao. There's no need to go through so much trouble. This suggestion was made by Deputy General Qi Fei. "Why don't you let Deputy General Qi Fei spar with me?" Ling Xiao said indifferently, "You can't be afraid of losing, right?" Qi Fei was stunned. Ling Xiao's suggestion ruined his plan. If he made a move, he wouldn't be able to kill Ling Xiao. However, Yihua obviously didn't know what Chi Fei was thinking. She was still egging him on. Brother Chi Fei, since he wants to make a fool of himself, let's fulfill his wish. Teach this arrogant fellow a lesson so that he won't dare to come to the Sword King City in the future. Now that things had come to this, Chi Fei couldn't refuse anymore. He forced Ling Xiao to make a move. Ling Xiao agreed. Ling Xiao asked him to make a move. If he rejected, it would mean that he was a coward. Forget it. Chi Fei looked at Ling Xiao and said, "A spar is a spar, but fists and legs have no eyes. I hope you can forgive me if I hurt you. You can't hurt me, because I only need one move to defeat you." Ling Xiao said coldly as he pulled out the Void God sword and looked at Chi Fei coldly. In the previous selection, he didn't use the Divine Nine Dragon art, nor did he use the Soul Sword art at the start. Otherwise, Chi Hung would have lost in one move. Today was different. He wanted to intimidate these arrogant Sword King Army martial artists. He had to defeat Chi Fei cleanly. But whether he should use the Divine Nine Dragon art or the Soul Sword art was a problem. "You sure talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Yihua said sarcastically, "If Big Brother Chi Fei said that, I can accept it. But you..." Chi Fei was also smiling. "You really think highly of yourself, don't you? I'm not trash like my brother. You took so long to defeat him. You actually dare to say that you can defeat me in one move? I'd like to see how you lose." There was a stage in the guest pavilion that was used for sparring. Chi Fei jumped up first. He was suppressing a ball of fire in his heart. Ling Xiao, this bastard, dared to look down on him. He was going too far. Come. Chi Fei didn't want to make a fool of himself, so he didn't underestimate his opponent. He released his Divine Dog martial soul at the start and chose to use Divine Dog possession. A long spear appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao jumped onto the stage and looked at Chi Fei indifferently. Then, divine energy gathered in the Void God sword. In the end, he decided to use the Divine Nine Dragon art. The Soul Sword art was too subtle and couldn't intimidate his opponent. But the Divine Nine Dragon art was different. A golden dragon jumped on the Void God sword and was dyed black by the power of the sword. It was an evil black. Kill. Ling Xiao rushed out. He said he would defeat Chi Fei in one move, so he meant it. Therefore, he couldn't give Chi Fei time to prepare. If Chi Fei reacted, this move wouldn't work. The Divine Nine Dragon art was powerful, but Chi Fei definitely had a way to block or dodge it. Only by catching him off guard could he win in one move. Chapter 5167. Chi Fei did not dare to be careless when he saw Ling Xiao charging at him. However, he was an early-stage 9th-level divine physique echelon expert after all. It was impossible for him to go all out. Even if he did not want to underestimate his opponent, he would still underestimate his opponent. Moreover, as a powerhouse, why would he defend himself? Since Ling Xiao dared to attack, he naturally had to attack as well. This was the demeanor of a powerhouse. He shook the spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear glowed with fiery red energy. At the same time, the shadow of a fiery red wolf dog shot out from the spear and flew toward Ling Xiao. The wolf dog let out a low growl with an extremely violent aura. Just this casual strike had a might that was much stronger than Chi Hung's strongest attack. However, Ling Xiao did not even bat an eyelid in the face of this powerful attack. He just stabbed out with the Void God sword in his hand. A low dragon roar was heard. A blood-gold divine dragon shot through the air and collided with the wolf dog's shadow. Divine Nine Dragon Formula. Compared to when he first started cultivating the Divine Nine Dragon Formula, this divine dragon's aura was clearly much more powerful. Boom! The divine dragon grew in the wind, and with a roar, it tore the wolf dog's shadow into pieces. Then, it pounced on Chi Fei without stopping. The distance between the two of them was only 5 to 6 meters. In such a short distance, Chi Fei would not be able to react at all. This was because the speed of the Divine Nine Dragon Formula was extremely fast. Therefore, there was no way for Chi Fei to escape. The Divine Dragon slammed into Chi Fei and sent him flying. He landed heavily on the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Qi Fei had a defensive treasure on him that saved his life at the critical moment. If he did not defend himself, this attack would have killed Qi Fei on the spot. The guest pavilion was dead silent. The disdain in their eyes toward Ling Xiao had turned into shock. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would really defeat Qi Fei in one move? Although this was mainly due to the element of surprise, a victory was a victory. However, a win was a win. Even if Qi Fei was unconvinced, it was useless. Brother Qi Fei. Yi Hua only came back to her senses after a long while and hurriedly rushed over. Big brother Qi Fei, are you alright? He won't die yet. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out, as expected of a member of the Qi clan. The defensive magic treasure on his body is not bad. It's a pity that the attack just now should have shattered it, right? As Ling Xiao's voice fell, a cracking sound was heard. A heart protection mirror fell from Qi Fei's body. The protective shield released by the heart protection mirror could instantly protect the vital parts of the body. Unfortunately, the 9-dragon formula was too powerful and even this thing was destroyed. Ling Xiao felt a burst of exhaustion, but he obviously couldn't fall down at this time. Therefore, he forced himself to stand there. Catch him! Yi Hua roared hysterically. Although she roared, the people beside her did not make a move. The Sword King army doesn't belong to me. Moreover, the Sword King army had their own pride. This was a fair duel. If Ling Xiao won and went to capture him, it would obviously ruin the reputation of the Sword King army. Even the martial artist who was loyal to Qi Fei didn't make a move. He was a hidden chess piece in the Sword King army. If he made a move, it would be equivalent to exposing himself. To be honest, he didn't have the confidence to face Ling Xiao. However, they didn't know that the current Ling Xiao was extremely weak and his stamina was almost exhausted. If they really attacked, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course, Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua were beside Ling Xiao, and they naturally wouldn't ignore it. What? Lieutenant Yi Hua, are you going to go back on your words? Are you going to trample on the Sword King army's face? Ling Xiao looked at Yi Hua and mocked. I don't know what kind of person the Sword King is, but this woman of his is really stupid. I don't care so much. How dare you hurt my big brother Qi Fei? I'll take your life. Yi Hua saw that the others weren't willing to make a move, so she personally made a move. Her cultivation had also reached the early stage of the 9th stage divine physique echelon, but her combat strength was definitely not as good as Qi Fei's. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum both stood out. They naturally had to stop Yi Hua. However, Qi Fei didn't have any intention of stopping Yi Hua. Whether Yi Hua killed Ling Xiao or Ling Xiao killed Yi Hua, it would be the most beneficial for their Qi family. Sister, stop. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded. A white-clothed youth was pushed into the guest house in a wheelchair. Father was worried that you would mess around, so he intentionally ordered me to come and check. Yi Qiu? Ling Xiao looked at the youth. According to Huang Yu's description, this should be Yi Qiu. After the incident 10 years ago, Yi Qiu, who was already 26 years old, became a lot more mature. However, he was almost a cripple. Not only was he unable to use his divine energy, but he also couldn't feel his legs. That wheelchair was obviously made by a famous master. It was powered by spirit stones, and it could move the wheels and even fly. There were also a lot of magic array fluctuations on the wheelchair. It could be seen that it was used to protect Yi Qiu. Furthermore, the woman who was pushing Yi Qiu's wheelchair was also very strong. Brother. Yi Hua seemed to be very afraid of her brother. Even though her brother was already crippled, she still seemed to be very afraid of him. Don't blame me, it's all because of this person. He clearly came to our Sword King city, and yet, he still dared to injure people. I am also seeking justice for our Sword King army. Don't try to quibble, Yi Qiu said coldly. All these years, because of me, father has been especially doting on you. He has really spoiled you. In a fair competition, a loss is a loss. Yet, you actually want to find trouble with others. Do you want our Sword King army's reputation to be tarnished? Go back. Take Qi Fei and quickly treat his injuries. Oh. Yi Hua was helpless. She fiercely glared at Ling Xiao, then ordered people to carry Qi Fei and left. Hua. The instant Yi Hua left, The guest house suddenly rang out with enthusiastic applause. It was for Yi Qiu and Ling Xiao. Yi Qiu's fairness was neither biased nor selfish, and they respected him. Ling Xiao's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique realm, and he defeated Qi Fei, who was at the early stage of the 9th level of the divine physique realm, in one move. Previously, when they heard Qi Fei's words, they thought that Ling Xiao had used some underhanded means to obtain the position of the City Defense Army's commander. But now, they no longer thought that way. Ling Xiao used his powerful strength to prove himself, and at the same time, changed their impression of him greatly. Perhaps, this was something that Qi Fei had never expected. The sparring was originally to embarrass Ling Xiao and even kill Ling Xiao. In the end, not only was he injured, but he also lost all his face. The image that he had always established in the army could be said to have collapsed in an instant. It really felt like he had suffered a double loss. "Brother Ling, please forgive my sister for being disrespectful. Father has an important guest to meet today, so he couldn't come out to welcome you. Please don't mind." Although Yi Qiu's voice was weak and his body was weak, this person was indeed much better than his sister. No matter whether it was the way he spoke or the way he acted, he revealed the demeanor that a general should have. It seemed like he was someone who would do great things. It was a pity that his body was crippled and he couldn't use divine origin. Chapter 5168. Of course, what Ling Xiao didn't know was that Yi Qiu had already arrived. If he, Ling Xiao, lost to Qi Fei, Yi Qiu probably wouldn't be so polite to him. All of this was exchanged with his strength. "Can I ask, if Qi Fei really wanted to kill me just now, would young master save me?" Ling Xiao wasn't a 3-year-old child who was easily won over by others' enthusiasm. He was very clear that he didn't have to thank anyone for all this. What he should be grateful for was his strength. "Of course," Yi Qiu said without hesitation. There wasn't a trace of hypocrisy in his eyes. "However, Brother Ling, you don't need me to save you, right? The two beside you, any one of them isn't any weaker than Qi Fei, right?" "Hehe, you flatter me." Ling Xiao didn't deny it. If they really fought, whether it was Yu Fanghua or Cold Plum, they could take Qi Fei's life. "Young master, we should go back. The guest that the prince met today is a powerful alchemist. He was recommended by Deputy General Qi Fei, and the Qi family put in a lot of effort for this matter. Even if young master doesn't believe it, you should try. Perhaps you can really stand up again." The woman pushing the wheelchair suddenly said to Yi Qiu. "Who is that alchemist?" Yi Qiu asked indifferently. "I heard that he's called Hua Tianyi, known as the Miracle Doctor. He's the descendant of Hua Tuo, one of the 12 immortals." The woman said again. "It's actually Hua Tianyi." Yi Qiu revealed an excited expression. This Hua Tianyi was very famous in the Golden Martial Nation. It was said that there was no illness that he couldn't cure. Of course, the rumors might be a little exaggerated, but such a famous person should be capable. "All right, let's go back." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Ling Xiao, saying, "Brother Ling, rest in the guest house for a while. Father will naturally receive you at a later time. Young Master Yi, please wait." Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a way to rope in the Sword King. He didn't dare to say that his medical skills were unparalleled, but at least his master's medical skills were definitely unmatched in the entire mystic world. If he could cure Yi Qiu, then the Sword King would owe him a big favor. If they could obtain the Sword King's help, it would be much easier for the Sky Tyrant Empire to enter the Eternal God Domain. Wasn't he recommending Hua Tianyi to rope in the Sword King? The Sword King thought highly of his only son, Yi Qiu. Because of Yi Qiu, he actually fell out with the Golden King. Once Yi Qiu was cured, even if he didn't rely on the Qi family, he would definitely help them. Ling Xiao had no feelings for the royal family, but this Sword King was someone he could use. "Is there anything else, Brother Ling?" Yi Qiu asked curiously. "I also know the art of Qi Huang, and I'm quite proficient in it. Why don't young Master Yi let me take a look first?" Ling Xiao asked. "You?" Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. After all, Ling Xiao was too young. Such a young martial artist was also an alchemist. He could not help but be suspicious. It's just a check. It won't be a problem, right? Ling Xiao smiled. All right then. Yi Qiu ultimately still wanted to befriend Ling Xiao, so he wasn't willing to directly refuse. Moreover, it was just a check, not a treatment. There was no harm. Seeing him agree, Ling Xiao went up to take his pulse and inject divine essence. At the same time, he opened the Tai Chi eye to check. About 5 to 6 minutes later, Ling Xiao put down Yi Qiu's hand and frowned. Your Excellency, if there's nothing else, we can go now, right? The woman pushing Yi Qiu was clearly somewhat impatient, feeling that Ling Xiao was completely wasting time. But Ling Xiao ignored her and looked at Yi Qiu and said, You're afflicted with a curse, right? Hearing this, Yi Qiu's eyes lit up, and he said, That's right. So what if you just know that it's a curse? Ordinary alchemists will know after checking. That woman said again. Then do they know that this curse is refined from gathering the resentment of corpses that are more than 10,000 years old? Ling Xiao countered with a question. What? This time, that woman didn't refute. Instead, she was very surprised. There were very few people who could see this kind of thing. In these years, the Sword King had invited many alchemists to treat him, but there really weren't many who could see this point. At the very least, it meant that Ling Xiao was relatively outstanding among alchemists. This corpse should be the corpse of the Black Death Snake from 10,000 years ago. Ling Xiao said again. This time, Yi Qiu and that woman were even more surprised. Yi Qiu even directly asked, Is there a treatment method? Of course there is, but the Qi clan has already sent a famous doctor, Hua Tianyi, for you. It's not good for me to snatch someone else's patient. How about this? If he can't be treated, I'll think of another way. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The fish had taken the bait. Brother Ling, why don't you come with me to the general's residence? With 2 famous doctors present, I'll be more confident. Yi Qiu hurriedly said. This was exactly what Ling Xiao wanted. He had successfully grasped Yi Qiu's anxious mind. All right, let's go take a look. Ling Xiao nodded. Please. Yi Qiu was even more respectful than before. Previously, he only thought that Ling Xiao was an outstanding genius who was worth befriending. But now, he was simply worshipping him. Soon, they arrived at the general's residence. At this moment, the Sword King was talking to Hua Tianyi. Qi Fei and Yi Hua were also there. When he saw Hua Tianyi, Ling Xiao understood that Qi Fei must have been treated by Hua Tianyi and had recovered. This Hua Tianyi really did have some ability. He was not simple. Hua Tianyi's hair and beard were all white, and he looked like an expert. However, his expression was very arrogant. Even in front of the Sword King, he still had the air of an expert. Qiu, you're back. Who are these people? The Sword King saw that Yi Qiu had returned and asked with a smile. Father, that's the guy who injured Qi Fei. What a despicable sneak attack. Yi Hua suddenly shouted. Shut up. Before the Sword King could say anything, Yi Qiu shouted sternly, Yi Hua, that's enough. When did you learn how to lie and frame others? It was a fair duel, but in your eyes, it was a sneak attack. I don't want to hear you slander Master Ling anymore. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing this, the Sword King and the others were stunned. Master Ling? When did Ling Xiao become a master? Qiu, your sister is still young. Don't blame her. But you, why did you come with this person? I said that I don't want to see people sent by the royal family. The Sword King frowned. Father, it was me who took the initiative to intercept the Wild Sand King. That's why I ended up like this. It has nothing to do with the Golden King. Moreover, although Master Ling was sent by the royal family, you probably don't know that he's actually an extremely powerful pharmacist, right? He could even tell that I was poisoned by a curse, and it was made from the resentment of the Black Death Snake. Yi Qiu said very seriously. That's nothing. Being able to tell doesn't mean that it can be treated. Does young Master Yi mean that you're not willing to accept my treatment? Hua Tianyi's face was gloomy. He was obviously unhappy. Tyrannical Sky Martial Spirit. Tyrannical Sky Martial Spirit. Chapter 5169. Senior Hua, you're worrying too much. I've heard of your reputation, so I came here to pay you a visit. Of course, I'll have to rely on you to cure the poison. I can be your assistant." Before Yi Qiu said anything, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He had two purposes for coming here today. First, if Hua Tianyi could cure the poison, he would interfere and prevent him from succeeding. Then, he would treat the poison himself. Second, if Hua Tianyi couldn't cure the poison, he would replace Hua Tianyi. Therefore, it wasn't wise to ruin his relationship with Hua Tianyi too early. After all, the Sword King trusted Hua Tianyi more. Well, not more. He probably trusted Hua Tianyi completely. If he ruined his relationship with Hua Tianyi, he would be the one in an awkward position. Forget it. I don't like to use a stranger. Qi Fei, you can be my assistant. Hua Tianyi glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently. Obviously, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously anymore. How could a timid kid pose a threat to him? Hua Tianyi also seemed to understand that it wasn't good to target Ling Xiao now. It was better to cure Ling Xiao. At that time, the Sword King would agree to whatever he said. "Please come in, young Master Yi." Hua Tianyi looked at Yi Qiu and made an inviting gesture. "The rest of you can wait outside." "I'm afraid that won't do." The Sword King frowned. "Let me accompany him." He was obviously worried that someone would harm Yi Qiu without him by his side. With Yi Qiu's current weak state, he would be ambushed. He couldn't sit in that wheelchair forever. More importantly, something like this had happened before. It almost led to a big mistake. Forget it. The Sword King can follow. "Qi Fei, you can come too." Hua Tianyi didn't insist and nodded. Then, he entered the room with the Sword King. From the beginning, the Sword King didn't even look at Ling Xiao. It was as if he didn't exist at all. Ling Xiao could understand this as well. This was probably also a case of hating the house and its crow. He was really unlucky to be an envoy of the royal family. He might as well come with his own identity. However, since things had already come to this, there was no need to think too much about it. At the very least, Sword King didn't reject him as much as Yi Hua, which was already not bad. After Hua Tianyi and Sword King stepped into the room, Qi Fei suddenly came to Ling Xiao's side and said in a low voice, "Ling Xiao, once Yi Qiu is cured, it will be the time of your death. I believe that no one will care about the death of a city defense commander from the outer circle of the Golden Region." With that, he turned around and entered the room. Looking at Qi Fei's back, Ling Xiao sneered. Did she think that he wouldn't be able to do anything if she didn't let him into the room? Just wait and see. "Master Ling, what did Qi Fei say?" Yi Qiu asked curiously. "It's fine. Young master, you should hurry and get treated. If you feel that something is wrong, feel free to shout. If you can't shout it out, I'll be able to sense it with just a thought and I'll immediately go in to save you." In fact, Ling Xiao felt that Sword King was quite funny. So what if Sword King followed him into the room? Would you be able to tell if a pharmacist wanted to harm someone? Unless the pharmacist was more powerful than the pharmacist, it would be useless even if he opened his eyes wide. He felt that Qi Fei wouldn't be so kind. The Qi family wanted to obtain the Sword King army and let Qi Fei marry Yi Hua. If Yi Qiu recovered, it wouldn't be good for Qi Fei. Let's hope that Qi Fei's worries were groundless. All right. With Ling Xiao's words, Yi Qiu felt more confident. Actually, he was more willing to trust Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao's eyes had a trace of sincerity, which was very difficult to fake. On the other hand, Hua Tianyi was too sophisticated. After the door was closed, Ling Xiao opened his Taikai eye. Even though he was standing outside, he could see the situation in the room like the back of his hand. After entering the room, Yi Qiu was helped to the bed. Then, Sword King looked at Hua Tianyi very sincerely. "Immortal Master, I'm counting on you this time. If you can cure Qiu, I'm willing to agree to your request." Hearing this, Qi Fei's face lit up. This so-called request must have something to do with the Qi family. The Qi family really put in a lot of effort. Hua Tianyi nodded and sat on the chair beside the bed. Then, he checked Yi Qiu's condition. After a while, he suddenly said, "It's actually cursed poison, and it's refined from the resentment of the 10,000-year-old Black Death Snake." Young master has been poisoned for too long, and the poison has already entered his bone marrow. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to completely expel it. Also, because this poison has been suppressed by Sir Sword King for a long time, once it spreads, it will be like a flood breaking the dam. You won't be able to stop it, and the only result is death. This was basically the trick of all swindlers. First, they said that the other party's condition was very serious, making them feel despair. Then, they said that they could cure it, making the other party think that they were the savior. Sure enough, Sword King's face changed greatly, and he actually almost fainted. Even though he was a tough guy, when it concerned his son's life, he couldn't bear it. Immortal Master, you can definitely help, right? Sword King suddenly grabbed Hua Tianyi's shoulder and asked excitedly. There was hope in his eyes, like a drowning person hoping to grab a lifebuoy by the shore. General, Immortal Master will definitely be fine. Qi Fei comforted from the side. Hua Tianyi saw that it was about time and smiled. Even so, my ancestor is Hua Tuor, one of the 12 human immortals. You've found the right person. I'm afraid that in this world, other than me, no one else can save him. Sword King was obviously relieved. This usually astute general was now completely confused by the situation. His thoughts were completely controlled by his emotions. Qi Fei, get the tools. Hua Tianyi said to Qi Fei. Understood. Qi Fei took out the tools that he had already prepared. There were more than a dozen bottles of strange medicine and more than 30 silver needles. After Hua Tianyi disinfected a pair of silver needles, he gently smeared the medicine on them with cotton wool and pierced them into Yi Qiu's acupuncture points. As the silver needles entered Yi Qiu's body, he groaned but didn't feel any pain. This old man's medical skills are really amazing, especially his acupuncture skills. It's really outstanding. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise. Master, why are you still in the mood to praise that guy? If Hua Tianyi really cures Yi Qiu, we'll be in trouble. Cold Plum smiled bitterly. It's okay. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't explain anything. He continued to watch. At this moment, Hua Tianyi was performing acupuncture. It could be said that the room was completely silent. The people outside the room didn't dare to make any noise. Ling Xiao saw the sinister traces of the curse on Yi Qiu's body. It was as if a snake was entrenched in Yi Qiu's body. This snake would slowly grow. It was estimated that 10 years ago, it was only the size of an earthworm, but now it was more than a meter long, almost occupying Yi Qiu's entire body. He couldn't help but sigh. Yi Qiu was actually able to live until now. It seemed that he had met a benefactor. Sky Tyrant Marshal Soul. Sky Tyrant Marshal Soul. Chapter 5170. If not for someone suppressing the Black Death Snake curse poison for him back then, Yi Qiu would have died long ago. He wouldn't have lasted until today. Hey! Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. This guy's motives are indeed impure. Ling Xiao was an expert, so he could see what Hua Tianyi was doing. The Sword King in the room was a complete layman, so he didn't know what Hua Tianyi was doing. He didn't object to what Hua Tianyi was doing. He just watched quietly, not even daring to breathe loudly. Time passed by minute by minute. Hua Tianyi had already pierced all 30 silver needles into Yi Qiu's body. Upon closer inspection, it actually looked like a cage imprisoning the snake tattoo. Vaguely, there was actually the fluctuation of a formation. This made the Sword King's eyes light up, and he praised in his heart, Immortal Master is indeed capable. You actually know formation techniques in addition to the Qi Huang technique? At this moment, he clearly trusted Hua Tianyi even more. When all the silver needles were used up, Hua Tianyi circulated his divine essence and poured it into the 30 silver needles. Following this action, the silver needles trembled. The snake tattoo on Yi Qiu's body also began to tremble, as if it was struggling and trying to escape. Where are you going? Cold sweat dripped from Hua Tianyi's forehead. Although it looked very difficult, he didn't give up on the treatment. This made the Sword King extremely moved. He was a person who valued friendship. If someone really saved his son, he would be grateful for the rest of his life. As the treatment continued, the snake tattoo actually became fainter and fainter, and finally completely disappeared. At the same time, the 30 silver needles turned black. There was even a fishy smell coming from it. Success. The Sword King looked at Hua Tianyi excitedly and asked. For 10 years, he didn't know how many famous doctors he had invited to treat Yi Qiu, but in the end, they all failed. But today, he actually succeeded. This made the Sword King feel like he was dreaming. Even though he knew that after such a thing happened, he would have to become the Qi family's lackey. But he didn't regret it. As long as his son could recover, so what if he worked for the Qi family? Of course it's a success. The black color on the silver needles is formed by the curse poison. My ancestor has passed down the method of expelling poison with silver needles. Together with the formation, it has endless miraculous uses. Those potions were also secret recipes passed down from generation to generation. There was absolutely no second person in the world who knew how to make them. Originally, I wouldn't easily reveal these things. Because of this, it would take too much energy to treat them, and I would be extremely tired. Today, for the sake of your noble young master, I've risked my life as well. If there had been any mishap, I'm afraid the first one to die would have been me. That poison isn't something to play with. Hua Tianyi's words were nothing more than to tell the Sword King how difficult it was for him to treat him. How great was his contribution? The Sword King supported Hua Tianyi and said, "Thank you for your hard work, immortal master. I will definitely reward you well this time." For Hua Tianyi, although he was invited by the Qi family, he also wanted to gain some benefits. The Sword King's promise made him satisfied. All these years, the Sword King had been guarding the land of exile and had obtained many treasures. Men, capture those envoys from the Golden Domain. The Sword King suddenly gave an order. He had promised Qi Fei that if Yi Qiu was cured, he would immediately capture Ling Xiao. The Sword King didn't care about a mere envoy. It was up to him whether Qi Fei wanted to kill or torture him. Understood. A voice came from outside. Qi Fei revealed a smug smile. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? Although I lost to you last time due to my carelessness, you're still going to die at my hands. However, in the next moment, a scream came from outside. The door was smashed into pieces. Ling Xiao walked in alone from outside. Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua were fighting. If the Sword King captures me now, I guarantee that in 7 days, Yi Qiu will die from the poison. He looked at the Sword King and said bluntly, "You were cheated, yet you still want to count the money. That's exactly what you're talking about. Not only are you conceited, but you're also stupid. Ling Xiao, you've got guts. How dare you make a move in the general's residence? You even cursed young Master Yi Qiu. What are you trying to do?" Qi Fei shouted sternly. "Curse!" Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, "I thought Hua Tianyi was really an expert. I didn't expect that he wasn't saving people, but harming people. It seemed like the curse was removed, but in fact, it didn't. Instead, it made the curse even more ferocious. His intentions are terrible." Hearing this, the Sword King was stunned. He didn't dare to be careless when it concerned his son. "Everyone, stop." He ordered those who were fighting Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum outside. "Your Excellency Sword King, I worked hard to treat your son, but now I'm being slandered. Are you going to believe him?" Hua Tianyi's face suddenly darkened. However, there was also a flash of panic in his eyes. "Immortal Master, please don't be angry. It concerns my son's safety. Some things are better explained clearly." The Sword King said lightly, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, if you're talking nonsense, blood will be spilled here today. Now, tell me, what's going on?" Ling Xiao also looked at the Sword King and sneered, "Your Excellency Sword King, I don't like your attitude. If I didn't hit it off with young Master Yi Qiu, I wouldn't have stepped forward. However, we'll settle this score later. Right now, saving people is more important." After saying this, he went straight to Hua Tianyi's toolbox. Because he wanted to verify his judgment. Hua Tianyi and Qi Fei naturally wanted to stop him, but they were stopped by the Sword King. "You too, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. If there's something wrong with the proof, I'll apologize. I'm willing to kneel and apologize, but for now, let's do as he says." The Sword King wasn't completely muddle-headed. Compared to his daughter, Yi Hua was much stronger. While the Sword King was stopping Hua Tianyi and Qi Fei, Ling Xiao checked the medicine bottles and silver needles. As expected. Hua Tianyi, you're really vicious. As a pharmacist, you actually conspired to harm people. You really don't deserve the title of Immortal Master. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Sword King, in these medicine bottles, there's no healing medicine at all. They're all highly toxic. The silver needles turned black not because they were infected by the curse, but because of the changes caused by the highly toxic medicine. If you don't believe me, you can get someone to test it. Hua Tianyi, is what he said true? The Sword King asked sternly. Sword King, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. Although the medicine is highly toxic, I'm using the method of fighting poison with poison. Hua Tianyi said. Still want to quibble? Do you really know what a curse is? Although there's a saying of fighting poison with poison in this world, a curse is not in this category. No matter what kind of highly toxic poison enters, it will be eaten by the curse as food. You're not expelling the poison at all, but feeding the Black Death Snake the curse. Ling Xiao questioned Hua Tianyi coldly. Chapter 5171. The Black Death Snake cursed poison is trapped by the formation. However, as long as it becomes stronger and accumulates enough energy, it will be able to break free from the formation. During this period, there will be a gap of 7 days. Therefore, during this period of time, the cursed poison seems to disappear, but it is actually hiding and accumulating energy. Now let me ask you, Hua Tianyi, why did you feed the Black Death Snake cursed poison so many poisonous things? Ling Xiao's words could be said to hit the nail on the head, hitting the nail on the head. Brat, you're slandering me. Hua Tianyi was obviously panicking because what Ling Xiao said was true. This made him feel like he had been seen through. Your Excellency Sword King, I came all the way to Sword King City just to save young Master Yi Qiu. I didn't expect you to suspect me because of this brat's nonsense. Hua Tianyi said angrily, if that's the case, if anything happens to anyone in Sword King City, don't come begging me. I'll take my leave. He did not even want the reward and was in a hurry to leave. Stop him. The Sword King said coldly, why are you in such a hurry to leave, Master Celestial? If this brat slandered you, I will definitely apologize to you. The Sword King was really not afraid of offending people. His attitude towards Ling Xiao was very domineering before. Ling Xiao thought that he was influenced by the royal family. Now it seemed that the Sword King was such a person. He only cared about things and not people. The large group of people outside were originally here to capture Ling Xiao, but now they were here to stop Hua Tianyi. Hua Tianyi's face was pale. He knew what he had done. If he was really exposed, he would probably suffer the Sword King's thunderous anger today. However, he had no choice. He was focused on medicine, and his cultivation was not very strong. Ling Xiao, can you prove what you said? The Sword King asked. After all, I can't attack a Master Celestial just because of your speculation. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded straightforwardly and said, without this diamond, I wouldn't have taken on this porcelain job. Although the Black Death Snake cursed poison is hidden. However, if there is a more delicious poison to attract it, it will definitely be exposed. It just so happens that I'm also a poison expert. It won't hurt Qiu, right? Sword King frowned and asked. He's already on the verge of death. So what if he's injured? Or do you want to wait 7 days to see the result? Ling Xiao said as he looked at the Sword King. Father, you can't let him cause trouble. Why are you so muddle-headed today? The Qi clan has always treated us well. Hua Tianyi was also the top pharmacist in the Golden Martial Nation. Would you rather believe a layman than them? Right now, Yi Hua was still stubbornly obstinate. Shut up. The Sword King angrily shouted. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, let's start. He was definitely a decisive person. It was not easy for a father to make such a decision. However, the Sword King still clenched his teeth and made his decision. Ling Xiao nodded and released the 9-headed demon king snake beast spirit. The most terrifying poison seeped out. Everyone in the room felt a great threat. The Sword King even took out his own weapon. Just in case. Don't worry. Compared to you, I admire Yi Qiu more. I won't harm him. Poison resistance Saint Rune, Ling Xiao muttered. Then, he used his hand as a brush and engraved a poison resistance Saint Rune on Yi Qiu's body. It was still a first-grade Saint Rune. This way, Yi Qiu would be able to avoid the pain of the poison. It's actually the Saint Rune art. The Sword King was shocked to see this. After the Saint Rune sect was destroyed, those who knew the Saint Rune art were in high demand. Most of them were divided among the major forces. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to inscribe a first-grade Saint Rune so easily at such a young age. One had to know that the Saint Rune masters he had seen who could inscribe first-grade Saint Runes were at least in the Divine Soul realm. A moment later, the Black Death Snake cursed poison that had completely disappeared reappeared. It was clearly much larger than before. It was clear that it had grown after swallowing poison. Seeing this, the Sword King's eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent. He turned to look at Hua Tianyi and asked, "What else do you have to say?" "Misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. That's right, that Ling Xiao must have used some sorcery. How could the miraculous fairy doctor do such a thing? Yi Hua, this woman, is truly hopeless. Even now, she is still speaking up for others. Wake up, he's the one who wants to harm your brother." The Sword King said coldly. "Deputy General Yi Hua, please save me. It must be that brat's doing." Hua Tianyi suddenly approached Yi Hua. Before Yi Hua could react, Hua Tianyi's expression suddenly changed, and a poisonous silver needle appeared in his hand. "Don't come over, or I'll kill her." Immortal Master. Yi Hua was stunned. She had always been protecting Hua Tianyi, but she did not expect that she would become someone's hostage in the end. "Deputy General Yi Hua, I'm sorry. That Ling Xiao is cunning, so you'll have to be my hostage for now. After I've investigated this matter, I'll come and ask for forgiveness." Even now, Hua Tianyi was still trying to trick Yi Hua. The key was that Yi Hua, this stupid woman, actually believed him. She purposely blocked the Sword King's angle of attack so that he could not attack Hua Tianyi. Hua Tianyi slowly retreated. "Brat, one day, I'll settle the score with you. We're not done yet. Kai." At this moment, someone that Hua Tianyi was not on guard against launched an attack. It was Qi Fei. Unknowingly, Qi Fei had already walked to Hua Tianyi's side. Hua Tianyi was not on guard against him, and his temple was pierced by Qi Fei's finger. His body went limp. He died on the spot, and he did not even have the chance to say his last words. The Sword King looked at Qi Fei and frowned. Anyone could see that Qi Fei was trying to silence him. But he was already dead, and there was no evidence. Qi Fei hurriedly knelt down and said, "General, I didn't see the right person, and I actually let such a bad person harm young Master Yi Qiu. But this guy is obviously the #1 doctor in the Golden Martial Nation. I really don't understand why he would do such a thing." "I'm afraid you know very well." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "This move of silencing people is indeed beautifully executed. Your reaction can be said to be fast. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your plan will fail." "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all." Qi Fei laughed dryly. He already hated Ling Xiao to death in his heart. If not for Ling Xiao today, no one present would have been able to see what Hua Tianyi had done. 7 days was enough for him to do a lot of things. The plan would have gone smoothly according to his arrangements. But Ling Xiao's appearance ruined everything. "You don't understand? Forget it." Ling Xiao did not say anything else. Now that there was no evidence, there was no point in saying anything. The Qi clan would completely pour dirty water on Hua Tianyi. "General, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I will take my leave first." Qi Fei cupped his hands and turned to leave. "Is it really okay to let him leave just like that?" Ling Xiao looked at the Sword King and said, "You should know that what Hua Tianyi did was arranged by the Qi clan." "Words are no proof. So what if I know?" He acted too quickly. The Sword King shook his head. He did not want to offend the Qi clan now. Chapter 5172. What if I tell you that I can save Yi Qiu? Ling Xiao smiled. "Are you serious?" Sword King's eyes widened. "Of course, I'm not a liar like Hua Tianyi," Ling Xiao said. "If you can cure Yi Qiu, I'll uproot Qi Fei and the people the Qi family arranged in Sword King City. From then on, I'll swear allegiance to the royal family. Sword King said. No, no, no. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, you owe me a favor, not the royal family. I hope you can help me. Help? No need to go through so much trouble. If you can cure Yi Qiu, my Sword King army will obey you from now on, Sword King said. His words were powerful and resonating. When it came from his mouth, he basically wouldn't lie. Good, straightforward. That's what I want. But let's talk about this later. Curing Yi Qiu is more important. Ling Xiao said, to cure Yi Qiu, I need a few medicinal herbs. Send someone to find them immediately. The sooner the better. I'm 100% sure that I can find them within 7 days. But after 7 days, even an immortal won't be able to save him. While speaking, he wrote down the medicinal herbs he needed. In fact, he didn't need any medicinal herbs. He just wrote down the medicinal herbs he needed to refine other pills. In the future, when warriors from the Sky Tyrant Empire came, they would have to rely on pills to improve their strength. Most of the medicinal herbs he needed were for refining the law pill. Although the law pill's main ingredient was the flower of law, supplementary medicinal herbs were also indispensable. Ling Xiao didn't have any on him. He could borrow the strength of Sword King City and also test the strength of the Sword King army. At the same time, if it was too easy to expel the poison, it would make people think that he was too relaxed. That wouldn't be good. I'll send someone to collect the medicinal herbs now. Master Ling, you don't need to go to the guest house. Just stay in the general's residence. I'll order someone to clean up the room. Sword King said. I'll listen to the general. Ling Xiao nodded. Staying in the general's residence was to make Sword King feel at ease. In addition, it was definitely safer here. Qi Fei's plan was ruined by him. He wouldn't let him go. He would definitely try to kill him. Who knew if Qi Fei had other helpers here? After Ling Xiao left, Yi Hua said, Father, do you really think that Ling Xiao will be able to cure Big Brother? Even Hua Tianyi can't do it, but Ling Xiao can? The Sword King sighed. To be honest, he was also forced into a corner. If what Ling Xiao said was true and Yi Qiu only had 7 days to live, what could he do? Other than believing in Ling Xiao, was there any other way? No. Let's leave it to the heavens. If this brat dares to lie to me, I will definitely kill him. If he really has the ability, I don't mind selling my life to him. The Sword King gritted his teeth. Father, I'm going back. Yi Hua let out a sigh. Right now, she was very conflicted. On one hand, she was afraid that Ling Xiao would be able to cure Yi Qiu. He also hoped that Ling Xiao could cure Yi Qiu. After a day of torment, everyone was tired. Thus, Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum all sat cross-legged in the room and rested. Martial artists were all like this when they rested. They could still cultivate while resting. Early morning of the second day. The outside suddenly became chaotic. Ling Xiao, Her Highness wants to see you. It was Zhongling's voice. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and frowned. He didn't expect Huang Shui to arrive so quickly. He really didn't want to see this princess. This princess's brain is filled with schemes. Staying with this woman is too tiring. My brain can't even rest for a moment. However, he had his own plans right now. For the time being, he didn't want to fall out with Huang Shui. Thus, after packing up, he left the room. Huang Shui lived in the imperial palace beside the general's residence. This imperial palace was uninhabited all year round. However, there were always people cleaning it. Thus, it was still very clean. No matter if it was the environment or the size, it was much better than the general's residence. Ling Xiao, who gave you the courage to actually accept this kind of job? What if you fail? How are you going to explain this to my royal father? When Huang Shui saw Ling Xiao, she immediately reprimanded him. Your Highness, you do your thing, and I do mine. Let's mind our own business. Why do you need to be so angry? Ling Xiao said as he looked at Huang Shui lazily. This woman could be considered an ally this time. However, she was also a dangerous ally. At the crucial moment, no one knew who this woman would help. You are still as arrogant as before, Huang Shui said coldly. However, you seem to have forgotten that this is not the Golden Domain. That girl, Huang Yu, is not here. If I really kill you, it doesn't seem like a big deal. After all, it is normal for people to die in the land of exile. In that case, why hasn't your highness made a move yet? Ling Xiao yawned and said, I am very tired. If your highness doesn't want to kill me, I will leave. Simply stubborn. Huang Shui gnashed her teeth in hatred. Scram. In that case, your highness, goodbye. Ling Xiao smiled and turned to leave. Huang Shui looked at Ling Xiao's departing figure, feeling extremely displeased. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao, too. However, the general's residence had already announced that Ling Xiao was an honored guest of the general's residence. Whoever dared to hurt him would be the enemy of the entire Sword King army. No matter how bold Huang Shui was, she wouldn't dare to do that. The reason she was displeased was that Huang Yu and her father were protecting Ling Xiao in the Golden Domain. In the end, Ling Xiao was instantly protected by the Sword King in the land of exile. How was this brat so capable? Your Highness, there is no need to be anxious. How could that brat save someone that even Hua Tianyi couldn't? He must be looking for an opportunity to escape. At that time, without the general's residence's protection, wouldn't it be easy for us to kill him? Zhong Ling said with a smile. We can only do so. Huang Shui didn't believe that Ling Xiao would be able to cure Yi Qiu. If he was really able to cure Yi Qiu, then wouldn't Ling Xiao be a god? In the following 3 days, Ling Xiao didn't step out of the courtyard at all. He was immersed in cultivating his martial technique. Finally, the god-defying technique showed signs of breaking through. The unification form to the cross form had completely fused together, forming a terrifying sword. The name of the sword was God-defying technique. When this sword was used together with the God-defying technique, its might actually surpassed the heaven-covering blood palm. It even surpassed the 9 dragons divine technique, which only had 1 dragon. And this was under the situation where Ling Xiao wasn't completely proficient in the God-defying technique yet. However, because of this sword, something happened, and that was, the room that the Sword King gave him was destroyed. The Sword King heard about this. Yi Hua was rather displeased. Father, that Ling Xiao doesn't look like he wants to cure Big Brother at all. He only knows how to cultivate his sword technique every day. He actually destroyed the room. Are you sure you want to believe him? At this time, do I still have a choice? Those medicinal herbs that he wants can be gathered by today. In any case, whether it is a mule or a horse, I will just bring it out for a walk. The Sword King was still as resolute as before. That was because he had no other choice. If there was, he wouldn't have placed all of his hopes on Ling Xiao. In the past few years, he had looked for too many famous doctors. And now, even Hua Tianyi couldn't cure Yi Qiu. With his ability, he couldn't find anyone stronger. He could only see if Ling Xiao had the ability or not. Chapter 5173. Qi Fei, hurry up and leave. If that Ling Xiao really manages to cure my brother, your situation will become very dangerous. In a certain mansion in Sword King City, Qi Fei brought some people and stayed there. After Yi Hua found out from her father that all the herbs were gathered, she hurriedly ran here to report. Don't panic, I don't believe that Ling Xiao can cure an injury that even Hua Tianyi can't cure. Qi Fei sneered with a gloomy face. Don't be afraid of what if, just be afraid of 10,000. Yi Hua also doesn't believe that Ling Xiao can cure Yi Qiu, but in this world, there is always a what if. She doesn't want anything to happen to Qi Fei. Don't worry too much, help me keep an eye on that Ling Xiao and see what he is up to. If there is any movement, immediately inform me. Qi Fei comforted Yi Hua and said, also, I naturally hope that Yi Qiu can be cured. However, if that Ling Xiao really swindles you, inform me immediately, I will kill that bastard with my own hands. In order to vent the hatred in my heart. There is no need for you to do anything, if he can't cure my brother, my father will not let him off. Yi Hua said. That's true. Alright, you can go back first, in case your father gets angry again. Qi Fei said intimately. Big brother Qi Fei, no matter what happens, I will help you. Before leaving, Yi Hua said to Qi Fei with an expressionless face and then left. After Yi Hua left, Chi Fei's smiling face became sinister and cold. Stupid woman, if not for using you to deal with Sword King, why would I say those disgusting words? He has already possessed Yi Hua's body, but he has never taken Yi Hua seriously. Because this woman is too stupid, she is not suitable to be his woman. However, her looks are not bad, playing with her for a while is quite interesting. Isn't young master being too cruel to a woman by doing this? A secret door opened in the room, and a person walked out from it. His entire body was emitting a fiendish aura, incomparably sinister. If Sword King was here, he would definitely recognize this person. He is actually one of Wild Sand King's right-hand men, General Sand Crocodile. The Wild Sand King had two powerful subordinates. General Sand Crocodile was an expert in assassination. Of course, he wasn't here to assassinate Chi Fei. Instead, he had something to discuss. A real man shouldn't be bothered by trifles. Chi Fei said calmly. Yi Qiu, on the other hand, has become a problem. I've seen that Ling Xiao before, and he's definitely not a fool. He keeps saying that he can cure Yi Qiu. Although I think it's just nonsense. However, he still had to be on guard. That's why I invited General Sand Crocodile over to discuss this matter. Young master, you're being too cautious. The Black Death Snake cursed poison has been in Yi Qiu's body for so many years. Have you ever seen anyone who could break it? Our boss's curse, other than himself, no one else can break it. So, why didn't you directly ask our boss for help? Why did you look for Hua Tianyi instead? General Sand Crocodile said disdainfully. Sword King and Golden King don't know what happened back then. Once your boss comes forward, won't everything be exposed? Chi Fei shook his head. His father, Qi Lin, once told him a secret. Back then, when the three kings were pursuing the Wild Sand King, the Quan King had secretly met the Wild Sand King. If he hadn't let the seriously injured Wild Sand King go, Yi Qiu wouldn't have been poisoned. And the Wild Sand King wouldn't have risen again. In the past 10 years, the Qi family had spent a lot of resources to cultivate the Black Sandstorm. The Black Sandstorm had also done a lot for them. Outsiders didn't know that they were in a cooperative relationship. So what if we're exposed? The Sword King obviously has no intention of cooperating with the Qi family. It's better to solve it as soon as possible. Let our boss become the ruler of the land of exile. At that time, it'll be easier for your Qi family to do things. General Sand Crocodile said calmly. Since it's already like this, it's useless to talk about it. Now, we have to prepare for the worst. We have to consider the plan under the premise that Ling Xiao can cure Yi Qiu. We can give up the treasure, but the Sword King must die. Chi Fei said coldly. Have you made up your mind? General Sand Crocodile said with a smile. You should have done so long ago. I'll go back and report to our boss now. No need. Tell him to meet me at the guest house. There are some things that must be discussed in detail. Once Ling Xiao cures Yi Qiu, we'll take action immediately. Don't they want the flower of law and God's fruit? Let's wait for them to come. Chi Fei sneered. He could already imagine the Sword King's defeat. A joyful expression appeared on his face. That afternoon, the Sword King sent someone to find Ling Xiao, saying that he had gathered all the herbs. Ling Xiao thought that this speed was not bad. It meant that the Sword King's army was very capable. He was relieved. After all, the Sky Tyrant Empire's first stop in the Eternal Divine Domain was the Land of Exile. With the Sword King's army guarding it, it should be safer. Bring me there. Ling Xiao got up, washed up, and followed the person who came to find him. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum followed beside him. They were Ling Xiao's bodyguards. They could not leave as they pleased. When Ling Xiao arrived at the room, the Sword King, Yi Hua, and Yi Qiu's mother were all waiting for him. Master Ling, the herbs are ready. Can we start today? The Sword King was eager to save his son. Give me the herbs. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Give them to Master Ling, the Sword King ordered. The person beside him should be the Sword King's confidant. All the herbs were in his storage ring. Ling Xiao turned around and said with a smile, not bad. They're all top-quality herbs. Seems like the Sword King has put in a lot of effort. Does that mean Qiu can be saved? The Sword King asked anxiously. I've said it before. As long as you gather all the herbs in 7 days, I have 100% chance of saving him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Actually, even if the Sword King could not gather all the herbs in 7 days, he would still save him. Yi Qiu was a good person. He did not want Yi Qiu to die like this. Then that's great. The Sword King let out a breath of relief. Although I don't mind you guys watching here, remember, during the treatment, you are not allowed to talk. You must not interrupt me. Otherwise, if something happens, you will have to bear the consequences. Ling Xiao took a look at the people in the room. There were 6 or 7 of them. Thus, he said coldly, Master Ling, you can rest assured. The Sword King nodded his head. Ling Xiao did not speak anymore. He walked to the front of Yi Qiu and took a look. The black death snake cursed poison that he fished out was hidden again. However, under his Tai Chi eye, it could not hide at all. Actually, the treatment process was very simple. He only needed 3 things. The first thing was his 9-headed demon king snake beast soul. This was a beast soul that could absorb all the poisons in the world, including the cursed poison. The second thing was the poison resistance Saint Mark. This was necessary. Otherwise, Yi Qiu's weak body would not be able to withstand the poison's attack. Chapter 5174. The third one was naturally the vitality pill. This was prepared for Yi Qiu's body. Otherwise, after 10 years of not using his spirit essence, once the curse was removed and his spirit essence was released, his weak body would collapse in an instant. Thus, Ling Xiao planned to seal her divine energy with a formation and slowly release it. Then, he would use the vitality pill to repair Yi Qiu's body. In a few days, Yi Qiu would be able to regain her former strength. It sounded complicated, but the process of removing the poison would take less than a minute. That would seem too simple, and he was afraid that others wouldn't believe him. Thus, Ling Xiao began to refine the vitality pill in his room. Of course, the Sword King had sent people to find the ingredients for the vitality pill. He only needed to spend some effort. Ling Xiao, why are you doing this? Yi Hua was surprised to see Ling Xiao refining pills in the air without using a cauldron. However, she was very confused, so she asked. Get out! Ling Xiao shouted. Am I the one saving her, or are you the one saving her? Did he forget what he had just said? It's fine if you waste these ingredients, but if you delay the treatment of Yi Qiu, I'm afraid you can't bear the responsibility. Actually, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of being disturbed at all. He was a person who could multitask. However, Yi Hua's attitude towards him wasn't good in the past. She was clearly using her position to avenge a personal grudge. Yi Hua wanted to say something, but the Sword King glared at her. She had no choice but to leave. She waited outside the room. Master Ling, don't blame Yi Hua too much. She's just worried about Qiu. The Sword King hurriedly said. You should shut up too. Otherwise, get out too. Ling Xiao's attitude was just as strong. The Sword King's attitude towards him wasn't good in the beginning, so he naturally wanted to get back at him. It was fine to say that he had a childish temper. After all, he was only a teenager in this world. The Sword King laughed bitterly and didn't say anything. He thought to himself, this kid is so vengeful. If I had known, I would have treated him better in the beginning. Actually, the Sword King believed Ling Xiao's words a little more. After all, he had never seen an alchemist who could refine pills in the air in the eternal divine realm. It was said that only the alchemists of the immortal court continent had such abilities. Ling Xiao's ability had clearly surpassed Hua Qianni's and brought him great hope. After the Sword King shut up, Ling Xiao started to get busy. In Sword King City, 2 forces had already begun to move. General Sand Crocodile killed the people who were watching Qi Fei and left Sword King City with Qi Fei. He began to plan to kill Sword King. The Sword King was definitely going to fight for the god's fruit and the flower of law, so they had to set up a trap there. At the same time, Huang Shui also left Sword King City. Her mission in the land of exile this time was also to explore the ruins. Although she really wanted to kill Ling Xiao before leaving, she had already delayed long enough. He could only wait until the mission was completed. Of course, The commotion on both sides quickly spread to the general's mansion. However, the Sword King's mind was completely focused on his son at this time. He simply didn't have the energy to care about other things. After spending 10 minutes, Ling Xiao managed to refine 10 vitality pills. This vitality pill's effect was mild. 3 times a day, 1 pill each time. Basically, Yi Qiu's body could recover in 3 days. The 10th pill was used to consolidate. Seeing Ling Xiao finish refining the pills, the Sword King suddenly became nervous because he knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. Little did he know that the next step was the easiest for Ling Xiao. He redrew the poison resistance sacred inscription for Yi Qiu. After that, he released the 9-headed demon king snake beast soul. This beast soul had already appeared before, so the Sword King wasn't surprised. He just wanted to know what Ling Xiao was going to do. Ling Xiao pointed his right hand and pressed it on Yi Qiu's body. The 9-headed demon king snake beast soul started to absorb the poison in Yi Qiu's body. This curse poison already had its own consciousness. Absorbing it wasn't very easy. However, Ling Xiao naturally had his own way. A soul sword shot out from between his brows, accurately killing the curse poison's consciousness without any mistake. A curse poison without consciousness was a dead object. It wouldn't resist at all. The entire process was so simple that it didn't require any effort. Was that a secret soul technique just now? Although I couldn't see it, I felt a powerful soul fluctuation. This Ling Xiao is really a mystery. Superb alchemy skills, knows the sacred inscription technique, and now he even exposed a powerful secret soul technique. This person isn't simple. The Sword King originally wanted to rely on Ling Xiao after he cured Yi Qiu, but he was still somewhat unwilling in his heart. After all, everyone wanted to rely on a wise master. In the end, he still wasn't very satisfied with Ling Xiao. He was just a youngster. Wanting him to work for him, he really wasn't convinced. But after these events, he gradually felt that this Ling Xiao really wasn't an ordinary person. Perhaps following this Ling Xiao wasn't a bad choice. In fact, the curse poison was completely absorbed in just a few dozen seconds. However, Ling Xiao was still putting on an act. He had to show that he was working very hard, right? The Sword King could clearly see his son's skin gradually returning to its normal color. He was overjoyed and wanted to jump up and cheer. But thinking of Ling Xiao's words before, he could only shut his mouth and wait. He didn't want the treatment to fail because of him. The other people in the room were also holding back their excitement. After about 10 minutes, Ling Xiao really couldn't keep up the act anymore. Only then did he start to arrange the array. That skillful operation made the Sword King feel a burst of surprise. He even knew how to arrange an array, and he was still so familiar with it. Is he still human? He's simply an omnipotent monster. A moment later, the array was finished. Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat down, feeling a little exhausted. Yu Fanghua hurriedly went forward to help Ling Xiao wipe his sweat. Sword King, no need to be so tense. If you want to cheer, then cheer. It's already over. Next, I just need to use the pills I just refined to help him recuperate. At most 3 days, he will be able to return to his former glory. Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's great. The Sword King fiercely clenched his fist and waved it. For 10 years, he had been thinking about this day every day. Sometimes, he had even lost all hope. But today, it was Ling Xiao who pulled him out of the abyss of despair. Hearing the cheers in the room, Yi Hua revealed a confused expression. He clenched his teeth and finally chose to run to report to Qi Fei. From today onwards, Yi Mo will follow young master's lead. Sword King Yi Mo, this name resounded throughout the Golden Martial Nation. But now, he actually knelt in front of Ling Xiao. Tears flowed down his face as he was overjoyed. Senior is a man of his word. There's no need for such a big ceremony. Get up. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Yi Mo stood up and said, Young master, if you have any instructions in the future, feel free to say it. As long as I, Yi Mo, can do it, I will do my best. Right now, there's something I need to trouble Senior with. Ling Xiao didn't hold back at all. Is it about the ruins? Yi Mo asked. As expected of a smart person, He really understood with just a hint. Chapter 5175. Master Ling, don't worry about the ruins. We've already done a comprehensive investigation. If it wasn't for the Wild Sand King, we might have already obtained the god's fruit and the flower of law. Sword King Imo said, I'll definitely tell you the truth. I'll listen to Master's arrangements. Master Ling, that sounds awkward. Just call me young master. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Yi Qiu should be waking up soon. Accompany him first. We'll talk about the ruins later. Although he wanted to know everything about the ruins as soon as possible, he wasn't an unreasonable person. Thank you, young master. I just happened to collect some written information. Take a look. Yi Mo ordered his subordinates to bring the information to Ling Xiao's room. Ling Xiao turned and left. At the same time, Qi Fei, who had already left Sword King City, also received the news. Someone directly used a voice transmission talisman to tell him the news. The worst-case scenario has actually happened. This Ling Xiao can't be underestimated. Qi Fei was very shocked. He was worried that Ling Xiao would be in trouble after curing Yi Qiu. Therefore, he left Sword King City in advance. But that was only because he was cautious enough. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao actually did it. This brat is interesting. General Sand Crocodile was also shocked. But since he dared to spoil the Wild Sand King's plan, he won't be far from death. That's right. Qi Fei was also gnashing his teeth. He had worked hard for many years under Sword King Imo. It could be said that he had suffered a lot. It was all for the sake of obtaining Yi Hua and then further controlling the entire Sword King army. But Yi Qiu was cured by Ling Xiao, which completely disrupted his plan. He believed that with Yi Mo's character, he would definitely listen to Ling Xiao from now on. Everything he had painstakingly built was ruined. Except for Yi Hua, this stupid woman, maybe he could still make use of her. Young Master Qi, the ruins seems to have become a little troublesome. Yi Mo will definitely cooperate with Huang Shui. Boss and Yi Mo's confrontation was already hard enough. Now that Huang Shui has come, the situation is very unfavorable for us. General Sand Crocodile frowned. Qi Fei sneered, of course we can't fight head-on. Let's go and see the Wild Sand King first. They discussed what to do next. I must get the god's fruit. Since Yi Mo did not know what was good for him, then he could only get rid of him as well. That Yi Qiu had just been cured of the poison, so it would take at least a few months for him to recover. Therefore, as long as they killed Yi Mo and Yi Qiu during this period of time, they could shift the blame to the royal family. Then, I would be able to marry Yi Hua, and I would still be able to take over the Sword King army. No wonder King Quan sent you here. Young Master Qi is truly a genius. Being your enemy, I'm afraid that nothing good will come out of it. General Sand Crocodile saw Qi Fei's vicious glare and shuddered. This brat was truly vicious. If this plan succeeded, then it would be killing many birds with one stone. About half an hour later, in the meeting hall of the general's residence, Yi Mo and Yi Qiu both appeared there. Ling Xiao brought Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum over. Everyone was preparing to discuss the matter of the ruins. Yi Mo looked at Yi Qiu, his eyes filled with joy and relief. It was as if he had suddenly become 10 years younger. The stone that had been weighing on his heart for 10 years had finally been lifted. It was a very comfortable feeling. Yi Qiu's recovery speed also exceeded Yi Mo's expectations. He believed that this was all thanks to Ling Xiao. That seemingly ordinary medicinal pill contained astonishing effects. Young master, I can't thank you enough. If you need me in the future, just let me know. Yi Qiu stood up and clasped his hands at Ling Xiao. If it was an ordinary person who could not move their legs for 10 years, it would be impossible for them to stand up in such a short time. But Yi Qiu could. He was once a divine soul realm expert, and his talent was not inferior to Yang Qi and Yin Li's. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not a boast. The pills he refined were extremely effective. This was also the main reason why Yi Qiu could stand up. Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. Ling Xiao was not modest at all. He did not know Yi Mo and Yi Qiu, and he did not ask for anything in return for saving them. It was so that the father and son could be loyal to him. This was what he deserved. There was no need to be coy and refuse to accept. Hihi, young master is straightforward. Then I won't say anything unnecessary. Let's talk about the ruins. Young master came this time, nominally to persuade this Yi on behalf of the imperial family, but in reality, you should be aiming for the ruins, right? Yimo smiled. You can say that. Ling Xiao nodded and said, the flower of law in the ruins is related to my plan. So, I have to get it. As for the fruit of gods, if possible, I want it as well. As for the plan, after the treasure hunt is over, I will naturally tell you. After all, Your Excellency Sword King is an indispensable part of my plan. Ling Xiao's ambition was huge. It was an ambition that others did not dare to imagine. Unifying the mystic world, probably even the strongest king of sovereigns in this world did not think of it. Although the king of sovereigns was powerful, there was no lack of powerhouses among the people too. In order to maintain his current position, he definitely did not dare to easily offend. But Ling Xiao did not care. Ling Xiao was just a minor character. Even His Majesty the Sky Tyrant Empire's Heavenly Emperor was still a minor character, to be honest. Could not compare to the King of Sovereigns. One was simply the Crimson Sun and the other was the Candle Flame. The disparity was too great. So he dared to have such ambition, to be willing to be cut into pieces, to dare pull the Emperor off his high horse. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Yi Mo and Yi Qiu exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in the other party's eyes. The ruins were actually not Ling Xiao's main objective. Just what kind of blueprint was this young man sketching in his heart? Really made people look forward to it. Rest assured, young master. That flower of law and fruit of gods will be handled by young master. Yi Mo saying so was equivalent to already expressing his stance. Even if he obtained those two things, he would also give them to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and said, with your words, I can rest assured. However, you don't have to be afraid. As long as a god's fruit is in my hands, I will be able to obtain it. As long as I have one fruit of gods, I will be able to refine at least 10 deity pills. When the time comes, both father and son will get one each. Although Yi Mo and Yi Qiu were very loyal, Ling Xiao could not give them any benefits just because of this. That would sooner or later make them bitterly disappointed. There are a total of 3 deity fruits. Yi Mo said, I wonder if you can give me one more deity pill? I can give it to you, but if you want to give it to your daughter, Yi Hua, I suggest you give it up. During this period of time, you have to keep a close eye on your daughter. If she does something stupid again, you might regret it for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao was very disgusted with Yi Hua, and he did not hide this fact. He would not pretend to be kind in front of Yi Mo. Hate is hate. Chapter 5176. Yi Hua, this woman, Ling Xiao saved her brother, but she didn't even say a word of apology. Instead, she only thought about Qi Fei. Could it be that a woman in love was so stupid? However, no matter how stupid she was still Yi Mo's daughter and Yi Qiu's sister. Ling Xiao felt that it was necessary to remind her. Lest this stupid woman cause trouble again. I've already sent people to keep an eye on Yi Hua. You can rest assured. She's just obsessed for a moment. She'll slowly come to her senses. Let's talk about the ruins. I'm sure you've already read the information, right? Yi Mo sighed. Because of Yi Qiu, he had spoiled Yi Hua too much in the past. This led to his daughter's stupidity. Therefore, he didn't want to be too harsh on his daughter. Ling Xiao didn't continue to dwell on this matter. He nodded and said, I've already read the information. I've summarized a few points. First, the ruins are very dangerous. It's not only because of the black sandstorm, but also because of the powerful demonic beasts in the ruins. Second, our main competitor is the black sandstorm. However, we still need to consider Huang Shui. We can use her first and then seize the opportunity to snatch the treasures. Third, the land of exile used to be a part of the eternal divine realm. Later, due to desertification, a large number of cities and countries were submerged. The ruins were left behind by a force called the Soul Armor Sect. Fourth, the Soul Armor Sect is good at forging soul armors. Their skills are the best in the eternal divine realm. The so-called soul armors are martial soul battle armors. Battle armors made specifically for martial souls are very special techniques. They can only be made with sacred runes and arrays, as well as powerful soul power. Fifth, although the soul armor sect was destroyed due to the natural disaster, many powerful martial souls were left behind to guard the sect. The martial souls guarding the flower of law and God's fruit are all powerful divine soul realm martial souls. However, I don't understand. Can martial souls leave the human body and exist independently? At this point, Ling Xiao suddenly asked. They don't exist independently. They're rooted in the warrior's soul. These martial souls wear soul armors. On the soul armors are the soul imprints of the soul armor sect's experts. Yi Mo explained. Young master, you have a good memory and a strong analytical ability. You've listed out the most important parts. That's about it. I'm still too weak. Ling Xiao sighed. No matter how smart he was, without strength, people would feel powerless. The divine soul realm martial spirit was guarding it. He could only rely on Yi Mo and Yi Qiu to solve this. Therefore, he planned to postpone his trip to the ruins for 3 days. In any case, with such a powerful item guarding it, regardless of whether it was the Wild Sand King or Huang Shui, it would not be easy for them to obtain it. Moreover, he might even be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. How strong is the Wild Sand King? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He's a bit more powerful than me. You should know that back then, the 3 of us had to join hands to seriously injure him. Yi Mo smiled bitterly. The Wild Sand King might be stronger than His Excellency Sword King, but he's definitely not as strong as you make him out to be. Although the 3 of them are working together, I'm afraid that one of them is holding them back. Ling Xiao was referring to King Quan. Right, I asked you to monitor Qi Fei. How's it going? Hearing this question, Yi Mo suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head. He's been killed. None of the people monitoring him were left alive. Their blood was all sucked dry. This method is very similar to the Wild Sand King's subordinate, General Sand Crocodile. Now that you mention it, it's clear. Ling Xiao had originally supported his guess, but once this clue came out, everything seemed to have become clear. The Qi family has already joined hands with the Black Sandstorm organization. It's even possible that the Black Sandstorm organization has been supported by the Qi family all these years. No wonder the Qi family is not worried about leaving Qi Fei here alone. With the help of the Black Sandstorm organization, he does not need anyone else to interfere. What? Hearing Ling Xiao's guess, Yi Mo was shocked. However, after thinking about it carefully, many details were exposed. A few years ago, some of the martial artists in his army who firmly opposed the Qi family were quietly killed. In the end, they found out that it was the Wild Sand King who did it. Yi Mo did not think too much about it and just blamed it on the Wild Sand King. But now, it seemed that the Qi family was slowly removing obstacles in order to take over the Sword King army. That's really ruthless. Yi Mo's face was extremely gloomy. Qi Fei, Qi family, I am irreconcilable with you. He was someone who loved his soldiers like his children. How could he not be angry when so many of his subordinates were killed? Since Qi Fei has already joined hands with the Wild Sand King, we can be at ease. There's only one target left. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Sword King, this trip to the ruins is very dangerous, so you only need to send some elites. Also, the city has to be on guard. I'm guessing that Qi Fei definitely has a backup plan. Also, you have to remove the Qi family from the Sword King army in these 3 days. Can you do it? Young master can rest assured about this. All these years, we all know who the Qi family has planted. We just pretended not to see it. We just want to catch them all in one go. Yi Qiu smiled. All right, since that's the case, it's easy. I'll leave the matter of removing the spies to you, Yi Qiu. Senior Sword King, what you need to do is to gather all the martial artists above the 9th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Half of them will stay in the Sword King city. The other half will head to the ruins. Is that okay? Ling Xiao immediately made the arrangements. Since Yi Mo and Yi Qiu listened to him, there was no need to be courteous. Understood. Yi Mo and Yi Qiu looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Ling Xiao's orders obviously didn't seem like someone who had never experienced war before. Moreover, the arrangements were appropriate and consistent with their expectations. Naturally, they had no need to object. I also need to set up a formation for the Sword King city in these 3 days. Just in case. Sword King, send someone to me. After all, I'm still not familiar with the Sword King city. Ling Xiao said. No problem. Yi Mo sent his most capable subordinate to assist Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao left with his men. Looking at his departing figure, Yi Mo couldn't help but sigh. Chou, perhaps we've really followed the right person this time. I didn't expect that a bad thing would turn into a good thing instead. That's right. Not only is this brother Ling extremely talented, but he's also skilled in medicine, sacred patterns, and formations. He's practically omnipotent. Yi Qiu said as he looked at Ling Xiao's departing figure with admiration. He had already sworn in his heart that he would protect this benefactor of his with his own life. In the next 3 days, Ling Xiao was busy setting up the formation. Yi Mo and Yi Qiu also had their own matters to attend to. Those rats that were hiding in the Sword King's army were all ferreted out and killed. Since they had broken off relations with the Qi clan, there was no need to be merciful anymore. Spies were the most detestable existence in the world. Even if the 2 armies were at war and didn't kill captives, spies were still targets that had to be killed. Chapter 51-77. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum had gotten some good stuff from Sword King Yi Mo and had been cultivating for the past 3 days. They hoped that they could break through to the early stage of the Divine Body 9th level before heading to the ruins. That way, they would be able to help Ling Xiao in more ways. On the 3rd day, 2 rays of light suddenly rose from Ling Xiao's residence. A ray of bright moonlight. A ray of dark green natural light. The 2 rays of light rose several hundred feet high. It lasted for a long time. In the end, I didn't let down the good stuff that I shamelessly got from Yi Mo. Both of you have broken through. Looking at Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum, Ling Xiao revealed a happy smile. With the 2 of them breaking through, the operation this time would be more assured. Let's go. Yi Mo and Yi Qiu are already waiting for us outside. Don't let them wait for too long. The 2 of them nodded and got up to pack up. Then, they followed Ling Xiao out of the room and went straight out of the city. Outside the city, Yi Mo, Yi Qiu, and a group of elite martial artists were waiting there. Yi Qiu had already completely recovered. Not only that, but because of the 10 years of accumulation, after he recovered, he actually broke through consecutively. His strength had reached the peak of the 3rd level Divine Soul Realm. At his age, there weren't many people who could reach such a level of cultivation. Or rather, it was simply extremely rare. In these 10 years, Yi Mo had used too many elixirs on Yi Qiu. However, most of them had been stored in Yi Qiu's body as energy. In addition, Yi Qiu had never given up on cultivating. Even if he couldn't use his divine energy, he still persevered. This kind of tenacity was probably something that others couldn't compare to. It was precisely because of this that he was so strong now. Yi Qiu is our secret weapon this time. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Senior Sword King, you are in charge of dealing with the Wild Sand King. I will inscribe a few sacred runes for you. It should be able to make up for the difference between you and the Wild Sand King. You don't have to worry about the rest. Just suppress the Wild Sand King with all your strength. Even if you can't kill him, you have to hold him back. Wild Sand King's subordinates, General Sand Crocodile and General Scorpion, I'll leave them to senior subordinates. Is that all right? Of course, there's no problem. Other than me, there are 2 other Divine Soul Realm experts in the Sword King army who aren't inferior to General Sand Crocodile and General Scorpion. These 2 are my strongest lieutenants. Although there are many deputy generals in the Sword King army, there is still a ranking. Yi Mo replied. That's great. Ling Xiao nodded. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's set off immediately. Set off. Yi Mo waved his hand at the crowd. Then, the group of over 100 people began to move toward the ruins of the Soul Armor sect. The team moved at a very fast speed, like a torrent rushing through the desert. However, they did not underestimate the enemy and were always on guard against sneak attacks. However, this was left to Cold Plum to handle. Although it was a desert, there were also many desert plants. This was very simple for her. There was a natural underground cave near the ruins of the Soul Armor sect. The Wild Sand King treated this place as his temporary base. At this moment, Chi Fei was sitting there, discussing with the Wild Sand King about the ruins. It's been 3 days. The Sword King city has finally made a move. Should we also make a move? Chi Fei could not wait any longer. He wanted to see Ling Xiao and Yi Mo die as soon as possible. Why are you panicking? That Princess Huang Shui from the Golden Region entered the ruins before. In the end, she came out with a nose full of dust. This ruins is a little strange. I'm afraid it's impossible to get the treasure with just one force. Who knows, we might have to cooperate with the Sword King army for the time being. The one who spoke was a black-clothed martial artist with disheveled hair. This person had the face of a natural villain. No matter what expression he had, one could feel that he was thinking of something bad. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with cunning and worldly wisdom. This was the Wild Sand King. If the Wild Sand King was a fool, he would have been killed long ago. He would not have lived until today. Cooperate with the Sword King army? Chi Fei frowned. To be honest, he was extremely unwilling to see such a thing happen. However, if they could not enter the ruins, they would not be able to get the treasure. Killing Ling Xiao and the Sword King did not seem to have much meaning. That's right. It's a cooperation. Of course, when we cooperate, your plan can continue. Actually, I also want to see Yi Mo return to the ruins of the Sword King city. The Wild Sand King sneered. You are more vicious than me. Chi Fei looked at the Wild Sand King and took a deep breath. On the surface, he was talking about cooperation with a smile, but behind his back, he was attacking someone else's base. It was indeed terrifying. This is what Yi Mo asked for. I have not forgotten the enmity from 10 years ago. The Wild Sand King said coldly, this time, many experts in the land of exile have been persuaded by me. They have been under the surveillance of the Sword King city all these years and cannot escape. However, if the Sword King city is destroyed, they can escape with their lives. Even if they go to places like the 4 regions and 9 worlds, it is still better than staying in the land of exile and suffering. Are you sure there is no problem? The Sword King city has stood in the land of exile for so many years, but no one has been able to break through it. Not even you. Among the others, there is no one who can compare to you. It is even more impossible for them. Chi Fei frowned. That is why I said you are still too inexperienced. The Dual Axe City will also take action. My adopted son, Yi Han, has already become the city lord of the Dual Axe City. Back then, when I sent Yi Han to Sword King City to cultivate, he already showed his terrifying talent and intelligence. He has already learned everything Yi Mo knows. The Wild Sand King said indifferently, with the cooperation of the Dual Axe City and the encirclement of the land of exile, it is only a matter of time before the Sword King City falls, unless it is protected by a powerful formation. Vicious. Chi Fei was taken aback, then said heavily. Now, there was no need for him to worry about the Sword King City. He only needed to focus on the ruins of the Soul Armor sect. The land of exile was not as chaotic as Ling Xiao had imagined. Although it was full of slaughter and strife. In fact, it was a society similar to the Eternal Divine Domain. The prisoners and adventurers here formed a complete social system. In fact, the Black Sandstorm was not the only organization here. There were many large and small factions, even sects and cities. However, they were all built by the prisoners. On the way to the Soul Armor sect, Ling Xiao passed by many cities and towns. These cities and towns built on the oases were not very prosperous, but they had a complete model. There were markets and restaurants. It was very complete. It could be said that a sparrow, although small, had all the essentials. Many warriors saw the army from the Sword King city. Although most of them had hatred in their eyes, they did not dare to do anything. The Sword King, Yi Mo, alone was enough to intimidate them. Not to mention that this 100-man army was made up of Divine Soul Realm experts. The only ones who were not in the Divine Soul Realm were Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Yu Fanghua. These people were the elites of the Sword King city. They were also the strongest faction in the land of exile. Even the Black Sandstorm did not dare to fight against them. Chapter 51-78. The martial artists on the road avoided the Sword King city when they saw them. No one dared to approach them. Ling Xiao and the others could not be bothered with them. They sped up and soon arrived at the Soul Armor sect's ruins. Because of the ruins, a large number of martial artists had gathered here. They even set up a market outside the ruins. They specialized in selling materials and tools for exploration. Sword King City and Black Sandstorm tried to occupy the Soul Armor sect's ruins. However, the Soul Armor sect's ruins were too big. They could not do it. Ordinary martial artists would only be sending themselves to their deaths. The number of elite martial artists was limited. In the end, the two factions turned a blind eye to it. After all, their main enemy was the other party, not those little rats. The only thing those rats could do was to go in and get some so-called treasures. The rats might be overjoyed, but the two factions did not care about them at all. Of course, if the rats really got something good, the two factions would definitely fight for it. The only difference between the Land of Exile and the Eternal Divine Dominion was that there were no rules here. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the most basic situation. General. The Sword King city's martial artists stationed near the Soul Armor sect's ruins hurried over when they saw Yi Mo. What's the situation? Yi Mo asked as he dismounted from the lion camel. General, there is no movement from Black Sandstorm. They seem to be waiting for something. However, a few days ago, Vice General Qi Fei met with Wild Sand King. Also, Princess Huang Shui brought people into the ruins. However, they came out very quickly. A few people died. It seems that things did not go well. That person replied. Young master, your guess is correct. Doesn't that mean that he is indeed with the Wild Sand King? That bastard. Yi Mo was already unhappy with Qi Fei. When he heard that Qi Fei was with Wild Sand King, his killing intent surged. It's expected. General, please arrange for everyone to rest. We will officially enter the ruins tomorrow. Ling Xiao planned to go in alone to explore. He had a strong survival ability. Even Yi Mo could not compare to him in this aspect. If he encountered any danger, he could escape in time. Understood. Tell everyone to rest. I will accompany young master. Yi Mo was worried about Ling Xiao. After all, both Huang Shui and Qi Fei wanted Ling Xiao's life. It was more suitable for him to be by her side. After instructing his subordinates to settle everyone down to rest, he followed Ling Xiao to stroll around nearby. Most of the things sold in the market here were materials and tools shipped in from outside. However, there were also some things that were obtained from the ruins. Most of them didn't have much value, and some of them had unknown uses. Nobody knew what they were used for. These fellows could not see through it, nor were they interested in it. They only wanted to sell these scrap metals at a high price. Young master, I can tell that you're someone who knows what's what. I have a treasure that I just got from the ruins. Take a look. Ling Xiao was stopped by a vendor. His stall was filled with junk, and some of them looked like they could no longer be used. Therefore, there were fewer customers. However, Ling Xiao could tell that the things in this stall were at least genuine antiques. Unlike many of the items on the stalls nearby, they were obviously fakes. It was just a little more glamorous. Ling Xiao squatted down, opened his Taiji eye, and carefully looked at the scrap metal. How much is this? Ling Xiao suddenly pointed at one of the broken swords. Young master, you have good eyes. This broken sword had 6 divine dragon patterns before it was broken. Although it's broken, it must have some research value. I don't want much. Just 100 supreme-grade spirit stones will do. The vendor said with a smile. Are you robbing me? Without waiting for Ling Xiao to speak, Yi Qiu said, even if it used to be an emperor weapon with 6 divine dragon patterns, it's just a piece of scrap metal now. Not to mention 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, even 1 supreme-grade spirit stone might not be worth it. The vendor's old face turned red. Only he knew if he was asking for too much. 1 supreme-grade spirit stone. Are you selling it? Ling Xiao asked. That's too little. Let's increase it a little. My brothers went in with great difficulty. They almost lost their lives. The vendor smiled bitterly. How about this? You give me 10 supreme grade spirit stones, and the item is yours. 5. Ling Xiao said without changing his expression. Okay, deal. Tan Fa gritted his teeth and was about to pass the item to Ling Xiao. Suddenly, an annoying voice rang out. Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it's the Sword King army. Don't you find it embarrassing to bully an honest vendor? I'll take your broken sword. You can have 10 supreme grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao frowned and turned to look at the person who spoke. As expected, it was Qi Fei. This guy actually dared to appear. Wasn't he afraid that Yi Mo would kill him in a fit of anger? Or was the Wild Sand King here as well? Thinking of this, he opened his Taikai eye and looked into the crowd. As expected, a powerful aura rushed toward him. The Wild Sand King really came. You dog, you actually dare to appear in front of me. Do you want to die? As expected, Yi Mo was angry. Out of sight, out of mind. If Qi Fei didn't appear, he wouldn't be so angry. However, Qi Fei didn't know what was good for him. A terrifying aura rushed toward Qi Fei. Qi Fei was only in the early stage of the 9th level divine physique realm. How could he resist Yi Mo's terrifying aura? He sat on the ground immediately. His face was pale. Yi Mo, you old thing, how dare you touch me? Do you believe that our Qi family will destroy the entire Sword King city? Although Qi Fei felt terrible, he was still a formidable character. He didn't back down because of this. He shouted sternly. Then let them come. I'd like to see who can kill me other than King Quan. Yi Mo sneered. He didn't restrain his aura at all and walked toward Qi Fei. Wild Sand King, do you still want to watch the show? If I die, you won't have an easy time either. Qi Fei was finally scared. He roared. Yi Mo, you were like this back then. You're still like this now. 10 years have passed, and you're still as irritable as before. If this goes on, your reputation won't last long. The Wild Sand King finally showed himself. His powerful aura collided with Yi Mo. Only then did Qi Fei let out a breath of turbid air. It was obvious that he felt much better. So this is the Wild Sand King. Ling Xiao looked at the man in front of him. He probably couldn't find a second person in the land of exile who was on par with the Sword King. Yi Mo, that's right. That's the Wild Sand King. He was the one who caused the massacre in the Golden Martial Nation. Yi Qiu nodded. His eyes were filled with intense hatred as he looked at the Wild Sand King. 10 years. The Wild Sand King made him suffer for 10 whole years. Although he had returned to normal because of Ling Xiao, the hatred in his heart wouldn't disappear so easily. The appearance of the Wild Sand King also caused chaos in the market. If he were to fight with the Sword King here, the entire market would be destroyed. The merchant with the broken sword turned around and wanted to escape. However, he was stopped by the people from both sides. Right now, they weren't fighting for a broken sword. They were fighting for their reputation. Chapter 51-79. Yi Mo, I don't want to fight with you here. I'm here today because I have something to discuss with you. The Wild Sand King retracted his aura, but he didn't let down his guard. He knew very well how much pain he had brought to Yi Mo's son, Yi Qiu. He couldn't guarantee that Yi Mo wouldn't suddenly attack. What do I have to discuss with you? Yi Mo also retracted his aura. The moment the Wild Sand King appeared, it was impossible for the battle to start. His mission was to stall the Wild Sand King when they were fighting for the treasure, not to fight here. Once they started fighting, others would be the ones to benefit. Although he was furious, he could only wait for a while to take his revenge. Wild Sand King, remember this. If we meet in the Soul Armor sect's ruins, I will definitely kill you. Yi Mo said coldly, there's nothing to discuss between us. Don't say that. You should know that it's impossible for any of us to get the treasure with just our strength. If we want to enter the depths of the ruins and get the treasure, we have to work together. The Wild Sand King smiled and said, let's go in together. As for who gets the treasure in the end, that will depend on their ability. Work with you? Do you think I'm tired of living? Yi Mo shook his head. No matter what, he wouldn't work with the Wild Sand King. The risk was too high. If you're really sincere about working with me, you wouldn't have let that idiot Chi Fei come and snatch what I want to buy. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao spoke. The Wild Sand King suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and snorted. I was wondering who it was. A piece of trash at the peak of the 6th level divine physique stage actually dares to talk so much. You don't have the right to speak here. He represents Golden King and me. Do you think he has the right? Yimo sneered. Oh. Yimo's words surprised the Wild Sand King. No matter how he looked at it, Ling Xiao was just a trash martial artist at the peak of the 6th level divine physique stage. How could he represent Golden King and Sword King? He wasn't sure about Golden King, but since Yimo said so, it wouldn't be fake. He's the one who broke my curse and saved Yi Qiu, right? The Wild Sand King suddenly asked. You're smart. It's him. Yimo nodded and said. So that's how it is. To be able to break this king's curse, you do have some ability. I'll allow you to speak. Young Master Qi, it's just a broken sword. Don't fight with him over it. It's not a treasure. The Wild Sand King glanced at Ling Xiao and said to Qi Fei. Qi Fei was very unhappy. It was not because of the broken sword, but because he wanted to regain his face. However, since the Wild Sand King had already said so, he did not dare to say anything else. Although it was true that he was a member of the Qi clan, the Wild Sand King was a direct subordinate of the Quan King. If pushed too far, the Wild Sand King would even dare to kill him. A broken sword actually costs 5 top-grade spirit stones. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me. Qi Fei curled his lips. Ling Xiao ignored him. Others might not know the secret of the broken sword, but he did. With his Tai Chi eye, he could clearly see the mysterious saint runes and array formations hidden within the broken sword. It might be related to the ruins of the Soul Armor sect. Buying it for 5 top-grade spirit stones was definitely a huge profit. Is this sincere enough? Can we work together? The Wild Sand King asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, of course not. Brat, you're messing with me. The Wild Sand King's eyes revealed a sinister look. So what if I'm messing with you? Do you really think that everyone is afraid of you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You say that we're going to work together, but in your heart, you want to use us as cannon fodder. Brat, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because Yimo is protecting you. If it's the Golden King, I might have some fear. However, Yimo is not as strong as me. If you rely on him, you'll definitely die. The Wild Sand King sneered. That might not be the case. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, everything depends on one's effort. I think that if we really go all out, you won't be his opponent. Good, what an interesting brat. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the pain of 10,000 poisons. Yi Qiu will only suffer for 10 years. I'll make you beg for death for the rest of your life. The Wild Sand King said gloomily. His voice was like the hiss of a venomous snake. You've reached the end of your rope now that you've met me. Wild Sand King, someone protected you 10 years ago, so you weren't killed. Today, 10 years later, I'll make you pay the debt from 10 years ago. Ling Xiao said faintly. At this point, he suddenly turned his head to look at Qi Fei and continued with a sneer. Qi Fei, your ending won't be any better than his. You'd better follow in your brother's footsteps. You still dare to mention my brother? Qi Fei's face was extremely ferocious. So what if I did? You want to harm me, so why can't I deal with you? I like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Your brother, Qi Heng, is the best example. Ling Xiao mocked. Don't brag. You're only at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. What makes you think you can fight me? I'm at the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. You have someone protecting you today. I have nothing to say about your arrogance. However, let's wait and see. There's always a time when one has bad luck. Don't be left alone, or I'll kill you. Qi Fei said fiercely. A loser actually dares to be so arrogant. Have you forgotten that you lost to me in one move? Ling Xiao mocked. Qi Fei opened his mouth, his old face flushed red, but he couldn't say anything to refute. He could only give up helplessly. Since you guys aren't willing to cooperate, I can only find someone else. The Wild Sand King sneered and turned to leave. Qi Fei also hurriedly followed after him. After being snubbed by Ling Xiao and Yi Mo, the Wild Sand King and Qi Fei would probably look for Huang Shui to cooperate. However, Ling Xiao couldn't stop them. Senior Sword King, pass down the order to enter the ruin immediately, Ling Xiao suddenly said as he watched the Wild Sand King disappear into the yellow sand. Understood. Yi Mo was a smart person. He naturally understood Ling Xiao's order. Now that the Wild Sand King wanted to cooperate with Huang Shui, they had to change their original plan and enter earlier. They had to catch the other party off guard. Half an hour later, the Sword King City's team had all entered the ruin. The Wild Sand King also officially met with Huang Shui. However, before long, someone came to report, "Boss, those bastards from Sword King City have entered the ruin ahead of time." Huang Shui stood up abruptly when she heard this news. Her face was filled with anxiety as she said, "All right, let's not talk nonsense. It's fine if you want to cooperate. I don't want any treasures, but you have to kill Ling Xiao." The Wild Sand King was stunned. Huang Shui, who was still bargaining with him a moment ago, suddenly became so generous. "It's fine, but why is your highness in such a hurry? The ruin is filled with danger, and your highness has personally experienced it. So what if they enter? Who knows, they might come out very quickly." The Wild Sand King asked doubtfully. "You don't understand that Ling Xiao. That brat's cultivation might not be high, but is extremely cunning. Moreover, he has great abilities and is proficient in all kinds of strange techniques. With him around, no one can guarantee that the Sword King City's team won't succeed." Huang Shui said anxiously. Chapter 5180. Huang Shui had once underestimated Ling Xiao before, but after experiencing several setbacks, she deeply understood a principle. That was how difficult Ling Xiao that kid was to deal with. What others could not do, Ling Xiao might not be able to do. Facing this kid, she definitely could not lower her guard. "All right, since that's the case, we'll set off immediately. But you don't have to worry too much. I still have a perfect plan. I guarantee that they'll all die inside and can't come out. But that plan is somewhat dangerous. It might even trap us. So unless it's a last resort, I won't use it." The Wild Sand King was a cautious person. After hearing Huang Shui's evaluation of Ling Xiao, and then thinking about his curse being removed, this Ling Xiao was indeed not easy to deal with. "No matter what, let's set off. As long as you can kill Ling Xiao, I can help you get what you want." In order to kill Ling Xiao, Huang Shui did not hesitate to cooperate with the Wild Sand King. On the other side, inside the ruins of the Soul Armor sect, the further in they went, the fewer people there were. When they were about 1,000 meters away from the entrance, apart from the people of Sword King City, there was not a single neutral martial artist in sight. Ling Xiao's group had consecutively passed through 3 layers of array formations to reach here. This was naturally all thanks to Ling Xiao's contribution. Although it was no problem to rely on Divine Soul Realm powerhouses to forcefully break it, it was an array formation that had fallen into disrepair for many years after all. It was not as sturdy as before. But not only was the movement great, but the consumption was also great. It was very not worth it. "It's going to fork from here. The left is where the flower of law is, and the right is where the god fruit is." In order to investigate this information, we lost many experts. Even I personally took action. I didn't expect it to be so easy this time. People who understand array formations are really different. Yi Mo was somewhat rueful. If he had known earlier, he would have learned some array formation knowledge. "Let's find the flower of law first," Ling Xiao said after some thought. Perhaps to others, the god fruit was the most urgent thing to obtain. But to Ling Xiao, it was the exact opposite. What he needed more was the flower of law. The flower of laws is of little use to the cultivators of the eternal divine realm. However, it was said that powerful alchemists could use the flower of law and other herbs to refine pills that were beneficial to martial artists. Therefore, there were also some people fighting for the flower of law. However, very few were able to reach that place. In the end, None of them managed to obtain it. Yi Qiu reminded. We already knew about these difficulties before coming here. No matter what, we must obtain the Flower of Law. This is related to whether or not my plan can be carried out smoothly. If Ling Xiao wanted to achieve his ambitions, he could not be afraid of difficulties. Listen to young master, let's go. Yi Mo waved his hand, and everyone rushed towards the Flower of Law. More than 20 minutes passed. The joint team formed by Wild Sand King and Huang Shui also arrived at the fork. A black shadow flashed out from the darkness. He bowed and said, "Boss, they went to the Flower of Law." Strange. Flowers of laws aren't very useful to people from the eternal divine realm. What does he need them for? Wild Sand King frowned and said, "Forget it, let's go look for the deity's fruit first. Even if he obtains the Flower of Law, so what? He can forget about leaving alive. No, we must kill Ling Xiao first." Huang Shui shook her head and said, "If you want to obtain the deity's fruit, you must borrow our strength. So, kill Ling Xiao first, then look for the deity's fruit." What a troublesome woman. Wild Sand King frowned. He really wanted to kill this Huang Shui, but she had experts protecting her. Even if he could kill her, it would definitely consume a lot of energy. At that time, it would be a joke if Yi Mo took advantage of it. Moreover, just as Huang Shui said, if he wanted to obtain the deity's fruit, he must borrow Huang Shui's strength. The reason why this journey was so easy was that Huang Shui's team had a formation master. Forget it, then we'll go kill people first. But Huang Shui, listen up. If you dare to go back on your words after killing that brat, I'll definitely make sure you can't return to the Golden Domain. Others might be afraid of your father, but I'm not. Wild Sand King threatened Huang Shui for a while before chasing after Ling Xiao and the others. After entering the ruins, Ling Xiao and the rest slowed down. Although they wanted to quickly obtain the Flower of Law, the ruins were full of danger. They had to be on guard. Because the Soul Armor sect had been destroyed tens of thousands of years ago. There were many places in the ruins that were simply sacred grounds for demonic beasts. Along the way, they encountered several waves of powerful demonic beasts. Fortunately, this team was very strong. In addition, Cold Plum discovered the enemies in time, so they could easily resolve the crisis. Be careful, there's a demonic beast ambush ahead. Cold Plum suddenly warned. Yi Mo skillfully made a few hand gestures. Without needing to say anything, those experts under him had already arranged the battle formation. I'll lure them out. Ling Xiao's figure dashed out. Soon after, he heard the roars of demonic beasts. Ling Xiao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Dozens of demonic beasts charged over, looking ferocious. It was as if their partner to carry on their ancestral line had been snatched away. Attack! Yi Mo shouted. The experts under him rushed out one after another and fought with those demonic beasts. He didn't attack. As the commander and the top expert among these people, he had to be prepared to fight against strong enemies at all times. His current task was to conserve his strength. The demonic beasts weren't weak, but unfortunately, they encountered this group of divine soul realm experts. Naturally, they were no match for them. In just a few minutes, the battle had already ended. Just as everyone was about to heave a sigh of relief, a black shadow suddenly charged toward Cold Plum. This guy had been hiding in the dark for a long time. He was waiting for the moment when everyone relaxed to attack. Unfortunately, he had calculated wrongly. Even if everyone else relaxed their vigilance, Ling Xiao wouldn't. God-defying technique. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao used his most powerful move. The move after the God-defying technique's cross-form. When this move was used, it contained the terrifying will to resist the gods. Everyone was intimidated by this. That monster that had reached the peak of the 9th level of the divine body realm was actually repelled and shattered by Ling Xiao's sword. Ling Xiao felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained. Fortunately, the God-defying sword helped him bear some of the pressure. Only then did he manage to not faint. The God-defying technique was even more powerful than the 9 dragons' divine art. It was just that the consumption was also much greater. Fortunately, with the God-defying sword in hand, it was much easier to use the God-defying technique than the 9 dragons' divine art. Don't relax. That should be the martial soul phantom wearing the soul armor. It's even more difficult to deal with than the demonic beasts. Ling Xiao shouted and then hurriedly swallowed a handful of pills. The pills that were exceptionally precious in the eyes of others were swallowed by him without hesitation. Anyway, his body was very strong and could bear it. He also knew how to refine pills, so he wasn't afraid of wasting them. The Soul Armor sect could actually create such a terrifying thing. Perhaps they were really strong back then. Yi Mo was also shocked. If it weren't for Ling Xiao just now, Cold Plum would have been ambushed. Chapter 5181. These martial souls have already fused with the soul armor and contain the strength of the soul armor sect's expert. If we can get them, it will be a great help. Yi Mo looked at the shattered martial soul and sighed. But young master, your attack just now was really strong. Do you want to take a rest? No, let's continue. Ling Xiao shook his head. Although he had consumed a lot of energy, he could recover quickly with so many people protecting him. However, Yi Mo's words reminded Ling Xiao of something. Was there any way to subdue these martial soul warriors? If he succeeded, even if the empire of Tyrant Heavens moved into the eternal divine realm in advance, they would have a certain level of protection. With this protection, they could develop slowly. Then, the group continued to move forward. Along the way, they encountered a few waves of demon beast attacks. Although a few people were injured, it was not a big deal. With Ling Xiao, a powerful medicine master, their injuries could be healed in a moment. The demon beasts were easier to deal with. After all, they were not very strong. But the martial soul warriors were troublesome. Moreover, these martial soul warriors seemed to have noticed that Cold Plum played a key role in this team. So, many of their sneak attacks were targeted at Cold Plum. Fortunately, with the lesson learned, the next few times could be said to be daunting but not dangerous. Ling Xiao was lucky enough to check a few more intact martial soul warrior corpses. To put it bluntly, this corpse was a soul armor. On the soul armor, there were arrays and sacred inscriptions to seal the powerful martial soul and expert's cultivation. Along the way, he did not attack again. While recovering, he pondered about these arrays and sacred inscriptions. His eyes were filled with excitement. After about 20 minutes, the group finally arrived at the place where the Flower of Law was. The Flower of Law grew in a muddy swamp. It grew out of the mud without being stained. To Ling Xiao's surprise, there were other martial artists here. However, it seemed that there was no way to get the Flower of Law. They were squatting there with a bitter face, racking their brains. The martial artists who could make it here were all powerful. They were all godly soul realm experts. However, compared to Ling Xiao's team, it was obviously not enough. Therefore, those people appeared to be more nervous and vigilant at this time. Ling Xiao did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he looked at a field of flowers in the swamp. There wasn't just one flower of law, but an entire field. There were over 1,000 flowers of law. Every single one of them was in full bloom. The seemingly ordinary swamp emitted a strange aura of laws. Ling Xiao found traces of an array formation there. The Soul Armor sect and the Divine Rune sect are from the same era. They must have learned the Divine Rune art from the Divine Rune sect. Their mastery of the Divine Rune art is not bad, but it's far inferior to the Divine Rune sect. However, the Armor Soul sect's magic arrays and formations were quite powerful. The combination of the two stumped many people. After all, it's really rare to find a martial artist who knows both arrays and saint inscriptions. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao could not help but smile faintly. This was simply a relic prepared for him. He was glad that he had discovered the Divine Rune sect's ruins in advance. Otherwise, he would have had a headache today. Just as he was thinking about this, a rush of footsteps came from behind him. Everyone turned around and was on high alert. A group of people walked out of the darkness. We finally caught up. The Flower of Law has not been taken away yet. Seeing that Ling Xiao and the others had yet to make a move, Qi Fei was a little excited. He was one of the people who was most unwilling to see Ling Xiao being proud. Huang Shui, you're really something. You're actually colluding with the Wild Sand King. If the Golden King knows about this, he'll probably be furious. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Shui and said coldly, "So what if father knows? There are no eternal enemies in this world, and no eternal friends. In order to achieve my goal, I don't mind cooperating with the devil, let alone the Wild Sand King." Huang Shui said disdainfully, "Although that's the case, you're simply asking a tiger for its skin. Be careful not to lose your life." Ling Xiao looked at Huang Shui indifferently. With this woman's shrewdness, it was impossible for her not to see through the Wild Sand King's intentions. Even so, she still wanted to cooperate. It was enough to show how crazy this woman was to achieve her goal. "You don't have to care about this matter. In any case, you must die here today. I don't care who gets the flower of law. I only want your life." Huang Shui's expression became incomparably malevolent. "Are you crazy? Do I have any deep hatred with you?" Ling Xiao was really speechless. Speaking of which, he should be the one who hated Huang Shui. Why did this woman treat him as a mortal danger? "You and I don't have any deep hatred, but your talent makes me feel fear. With you around, I'm afraid the Golden Martial Kingdom will not be peaceful in the future. Father is underestimating you too much. However, I won't. I will only be at ease if you die," Huang Shui said with gritted teeth. Ling Xiao shook his head. "Since that's the case, there's no room for discussion. Huang Shui, I originally didn't want to kill you. However, you've been making things difficult for me. As long as I have the chance today, I will definitely kill you. Let's not talk any more nonsense. Do it." Huang Shui looked at the Wild Sand King and said, "Everyone, follow me into the swamp." Ling Xiao was deeply aware that the strength of his side could not possibly be a match for the other party's combined strength. Forcefully fighting would only result in disastrous casualties. However, he thought of a good method. He directly stepped into the swamp. The 100 people from Sword King City followed in without even thinking. "Crazy." Huang Shui stopped her footsteps and shouted in shock. Her team had been here before, and they had lost a few people. This swamp was very strange and terrifying. When martial artists entered, they would first be poisoned. Then, their bodies would be swallowed by the muddy swamp. No matter how strong they were, it was useless. It was precisely because of this that she stopped her footsteps and said that Ling Xiao was crazy. Ling Xiao's action was completely a kind of suicide. Those martial artists guarding the edge of the swamp were also dumbfounded. They had previously witnessed the appearance of martial artists dying miserably after entering the swamp with their own eyes. This fool actually brought so many experts to court death. Ha ha ha, since they are courting death themselves, there's no need for us to make a move. The Wild Sand King also laughed heartily. To be honest, although he was slightly stronger than the Sword King Yi Mo, if he wanted to win, he would probably have to pay a disastrous price. Hence, if he could not fight, he would not be willing to fight no matter what. Dying like this is really letting him off too easily. Qi Fei gritted his teeth. He always wanted to make a move and kill Ling Xiao alone. It looked like there was no chance for that. Under the many people's mocking and gloating gazes, Ling Xiao and the martial artists from Sword King City all stepped into the swamp. However, in the next instant, these people were all dumbfounded. What they imagined did not happen. Ling Xiao and the rest completely walked towards the Flower of Law without any problems. What's going on? Could it be that the array formation of the swamp was removed? Huang Shui was stunned for a moment before immediately ordering, "Chase, quickly chase for me." Chapter 5182. Not just Huang Shui, several neutral martial artists also pounced toward the swamp at the same time. But what followed were desperate screams and mournful wails. The few people who went in were all dead. Strange. Seeing those people die, Huang Shui, Wild Sand King, and the rest completely did not know what happened. Ling Xiao's sense of mystery increased again. But Yi Mo sighed in his heart. Ling Xiao's status in his heart became even higher. Not afraid of the swamp's poison, that was because everyone had poison-resistance sacred runes drawn on their bodies. Not afraid of falling into the swamp, that was because everyone had light body sacred runes drawn on their bodies. This swamp's array formation was very strange. It did not allow martial artists to use the slightest bit of divine essence or soul force. But if they did not use divine essence or soul force, they would definitely be poisoned to death or drowned. It looked simply unsolvable. Actually, if one knew the sacred rune art and array formation, it became very simple. Regardless of whether it was soaring in the air or resisting poison, it was all done by the sacred runes. Martial artists could not use any soul force or divine essence. Damn it, we actually let that guy have his way. Wild Sand King, Huang Shui, Qi Fei, and the rest were all helpless. This swamp completely trapped them. Instead, Sword King City's people could move freely. No matter, we'll just guard here. They have to come out after taking the thing. He still has to die. Huang Shui finally gritted her teeth and said. There was no other exit here. That was why Huang Shui had such a judgment. Sword King City's people arrived near the flower field. Ling Xiao waved his hand and transplanted that flower field into the mountain river world. This way, he could use the freshest flower of lore to refine pills. Master, I found this. Cold Plum actually took out a bronze mirror from the depths of the swamp. Ling Xiao received the bronze mirror. The moment it entered his hand, he felt a powerful soul force undulation. Just as he was about to examine it carefully, he suddenly discovered that the array formation and sacred runes on the swamp disappeared. It looked like this bronze mirror should be the key to the array formation and sacred runes, providing energy for them. Already obtained the treasure, no need to stay here anymore, let's go. Ling Xiao took out a refining array stone. What was sealed on it was a transmission array. He had already set up a marker at the fork in the road. Through the teleportation array activated by the array refining stone, one could directly reach the fork. F***CK, this works too. The Wild Sand King cursed, hurry up and go to the deity fruit. Ling Xiao, this guy is really cunning. After he finished speaking, he turned around and ran out. Huang Shui did not hold back, either. After all, anyone could tell that Ling Xiao used a transportation formation. Their plan of waiting for him was completely useless. He could only try his best to hurry. Cunning fellow, I'll let you be proud for a while. You actually know how to set up a teleportation formation. However, I don't believe that your materials can be used many times. Everything you obtain will belong to us. Qi Fei glared fiercely at Ling Xiao before he left with the rest of the group. In fact, Qi Fei was right. Although it was easy to set up a teleportation array, the materials required were difficult to gather. If it wasn't a critical moment, he wouldn't use it. However, the array refining stone this time could be used 3 times. All the materials were provided by Yi Mo. Before he entered, he set up a marker outside. As long as it was within 1,000 meters, one could teleport to the place where the marker was at. This was also Ling Xiao's limit. Exceeding this distance would not work. The next instant, Ling Xiao and the rest already appeared at the fork in the road. They did not stop but headed straight for the place where the deity fruit was at. Not far away, sounds of pursuit already came over. The enemy's speed was not slow. Sir, you're really resourceful. If not for you this time, that flower of lore simply wouldn't be able to obtain so easily. Yi Mo said with vicissitudes of emotion. Senior Sword King, don't praise me anymore. Being successful once doesn't mean that it will be successful every time. I obtained the flower of lore, but I haven't seen the shadow of the deity fruit yet. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, better put away the heart of underestimation, so as to avoid capsizing in the gutter. Not until the last moment, it's really hard to say whether we'll win. It's rare that Sir is so humble and cautious at such a young age. This he admires. Yi Mo discovered that he really liked Ling Xiao, this little fellow, more and more. Previously, he served in order to fulfill his promise. But with more and more contact, he liked to follow Ling Xiao more and more. Because Ling Xiao could always surprise him. Not talking anymore, let's go. Ling Xiao was happy in his heart, but he knew that he could not be complacent at this moment. Only by successfully obtaining the deity fruit and then leaving safely would it be a true victory. At that time, he could hold a big banquet in Sword King City to celebrate. Speaking of Sword King City, at this time, a large number of people appeared around Sword King City. They surrounded Sword King City until not even a drop of water could trickle through. The one in charge of guarding Sword King City was Yi Chou's mother, Feng Qiu. Don't look at how she was just a woman. Actually, back then, she and Yi Mo were the legendary sword pair. It was just that later, she gave birth to a child and gradually withdrew from people's sight. Now, Feng Qiu once again put on her armor and went into battle, just like that Mu Guiying and Hua Mulan. Originally, I thought that Sir Ling was just worrying for nothing. Didn't expect that his words came true. Feng Qiu stood on the city tower and looked coldly at the people besieging Sword King City. Fortunately, Sir Ling has set up the array. Otherwise, it would be difficult to defend the city with the current strength. Pass down the order. Activate the array. Whoever dares to attack will die. Do you really think that Sword King City is a pushover? Feng Qiu waved her hand and gave the order. Although the Divine Soul Realm experts had been transferred away, there were still many martial artists left in Sword King City. With the protection of the array, it would not be a problem for them to defend the city. I'll wait for you guys to come back and hold a banquet in Sword King City. The battle had already begun. Feng Qiu looked in the direction of the ruins. In fact, the situation there was worse than here. Back in the ruins. Master, what is this thing? Cold Plum pointed at the bronze mirror in Ling Xiao's hand and asked. They were not needed for the battle on the way. The martial artists in Sword King City were enough. This made Ling Xiao very glad that he had Yi Mo's support. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to snatch food from the tiger's mouth with his strength alone. He definitely could not deal with the terrifying demonic beasts and martial soul realm warriors. The weakest of them was at the 9th level of the divine physique realm. There were even demonic beasts that were at the divine soul realm. He was at his wit's end. It seems to be a Dharma treasure used to maintain the array and sacred runes. However, it has been damaged for a long time. Ling Xiao studied the bronze mirror carefully. It was not an emperor weapon. He could not find any clues. However, it was definitely stronger than an emperor weapon. It was a pity that it had not been maintained for a long time and had lost its luster. Is it still useful now? Yu Fanghua asked. Of course it is. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I've studied it. If the power of the bronze mirror is released instantly, it can instantly kill a divine soul realm expert. However, when that happens, the bronze mirror will be destroyed. So terrifying. Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua were shocked. Even if it could only be used once, it was simply a killing weapon. Chapter 5183. For Ling Xiao, although the bronze mirror in his hand was damaged, it had become a great killing weapon. At the critical moment, he wouldn't be reluctant to part with it. With this kind of thing in his hand, even if he was caught by the Wild Sand King, he would have the ability to turn defeat into victory. While the two were talking, Yi Mo and the experts of Sword King City were constantly clearing the obstacles on the road. Whether it was monster beasts or martial soul warriors, they were all killed. The difficulty was about the same as the Flower of Law. After all, this was just 2 forks in the road. Ling Xiao only needed to occasionally give healing pills to the injured cultivators. The injured would be protected, and the uninjured would continue to fight. Although during this period, they also encountered some cultivators fighting for other things, they were directly ignored. Ling Xiao's purpose in coming to this ruin was the Flower of Law and the God's Fruit. He had to get these 2 things first before thinking about other things. After more than 20 minutes, Cold Plum's excited voice sounded, Master, there is the aura of the God's Fruit. It seems that it should be arriving soon. Ling Xiao nodded and looked at Yi Mo. Brothers of Sword King City have worked hard. This time, I definitely won't let you work for nothing. Although Yi Mo promised to do things for him, the others in Sword King City didn't owe him anything. They also came in together and helped a lot. If Ling Xiao didn't give them some benefits, it would definitely not be justifiable. You all heard it, right? This young master won't let your blood and sweat go to waste. Put in more effort. The more good things you find, the more rewards you will get. Yi Mo also knew that although these experts were very loyal to him, he still had to give some appropriate rewards. Sometimes, loyalty without reason was actually unreliable. Soon, everyone saw the God's Fruit. Although there was only one fruit, it was much bigger than imagined. The round fruit was at least 1 meter in diameter. Such a huge god's fruit was naturally very eye-catching. The pure white holy light released from it made people feel like they were worshipping it. God's fruit, there's no doubt about it. Ling Xiao had done his homework before coming here. He was already very familiar with what the god's fruit looked like. However, the largest fruit recorded in the book was only the size of a watermelon. This one, however, was much bigger. This also meant that he could refine even more god pills. Previously, he had estimated that he could refine 10 pills. Now, it seemed that he could refine at least 100 pills. Just like the flower of law, the surroundings of the god fruit were still filled with danger. Ling Xiao was thinking about how to solve it. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It turned out that the Wild Sand King and Huang Shui's joint forces had arrived. However, because they were in a hurry, it seemed that not all of them had come. Only a few top experts had come. No one knew where Qi Fei had been thrown to. I finally caught up. I was almost tricked by that brat. When the Wild Sand King arrived and saw that the god fruit was still there, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the god fruit would not be snatched away so easily, Ling Xiao had already displayed his extraordinary ability. He had to be careful. Ling Xiao, don't think that you can be proud of yourself just because you obtained the flower of law. Let me tell you, this god fruit is mine. The Wild Sand King wanted the god fruit because he wanted to upgrade his martial spirit to a god martial spirit. Although he was very powerful, in reality, his martial spirit was only an ordinary martial spirit. It was just a more powerful martial spirit among ordinary martial spirits, the Wild Sand martial spirit. If he could upgrade the Wild Sand martial spirit to a god martial spirit, then the Wild Sand King's strength would definitely increase. At that time, he would no longer have to listen to the Dog King. It was time for the Golden Martial Kingdom to have a new leader. Then you have to have the ability to obtain it. Ling Xiao mocked. Since I can obtain the flower of law, then I have the ability to obtain the god fruit. In this kind of place, strength is not absolute. Hihi, do you think we will make the same mistake as before? Huang Shui, you think of a way to obtain the god fruit. I'll delay Yimo. Although not all of our people are here, we are still evenly matched with them. Keep an eye on Ling Xiao. This brat's ability is not small. The god fruit might fall into his hands again. The Wild Sand King already did not plan to wait for an opportunity slowly. He decided to delay Yimo first. Without Yimo, Ling Xiao could not even defeat the powerful martial spirit warrior guarding the god fruit. So what if he knew array formations and sacred runes? Finished talking, he already tore through the air and left. A patch of wild sand swept up in the void, directly enveloping Ling Xiao's side. He was not just attacking Yimo. He wanted to finish off Ling Xiao as well. This wild sand was not ordinary wild sand. It contained a terrifying curse poison. As long as one was touched or inhaled, one would be immediately poisoned. If the poison was mild, one could still rely on divine essence to force the poison out of the body. But if the poison was too severe, one would probably die on the spot. Yi Qiu, take good care of Sir Ling. Remember, no matter what happens, even if you lose the treasure, you have to ensure Sir Ling's safety. Yi Mo instructed Yi Qiu. The long sword in his hand trembled. Sword intent surged to the sky, and it actually blasted away that wild sand. Both sides' top experts taking action, the scene was rather shocking. Just the horrifying aura made people very uncomfortable. Yi Mo, although I really don't want to fight with you, after all, even if I win against you, I'll also suffer considerable losses. It's very easy for others to profit from the fight. But today, I have no choice but to take action. Since you already obtained the flower of laws, why be so greedy? Leave the god fruit to me. The Wild Sand King said with a cold laugh. Ferocious killing intent surfaced in Yimo's eyes and he said coldly, Wild Sand King, do you know that I've already waited for this day for a very long time? 10 years, you made my son, Yi Qiu, suffer painful torment for 10 years. This enmity can only be repaid with your life. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. Hihi, if you want to take revenge, you have to have the ability to do so. The Wild Sand King said disdainfully, you probably don't know, but Sword King City is currently surrounded by experts from the land of exile. It's probably in imminent danger. Your daughter, your wife, they will all die in this chaos. The wild sand behind the Wild Sand King condensed into a huge sand snake. It stuck out its tongue and stared at Yi Mo with killing intent. Yi Mo wanted to kill the Wild Sand King, but how could the Wild Sand King not want to kill Yi Mo? These two people were already like fire and water since 10 years ago. Today, they were just settling the matter from 10 years ago. He thought that Yi Mo would be shocked after hearing his words. But the Wild Sand King was disappointed. Yi Mo's expression did not change at all. Wild Sand King, we're both old. This era is destined to belong to the young. You probably didn't expect that Sword King City has already set up a terrifying array under Sir Ling's control. Those people will only be sending themselves to death if they go. Chapter 5184. What? The Wild Sand King's expression changed. He didn't care about other cultivators, but his foster son, Yi Han, was his hope. If he died in this battle, it wouldn't be worth it. You're lying. How can he set up a decent formation in 3 days? He didn't believe Yi Mo's words. It's up to you to believe it or not. Maybe other people can't do it, but young Master Ling can. Young Master, I'll kill the Wild Sand King. I'll leave the rest to you. Yi Mo didn't waste any more words. He stabbed out with his sword and released his sword god martial spirit. The terrifying sword Qi and the sand snake started to fight in the air. Boom. At some point, the two of them collided and were sent flying. After stabilizing his body, the Wild Sand King's expression turned ugly. How is this possible? You're obviously weaker than me. How did you become so strong? You can actually fight me to a draw. Wild Sand King, I've said it before. Your time is over. Young Master's Saint Rune art can make up for the gap between us. It can even make me stronger than you. Yi Mo wasn't confident before. After all, he hadn't fought in a real battle. He couldn't be sure that Ling Xiao's Saint Rune art was useful. However, the collision this time had clearly filled him with confidence. This time, the Wild Sand King had suffered a loss. His sword Qi was obviously sharper and hurt his opponent. There's no need to worry about Senior Sword King. Let's hurry up and get the god fruit. Ling Xiao also heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Mo said he was weaker than the Wild Sand King, but he didn't know how much of a difference there was. Ling Xiao could only analyze it himself. It was hard to guarantee that a first-grade Saint Rune could make up for the difference. However, it seemed that it wasn't bad. Sword King Yi Mo was able to fight evenly with his opponent just by using the Barbaric Bull Saint Rune. This meant that the difference between the two wasn't that big. The Barbaric Bull Saint Rune wasn't the only Barbaric Bull Saint Rune he drew on Yi Mo. Other than that, there was the Light Body Saint Rune, the Golden Light Saint Rune, and even the Frenzy Saint Rune. These were all first-grade Saint Runes, but they could be used together to increase a cultivator's overall strength. The effect was quite good. While Wild Sand King and Yi Mo were fighting, the Divine Soul Realm experts led by Wild Sand King were also fighting against the Divine Soul Realm experts of Sword King City. Due to the fact that not all of the people on the other side had arrived, the strength of both sides could still be considered to be evenly matched. I'll guard the entrance, Yi Qiu suddenly said. As long as the enemy's reinforcements can't arrive, young Master will have a chance to obtain the deity fruit. The road was very narrow, so as long as there was one expert guarding it, it was basically one man guarding the pass, and 10,000 wouldn't be able to pass through. Ling Xiao nodded and threw out 2 array refining stones at the same time. One of them activated the Lesser Myriad Thunderbolt's Immortal Punishment array. The other activated the Pestilence Bone Dissolving Formation. He could assist Yi Qiu in battle. At this moment, Huang Shui was the only one left on the opposing side. The rest had all thrown themselves into the battle. On Ling Xiao's side, Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum had yet to join the battle. Of course, although they had more people on their side, their combat power was far inferior. Huang Shui was a half-step Divine Soul Realm expert, which was also the cultivation of the Divine Physique 10th level. On Ling Xiao's side, Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua were only at the early stage of the 9th level Divine Physique echelon. Although they were stronger than ordinary people, They could at most fight against ordinary martial artists at the peak of the 9th level divine physique echelon. Against Huang Shui, they had no chance of winning, even if they teamed up. Ling Xiao was on par with the two of them now. However, they had three great weapons. The first was the copper mirror that they had just obtained. It could even kill an expert like the Wild Sand King in one hit. Not to mention Huang Shui. The second was Blackie. After a period of growth, Blackie's strength had already reached the middle stage of the first-level divine physique echelon. However, Blackie was still in his infancy and was still too young. The real battle time was very short, so it had to be used at the right time. The third was Little Gold. If Little Gold could come out of seclusion in time, then leaving Huang Shui to him wouldn't be a problem. However, whether Little Gold could come out of seclusion in time was a problem. Ling Xiao didn't know about this. The three great weapons all had some problems. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't want to use them for the time being. Xiao, Cold Plum, and I will stop that woman. You go and get the god's fruit. Although we are no match for her, stopping her shouldn't be a problem. Yu Fanghua suggested. Be careful. Ling Xiao had inscribed the Golden Light Saint inscriptions on Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum. Therefore, even if Huang Shui was stronger than them, it wouldn't be easy for her to hurt them. Therefore, he could go and get the god's fruit without any worries. The god's fruit this time was different from the flower of law. The flower of law was protected by a special array and saint inscriptions. However, the god's fruit seemed to be wild. The soul armor sect didn't protect it at all. However, the troublesome thing was that there was a huge flaming lion lying under the god's fruit. Logically speaking, the god's fruit had no effect on demonic beasts. The only reason the flaming lion was attracted to the god's tree was because of the sacred aura released by the god's tree. This made it easier for the flaming lion to cultivate. The flaming lion was extremely strong. It had reached a level that made the Wild Sand King's expression change. Therefore, neither the Wild Sand King nor the Sword King could get the god's fruit alone. Even if they brought their subordinates, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, go and get the god's fruit. You don't have the guts, right? Huang Shui, who was originally anxious, couldn't help but laugh when she saw the flaming lion. She was extremely strong. Even when facing Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua at the same time, she could still easily divert her attention to talk. She was indeed powerful. Huang Shui, use the thing I gave you on Ling Xiao. The Wild Sand King suddenly roared. When Huang Shui heard this, she suddenly realized something. Before they came, the Wild Sand King said that he had a way to kill everyone in Sword King City. As for what the method was, the Wild Sand King didn't say. Instead, he gave her a bottle of red liquid. Huang Shui didn't think too much about it. Her figure moved, avoiding Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua. The liquid in the bottle splashed on Ling Xiao's body. Blood. When the liquid splashed, the nearby people all smelled it. Ha 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 ha, that's the blood of a young flaming lion. When we came here previously, although we didn't get the god's fruit, we killed the young flaming lion. That flaming lion chased after us and caused our black sand storm to suffer disastrous losses. Ling Xiao, just wait to be torn to shreds by that furious beast. The Wild Sand King laughed loudly. Although he couldn't escape, he had no choice but to use his last resort. However, he was still very happy. Just like what Huang Shui said, if this Ling Xiao didn't die, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep in peace. Therefore, he had to kill Ling Xiao at all costs. Only then would he be able to feel at ease. Roar tilde tilde. A deep roar could be heard. That flaming lion suddenly opened its eyes. As expected, the smell of blood had affected it. Chapter 5185. The huge flaming lion lying under the divine fruit tree opened its furious eyes. Its eyes were filled with intense hatred and fury. Its gaze was aimed at Ling Xiao. The Wild Sand King's plan was truly vicious. He actually sprinkled the blood of the young flaming lion on Ling Xiao. Even Ling Xiao wasn't able to guard against something like this. Roar. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to think, the terrifying flaming lion turned into a fiery light and pounced toward Ling Xiao like a red lightning bolt. The violent aura caused even the Wild Sand King and Sword King Yi Mo to tremble. Hehe, let's see if you can still survive this time. The Wild Sand King revealed a sinister sneer. Huang Shui also laughed out loud. Finally, Ling Xiao was forced into a dead end. When Sword King Yi Mo saw the situation, he tried to save Ling Xiao. However, he was stopped by the Wild Sand King. Hehe, Yi Mo, don't even think about interfering today. Didn't you think that the kid is very capable? Then let's just watch him die. The Wild Sand King laughed wildly as he attacked. He didn't give Yi Mo the chance to save Ling Xiao. The situation was extremely serious. A slight delay had already wasted the best chance to save Ling Xiao. Yi Mo said furiously, Wild Sand King, you're really shameless. You actually used such a despicable trick to deal with a brat at the peak of the 6th level divine physique echelon. What a joke. Xiao. Yu Fanghua screamed and rushed toward Ling Xiao. Although she wasn't a match for the flaming lion, Blackie was still able to block it for a while. Where are you going? Huang Shui's cold voice rang out. She approached Yu Fanghua from behind. Yu Fanghua's eyes flashed with coldness. A black light shot out from her body. It turned into a terrifying black-winged demonic dragon. Although it was a cub, it had the strength of the divine soul realm. Huang Shui had no time to defend herself. She was sent flying by the black-winged infant dragon's claw. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. If she wasn't in a hurry to save Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua would definitely kill Huang Shui. At this time, Cold Plum had already set up a large number of obstacles in front of Ling Xiao. Countless plants formed a dense barrier. No matter how powerful the flaming lion was, its first attack was still tenaciously blocked. This gave Blackie a chance to fight. Xiao Hei's battle time could now be extended to about 5 minutes. However, the difference in strength between Little Black and the flaming lion was too great. It probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Roar tilde tilde. The flaming lion, which was entangled by countless vines and roots, was covered in raging flames. The fire burned. Cold Plum's expression suddenly changed. She could not hold on any longer. Cold Plum, assist Xiao Hei. Xiao, go get the deity fruit. At this time, the flaming lion was lured out. It was time to take the god fruit. No, I have the blood of a cub in my body. To that fellow, I am the primary target. Cold Plum, go get the fruit. I will stop this big fellow. Although Ling Xiao was not a match for the flaming lion, he had unfathomable abilities. Dealing with it for a while was no problem. Moreover, he had Yu Fanghua and Blackie to help him. Cold Plum was stunned for a moment. Then, she gritted her teeth and headed for the god fruit. In the sky, the Wild Sand King was dumbfounded. This sudden change caused him to be a little dazed. No matter what, Huang Shui was a half-step divine soul realm expert. She was actually sent flying by that little black thing's claw. What was going on? Truly trash. However, the situation is still the same. If she can't defeat the flaming lion, that Ling Xiao will definitely die. In the end, the Wild Sand King could only conclude that Huang Shui was too trash. Boom. Once again, the flaming lion pounced towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was astonishingly fast. Dragon God Ice Array Diagram. Child God's Blood Array Diagram. After gradually adapting to the environment of the Eternal Divine Realm, Ling Xiao could now release 2 types of array diagrams at a time. Although it was only a little, the Dragon God's Ice Array Diagram could still reduce the flaming lion's speed. The Child God's Blood Array Diagram could also increase Ling Xiao's chances of dodging. At the same time, it could weaken the flaming lion. It could also increase Ling Xiao's battle prowess. However, none of this could stop that terrifying fellow. It seemed to be futile. Bloodthirsty Shield. Dragon God's Ice Shield. In the blink of an eye, a giant blood-red shield appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This was a defense formed by the Bloodthirsty Plague. As long as one could master the ability of the Bloodthirsty Plague, they could control it to defend or attack. Behind the blood-red shield was a giant ice shield formed by a divine dragon. It was incomparably thick. Even so, Ling Xiao did not have much confidence in blocking it. Thus, he activated the Golden Saint rune. This first-grade Saint rune could block multiple attacks from an early-stage first-tier godly spirit realm expert. However, the Flaming Lion was too strong. Whether or not it could block it was another matter. Thus, he did a series of things. Moon God's blessings. Yu Fanghua was not idle either. The Flaming Lion had no intention of attacking her, so she used her divine essence to protect Ling Xiao. Outside the golden protective wall, there was a layer of moonlight. Blackie hid there, preparing to deal a fatal blow to the Flaming Lion. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the first layer of defense was destroyed. The bloodthirsty shield formed by the bloodthirsty plague shattered, but a large number of the bloodthirsty plague stuck to the Flaming Lion's body. Although the Flaming Lion's flames were terrifying, they were only deviant flames. The bloodthirsty plague had been tempered by Ling Xiao's immortal fire, so of course it was not afraid. Crack! After the bloodthirsty shield was destroyed, the Dragon God's ice array diagram shattered as well. However, the intense chill weakened the Flaming Lion's speed and strength. Boom! Then, the Moon God's blessings was destroyed. Yu Fenghua's mouth leaked a trace of blood. She was obviously shaken by the force. At this moment, Ling Xiao's only defense was the Golden Saint rune, but it was also the strongest layer of defense. Roar! The Flaming Lion roared and slammed into the golden barrier. For the first time, it did not break instantly. It seemed that the golden barrier's defense was very strong, and the Flaming Lion had been weakened by a lot. That was why this scene happened. However, this collision exhausted all of Ling Xiao's divine essence. He had no choice but to use his potential to replenish it. It was also because of this collision that Ling Xiao's cultivation, which had been stagnant for a long time, broke through. 7th stage divine physique echelon. He broke through just like that. Even Ling Xiao did not expect this. However, although he broke through, he was still powerless in front of this terrifying opponent. Crack! Cracks appeared on the golden protective wall, and Ling Xiao's expression changed abruptly. Black Death Snake Cursed Poison. Ling Xiao could actually use the bronze mirror, but he did not. He planned to use it when he absolutely had to. And now, he was clearly not at the end of his rope. Previously, his 9-headed Demon King Snake Martial Soul had absorbed the Black Death Snake Cursed Poison from Yi Qiu. Now, Ling Xiao released it. A black venomous snake bit the Flaming Lion. Chapter 5186. Even though the Flaming Lion was incomparably powerful, poison was still very effective against experts. Especially cursed poison. It was something that could not be expelled using divine energy. Otherwise, the Sword King would have been able to save his son back then. Roar tilde tilde. The Flaming Lion let out a mournful roar. At this moment, Xiao Hei saw the opportunity and used all of its strength to launch an attack. Boom! This attack sent the Flaming Lion flying. It smashed through several stone pillars. However, because Little Black had used all its strength, it had no choice but to fall into a deep sleep and return to Yu Fenghua's body. Right now, Little Black was already Yu Fenghua's contracted beast. This little fellow had only been out for a short period of time, but it had contributed greatly. Not only did it beat Huang Shui to the point where it was unknown whether she was dead or alive, it had also forced the Flaming Lion to retreat. It could be said that it had contributed greatly. Even so, Ling Xiao's brows were still furrowed. That Flaming Lion was too powerful. It was not something that Little Black could deal with in an instant. Thus, right now, they could only take the opportunity to retrieve the god's fruit while it was injured. Domain name, please remember _3. Fortunately, the Wild Sand King could not spare any manpower to deal with them. Thus, the current situation was extremely advantageous to them. Damn it! What is that swarthy little thing? It can actually force the Flaming Lion to retreat. The Wild Sand King was dumbfounded once again. He had originally thought that he only needed to watch the show. With Ling Xiao's strength, it was not even enough to fill the gaps between the Flaming Lion's teeth. However, he could not understand the current situation. As expected of young Master Ling, Yi Mo heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the Wild Sand King and said, "You didn't expect this, did you, old thief? You're so despicable as to use such despicable methods." However, Young master was still able to deal with the problem perfectly. It's been 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen you having such a headache. How satisfying. Don't be happy too early. That flaming lion is not dead yet. The Wild Sand King said with a gloomy face. Right now, he could only hope that the flaming lion would be able to stop Ling Xiao and the others. This situation was truly ironic. While they were talking, Cold Plum had already safely obtained the god's fruit. As a martial artist who could control plants, this was not a problem for Cold Plum. However, Ling Xiao was a little greedy. He actually uprooted the god fruit tree and planted it in his mountain river world. He would definitely need it in the future. Although this god's fruit only matured once every 100 years, the lifespan of a martial artist was also very long. He was not afraid, he just had to wait slowly. Moreover, this thing could mature in a year in the mountain river world. Because 1 year there was equivalent to 100 years in the outside world. After obtaining the god fruit, Ling Xiao's mission in the ruins of the Soul Armor sect could be considered to have been completed. He played with the array refining stone in his hand. He wondered if he should use the teleportation array to leave. But in the end, he let it go. There was a strange feeling lingering in his heart. It was as if something was calling out to him. In the depths of the ruins of the Soul Armor sect. Even the god's fruit did not make him feel this way. This meant that there was an even more miraculous treasure in the depths of the Soul Armor sect. Roar tilde tilde. Suddenly, the flaming lion that had been sent flying returned. It let out an angry roar and stepped back into the battlefield. The Wild Sand King's eyes, which were filled with despair, became fanatical again. This was good. As long as the flaming lion was still alive, they still had a chance to obtain the treasure. However, the Wild Sand King seemed to be happy too early. In the next moment, another unforeseen event occurred. The flaming lion did not look at Ling Xiao. Instead, it looked in the direction of the shattered passage. It seemed as if there was something there that made it afraid. Soon, everyone got their answer. A person walked out from the shattered passageway. To be exact, it was a martial soul warrior. Martial soul warriors did not have a physical body, but their soul armor created a body for them. The eyes of this martial soul warrior emitted a faint blue light. The appearance of the soul armor made him look incomparably mysterious. He was like a ghost wrapped in a cloak. He held a crossbow in one hand. It was the kind that was small and exquisite. It probably could not be used for long-distance combat. However, it was very lethal at close range. Moreover, it was also very flexible. In his other hand, he held a short sword. It was only about 1 foot long, but it was incomparably sharp. Roar! The flaming lion's body erupted with a dazzling light. The flames kept rolling. It seemed like it was going to fight with all its strength. Clearly, this martial soul warrior was a great threat to it. It had no choice but to be cautious. Boom! It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a beam of flame. It was like a scarlet laser that shot toward the martial soul warrior. It had not used this move to deal with Ling Xiao. The flaming lion probably felt that it was unnecessary. After all, Ling Xiao was too weak. Facing the terrifying beam of flame, the faint blue light in the eyes of the martial soul warrior became even brighter. 33 people started. The crossbow in his left hand suddenly shot out a beam of cold light. It did not look like a real arrow. Instead, it was an arrow condensed from divine essence. When the arrow light hit the fire, it easily tore the fire apart, even though it did not have much power by the time it reached the flame lion. Although it was not as powerful as the martial soul warrior, it still scared the flaming lion. It realized that it was going to be unlucky today. It actually encountered such a powerful existence. However, it also knew that it could not escape. For some reason, this guy kept chasing it. Whoosh! It moved. The martial soul warrior appeared in front of the flaming lion at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The sharp dagger suddenly pierced toward the flaming lion's body. It was truly fast and ruthless to the extreme. The flaming lion sensed the danger. A ball of flame erupted from its body and spread out in all directions with it as the center. Wherever the flame passed, the ground was scorched and cracked. 33 people started. This terrifying power was definitely enough to kill any divine physique echelon martial artist. Even divine soul realm martial artists would not be able to escape death if they were weaker. However, the martial soul warrior did not suffer any damage from such a powerful attack. Many people did not understand what was going on. However, Ling Xiao saw it clearly. His Tai Kai eye had captured the change in that instant. The martial soul warrior's figure actually disappeared at that moment. Although it was only for a moment, he had indeed dodged the flame attack. After all, the flaming lion was not weak. The martial soul warrior probably did not want to use his body to take it head-on. The moment the martial soul warrior's figure reappeared, the cold light in his hand had already pierced toward the flaming lion's head. The short sword contained an extremely strong wave of divine essence. Whoosh! The cold light swept past the flaming lion's huge body. An ear-piercing sound was heard. In the next moment, the flaming lion howled in pain. People were shocked to find that a bloody hole had been pierced through the flaming lion's head. Chapter 5187. The moment it was injured, the flaming lion went crazy. His attacks were completely aimless. It didn't want the martial soul warrior to get close to it. Facing this final madness, the martial soul warrior dodged calmly, looking for an opportunity to end the other party. A red and a black figure fought there, and the ruins in the ruins began to collapse again. When the Wild Sand King saw this scene, his face became very gloomy, so much so that he suffered many losses in the battle with Yi Mo. There were already several obvious injuries on his body. But the Wild Sand King ignored it. Ling Xiao escaped death again, which made him very depressed. That flaming lion was obviously not a match for the martial soul warrior, and he believed that it would be killed soon. How could Ling Xiao's luck be so good? If not for the martial soul warrior, Ling Xiao would definitely be dead. That was what he thought, but unfortunately, it was not right. Ling Xiao's luck was good, but even without the martial soul warrior, Ling Xiao would not have died. At most, he would just use the bronze mirror. He could still kill the flaming lion. Now, it was just a little easier. That martial soul warrior is very dangerous. Everyone listen to my orders, gather around me and prepare to teleport out. Ling Xiao did not know why the martial soul warrior attacked the flaming lion, but it was definitely not his doing. So when the martial soul warrior killed the flaming lion, no one knew what he would do. He could not stay in this place anymore. He had to find a place. Fortunately, the mark at the fork was still there. There were actually 3 ways to go in that fork. One led to the flower of law, and the other led to the god's fruit. There was also a hole in the ground. He did not know how deep it was, but there were vines in the hole, so there was no problem going down. Ling Xiao planned to go down and take a look. After all, he still trusted his intuition. Since something was calling him, he had to go and take a look. Yi Mo, Yi Qiu, and the others heard Ling Xiao's words and were about to move towards Ling Xiao's position. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The entire ground began to collapse. Aside from Yi Mo and the Wild Sand King, who were fighting in the sky, everyone else fell from the sky before they could react. By the time he wanted to rise into the air again, it was already too late. There seemed to be a very terrifying array formation below that prevented the martial artists from using their movement techniques. When Ling Xiao steadied himself, he looked around, but there was no one he was familiar with. Whether it was an enemy or an ally, there was none. It seems to have collapsed. Let's meet up with the others first. Ling Xiao was very self-aware. In this place, his chances of survival were very low. If they couldn't regroup with the main force in time, it would definitely not work. However, after he had walked a dozen steps, he suddenly saw a person. An excited face. It was Qi Fei. Qi Fei also fell down. He was also alone and wanted to find a team. However, he did not expect that God would send Ling Xiao to him. Haha, I'm really lucky. If I were to meet any of you, I'm afraid I'd be in trouble. But I just had to meet you. This time, let's see who can save you. Qi Fei revealed a sinister smile. Just now, he was blocked outside and did not see what happened at all. That was probably why he was so confident. If he knew that Ling Xiao had survived the battle with the flaming lion, he probably would not be so proud and relaxed now. Ling Xiao looked at Qi Fei indifferently. Qi Fei was glad. He was even more glad. If it were anyone from the Wild Sand King's side, he would have a headache. However, he was not afraid of Qi Fei. Even before his breakthrough, he could use the Human God Reversal or the Nine Dragons' divine art to kill Qi Fei. It was just that it would be very difficult. But now, he was already at the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. Killing Qi Fei would become much easier. He would not even need to use that martial skill that consumed a lot of energy. One move. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, I really don't understand. How shameless is a person who was defeated by me in one move? Why do you always pretend that you're stronger than me? Qi Fei's expression froze. Then, he roared furiously, little bastard, how dare you mention that day? If I don't torture you to death today, my name is not Qi Fei. Haha, do it if you can, but be careful. Don't end up like your brother, Qi Heng, who ended up in a vegetative state because of me. I'm afraid he won't be able to wake up for the rest of his life. Even if he wakes up, he'll be a lunatic. Ling Xiao did not have anything else, but his ability to make people angry was not bad. You're courting death. Qi Fei knew that it was useless to say anything more. Besides, he would only be humiliated by Ling Xiao. In terms of verbal skills, he was far inferior to Ling Xiao. With a loud bang, the divine dog martial soul appeared behind him. Qi Fei's divine dog martial soul was a green poisonous dog. Its entire body was green as if there were drops of terrifying venom dripping from it. An ordinary poisonous dog martial soul was not powerful enough and might not be able to hurt Ling Xiao. However, the poisonous dog martial soul of the divine dog martial soul was different. If he wanted to injure Ling Xiao, it was definitely possible. It all depended on how Ling Xiao was going to perform. Divine dog possession. Unlike last time, Qi Fei was not going to be careless against Ling Xiao this time. He chose to use the divine dog possession right from the start, increasing his combat strength to about 80%. The remaining 20% was to prepare for an escape. After killing Ling Xiao, he could not stay here any longer. He would have to sneak out eventually. Qi Fei was covered in green armor, with drops of venom dripping and corroding the ground. Ling Xiao had to be cautious against Qi Fei, who was like a god of poison. Qi Fei's cultivation was much higher than his. Moreover, this person was more powerful than his brother, Qi Heng. Although Ling Xiao hated this guy, he had to admit that he was strong. At the very least, he was very strong among his peers. It would not be easy for Ling Xiao to kill him now. However, it would only be interesting if Qi Fei was strong enough. His previous opponents were too strong and did not give him a chance to show his skills. Only this Qi Fei was stronger than him, but not so strong that he could not do anything. It was perfect for him to temper his cultivation and increase the energy in his cultivation sea. To hone his martial skills. Sun God's Blood Formation. Bloody Rat Level 2. Facing Qi Fei, Ling Xiao entered Beast God's body and activated the 2nd level of Bloodsucker. However, he did not use the Divine Dog Martial Soul or the Divine Dog Possession. He wanted to see if he could defeat Qi Fei with his current strength. The Void God's sword was already in his hand, and the heaven-shrouding blood glowed faintly. The Divine Sword Martial Soul stood behind him indifferently. This Divine Sword Martial Soul was taken from someone else because it had fused with a mid-level Divine Rank God Martial Soul. It was much stronger than an ordinary Elementary God Martial Soul. The Divine Sword Martial Soul was dressed in white, and its long hair danced in the wind. It was cold and sharp. The Divine Sword Martial Soul brought about a huge improvement in sword intent and sword momentum. Chapter 5188. A few people were hiding about 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao and Qi Fei. They were all neutral martial artists who weren't very strong. They were also brought down by the collapse. They stared at Ling Xiao and Qi Fei in the distance and couldn't help but be stunned. That Ling Xiao is releasing the aura of an early-stage 7th-level Divine Body Realm cultivator. Qi Fei, on the other hand, is in the early-stage 9th-level Divine Body Realm. The difference between the two is so huge. Instead of running away, Ling Xiao wants to fight. He must have been blinded by his good luck. Who cares? I hope the two of them can injure each other. That way, we can reap the benefits. That Ling Xiao has the flower of law and the fruit of gods on him. I think your hopes are dashed. I really can't think of any way that Ling Xiao can win. He doesn't have anyone to help him now. That's right. The few of us aren't Qi Fei's match. Sigh. A few of them were obviously not optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances. However, this was normal. The difference between the two of them was 2 levels. This wasn't something that could be made up for with ordinary battle techniques. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. Ling Xiao's treasures were probably going to fall into Qi Fei's hands. Qi Fei sensed Ling Xiao's aura and couldn't help but laugh. No wonder you didn't run away. So you've broken through in your cultivation. But so what? You've broken through from the peak of the 6th level Divine Body Realm to the early stage 7th level Divine Body Realm. You're still no match for me. Are you still talking nonsense? If it were you, would you fight in a situation where you'd definitely die? Since I want to fight you, I'm confident that I can win. Although I can't say that I'll definitely win, my chances of winning aren't small. Ling Xiao's tone was unperturbed. You're just bluffing. Let me expose your mask. Qi Fei didn't want to be swayed by Ling Xiao's words, so he could only attack immediately. They all had a long spear in their hands. It was an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns. The body of the spear shook, and a spear shadow pierced through the air, directly piercing towards Ling Xiao. Then, Qi Fei dashed forward and followed the spear shadow with his spear in hand. He knew that this spear shadow could not hurt Ling Xiao, but it could force Ling Xiao to reveal a flaw. The cold spear shadow instantly magnified in Ling Xiao's eyes. The terrifying and eerie aura continued to approach. Ling Xiao sneered, and the red light on his heaven-covering bloodhand became even brighter. He had no intention of hiding. The battle with Qi Fei was a test of his cultivation during this period. The last time he defeated his opponent in one move, it was because of the 9 Dragons' divine art that he was lucky enough to win. However, this time, his opponent was already on guard against his 9 Dragons' divine art, so it was impossible for him to succeed so easily. How dare you? You actually dare to go against me? Then I'll send you on your way. Qi Fei was waiting for Ling Xiao to make an opening when he dodged, but Ling Xiao did not dodge. Instead, he looked at him indifferently. This infuriated Qi Fei. He was an expert in the early stage of the 9th level Divine Body Realm. This spear was also a 2nd level sacred class martial skill. Ling Xiao's stance made it clear that if he did not use the 9 Dragons' divine art that day, it would be impossible to suppress him. Void-shattering power, shatter the void. Ling Xiao made the first move, but it was not his left hand that had been preparing for a long time, but the Void God sword in his right hand. He released the void-shattering power and destroyed Qi Fei's spear shadow. However, at this moment, Qi Fei's spear was glowing with a green light. It was obvious that he had already condensed his move. The green light wrapped around his spear, and the strong corrosive power even corroded the air. Divine Hound Poison Dragon's Spear. In the blink of an eye, a dark green poisonous dragon roared out and pounced towards Ling Xiao. 33 quickest computer / a cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and the heaven-covering bloodhand that he had prepared for a long time blasted out. Boom! The huge heaven-covering bloodhand collided with the poison dragon, and the rolling waves sent the surrounding rocks flying as if it was raining rocks. After a moment of stalemate, Ling Xiao retreated rapidly. His feet drew 2 trenches that were dozens of meters long on the ground. The blood in his body was churning, but he was not injured. Don't forget that his body was extremely strong. It was equivalent to the defense of an emperor weapon with 4 divine dragon inscriptions. It was not easy for ordinary people to hurt him. You are indeed strong, stronger than your glib tongue. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Qi Fei, who did not retreat an inch, and praised him generously. He was indeed very happy. The energy in his cultivation sea was increasing again. Although the speed was not fast, it was good as long as it increased. Although Qi Fei did not retreat, he did not chase after him either. This was because Ling Xiao's heaven-covering bloodhand contained a strange power of divine origin, which made him feel very uncomfortable. The quality of this guy's divine origin is actually so high. My divine origin is too weak in front of his divine origin. Qi Fei frowned. He did not know what cultivation method Ling Xiao cultivated. But it shocked him very much. He's actually not dead. Those who were watching the show from afar thought that since they could not go out anyway, they might as well enjoy the battle here. There might even be a possibility of picking up scraps. Yeah, although he retreated dozens of meters, he's actually still alive. I have some admiration for this kid Ling Xiao. But what's wrong with Qi Fei? He has such a huge advantage, but he doesn't take the initiative to pursue? Someone asked in confusion. What do you know? This is called enjoyment. Qi Fei, this kid, clearly wants to toy with Ling Xiao. After torturing Ling Xiao for a while, he will kill him. Let the other party be completely traumatized. Yes, yes, yes. It must be like this. Many martial artists have this hobby. Moreover, Qi Fei seems to have a grudge with this Ling Xiao. It's normal for him to do this. Everyone was discussing when Qi Fei suddenly opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. This scene stunned those who were watching the show. The originally heated discussion suddenly stopped. No one understood what happened. Qi Fei was actually injured in a head-on confrontation with Ling Xiao. Although it did not look serious, this was also very surprising. Ling Xiao was not injured, but Qi Fei was actually injured. What kind of international joke was this? After Qi Fei coughed out blood, he appeared much more comfortable. But his eyes revealed even more gloominess and coldness. Fine lad, what cultivation method are you cultivating? It's actually higher than my divine essence quality. Ling Xiao's strength was inferior to his, this was for sure. But the quality of his divine essence was better than his. This way, in a partial confrontation, he would be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, his physical body was not as strong as Ling Xiao's. Getting injured was also a natural thing. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The reason why his divine essence was strong was essentially still because of the existence of the tyrannical martial soul. It constantly transformed the energy in his body into the incomparably tyrannical divine essence. This kind of divine essence quality was more than 10 times stronger than the average martial artists. Even compared to martial artists who had powerful god martial souls, it was at least 1 or 2 times stronger. Unless the other party could fuse soul power and divine essence to fight, only then could it offset the difference in divine essence quality. Otherwise, he had to endure. You were full of confidence to kill me just now. Then what about now? How much confidence do you have left? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Fei and asked sarcastically. Chapter 5189. Ph. It's just a difference in the quality of our divine origin. It's easy to make up for. Qi Fei snorted coldly and gently touched his storage ring. He took out a blood-red elixir and threw it into his mouth. Do you know what the biggest difference between us is? He smiled proudly as he absorbed the elixir. It's the difference in our backgrounds. I'm from the Qi family, and you're just a wild boy. You'll never know how much resources the family has provided me. Hehe, that's indeed an advantage. However, it'll be embarrassing if you lose to me with such a huge family behind you. Ling Xiao mocked. Do you know what elixir I just took? It's a divine elixir that can instantly increase the quality of divine origin by 3 times. Qi Fei sneered. Now, I've made up for my disadvantage. What about you? How can you make up for your disadvantage? You'll know after you try. Ling Xiao's expression remained unchanged. Qi Fei frowned. After these few encounters, he realized that Ling Xiao was not a bluff. Could it be that this kid still had some trump cards that he had not taken out? Thinking of this, a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. This fear was very strong. Although Ling Xiao was not strong, he was very mysterious and could often surprise people. This was the most terrifying part. Bah! He spat out a mouthful of saliva to calm himself down. At this point, he would only fall into his opponent's trap if he let his imagination run wild. He might as well concentrate on attacking. He raised the long spear in his hand again. The jade-green body of the spear made the long spear look very beautiful. However, The beautiful long spear was emitting an extremely dangerous aura at this time. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He still did not use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. However, he activated the barbaric Bull Saint rune and the light body Saint rune that he had drawn long ago. His opponent had elixirs that could be used. However, he still had the Saint rune art. Now, his combat style was more diverse. It would not be so easy for the enemy to catch him. The elixir's efficacy was absorbed. Qi Fei's divine origin turned blood red. It was clearly sharper and more powerful. Ling Xiao, who was standing tens of meters away, could feel the enormous pressure coming from it. Kill. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared almost simultaneously. Clang. The long spear and the sword collided in the void. Then they separated. Then, they collided again. The two figures were like two rays of light. They continued to clash in the void. In less than 10 seconds, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of blows. In these dozens of rounds, Ling Xiao was slightly at a disadvantage, but the gap was not very big. Although Qi Fei's cultivation base was strong and he had used pills to make up for the difference in the quality of his divine essence compared to Ling Xiao's, Qi Fei's divine essence was much stronger. However, Ling Xiao had also used the Saint rune art to make up for the difference in cultivation. Therefore, even though there seemed to be a huge gap in strength between the two, they were actually evenly matched. The onlookers in the distance all shook their heads. I don't understand. I really don't. Originally, they thought that the battle would be one-sided, but now, they were actually evenly matched. Boom. The Void God sword and the Emerald spear clashed again. Then, the two instantly separated. They both retreated more than 10 meters. Haha, 9th level divine physique echelon cultivation is only SOSO. Qi Fei, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but use whatever means you have. Otherwise, this battle will be over. After a round of fighting, Ling Xiao had already figured out Qi Fei's strength. His original 50% chance of winning had increased to 90%. This was even without using the tyrannical martial soul. As the bloodthirsty rat plague continued to weaken, Qi Fei was actually not as strong as before. However, Ling Xiao deliberately created a situation where he was at a disadvantage, which led to the current situation. He wanted Qi Fei to mistakenly think that he could win, so that he would overlook his weakening strength. This way, Qi Fei would discover the bloodthirsty rat plague later. Ling Xiao's advantage would also be greater. You really know how to talk big. To be honest, I admire you for being able to last so long against me with your early stage 7th level divine physique echelon cultivation. However, this is the end of it. Qi Fei did not intend to hold back. If this continued, he would only be embarrassed. Therefore, he was prepared to use 100% of his strength. If he lost this battle, it would be meaningless even if he held back 20% of his strength. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao would not let him go. This time, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would not have another chance. After all, the current Ling Xiao could already fight him to a draw. If Ling Xiao learned more powerful Saint runes, wouldn't that be even more difficult to deal with? Die. At the thought of this, Qi Fei unleashed 100% of his strength. The spear shadow was like a dragon, and its power increased greatly. A blood-red poisonous dragon suddenly emerged from the spear, opening its bloody mouth to swallow Ling Xiao. This power was obviously much stronger than before. Anyone could tell that he was prepared to fight to the bitter end. If he did not kill Ling Xiao, he probably would not rest easily. Qi Fei indeed held back previously. Yeah, when he attacks at full strength, Ling Xiao won't have a chance. Didn't expect things to develop to such an extent. This is to our advantage. Let them fight until both sides are injured, and we'll immediately take action. Those few martial artists hiding behind the ruins revealed greedy eyes. Originally, they did not dare to be so greedy because they felt that Qi Fei could easily kill Ling Xiao. But the situation was different now. It looked like even if Qi Fei could kill Ling Xiao, he would definitely expend a lot of divine essence. It was absolutely impossible for him to be their match. Facing Qi Fei's brazen attack, Ling Xiao still did not cower. He stood there, a saint rune on his body flickering with blood-red light. First grade Saint Rune, Frenzy Saint Rune. The Frenzy Saint Rune's enhancement effect was inferior to the second grade Saint Rune, Frenzy Saint Rune. But the effect was similar. It was to make the martial artist's blood boil, instantly increasing combat power in all aspects. From strength, speed, and so on. Ling Xiao knew that he could not rely too much on the Sky Tyrant martial soul. After all, the Sky Tyrant martial soul was his final trump card. The so-called trump card could not be used too often. If it was used too often, it would lose its original meaning. Therefore, the Saint Rune art became a common way to make up for his combat power. At this moment, Ling Xiao's skin flushed red as if there was blood flowing on the surface. The Void God's sword in his right hand struck out valiantly, once again colliding with the blood-red poison dragon. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the sword and spear clashed again. A powerful storm erupted on the spot, and even more terrifying waves spread out in all directions. The ruins collapsed again, and the surroundings became even more chaotic. This time, the two of them retreated dozens of meters at almost the same time. Then, they barely managed to stand still. Impossible. The martial artists watching from afar were so shocked that they almost shouted out loud. This situation was too strange. They were actually evenly matched again. You despicable remnant of the Saint Rune sect. Qi Fei saw the light of the Saint Rune on Ling Xiao's body and gnashed his teeth in hatred. Chapter 5190. Qi Fei had gone all out without holding back. He wanted to use this power to destroy Ling Xiao. But he still failed. Ling Xiao stood there with a satisfied smile on his face. Although the Frenzy Saint Rune was also a first-grade Saint Rune, it was obviously more useful than the Raging Bull Saint Rune and Lightbody Saint Rune. There seemed to be a difference in strength among the first-grade Saint Runes. According to the Saint Rune sect, the strength of a Saint Rune could be determined by its color. White was the weakest, followed by green. Then, blue, purple, red, and finally gold. Gold Saint Runes were the best among the first-grade Saint Runes. According to Ling Xiao's observation, the Golden Light Saint Rune was a gold Saint Rune, the pinnacle of first-grade Saint Runes. The Frenzy Saint Rune was a red Saint Rune, second only to the Golden Light Saint Rune. The Raging Bull Saint Rune and Light Body Saint Rune were white Saint Runes, the weakest among the first-grade Saint Runes. When Ling Xiao first learned them, it was also because of this. This was the reason why the Frenzy Saint Rune was much more effective than the Raging Bull Saint Rune. A red first-grade Saint Rune is indeed powerful. Ling Xiao was satisfied with the Saint Rune's effect. However, the stronger the Saint Rune, the harder it was to study it. It also consumed more divine origin energy and soul power. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, the Frenzy Saint Rune could only last for 5 minutes. However, the Raging Bull Saint Rune could last forever. Finish the battle in 5 minutes. Since the Frenzy Saint Rune had been used, Ling Xiao was ready to end the battle. Unless Qi Fei had other trump cards, today's battle would probably end right here. Arrogant. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to use the Saint Rune art? I know it too. Qi Fei was not a Saint Rune master. However, he had a Saint Rune master in his family. During the selection of the Martial City's City Defense Army, the incomplete Frenzy Saint Rune had appeared. Frenzy Saint Rune. Activate. Qi Fei did not use the incomplete Frenzy Saint Rune. Instead, he used the Frenzy Saint Rune. Very clearly, he had heard of what happened at the commander selection and was still somewhat fearful of Ling Xiao. This is troublesome. Ling Xiao frowned. Ling Xiao didn't have any advantage over the zealous Saint Rune. It seemed that it would not be easy to win today's battle. Let's try out the effects of the Man-God reversal. The Human God reverse was even stronger than the 9-Dragon celestial art. On the other hand, the energy consumption was much lower. Therefore, Ling Xiao temporarily hid the 9-Dragons formula. When his cultivation was a little stronger and he had 2 dragons, he could still use them as a trump card. Previously, when Ling Xiao was at the peak of the 6th level Divine Physique Echelon, he had used the Man-God inverse technique to save Cold Plum. A martial soul warrior at the 9th level of the Divine Physique Echelon was instantly pulverized. Therefore, power was definitely not a problem. However, He had to make sure that he hit Qi Fei. If it was blocked, it would be troublesome. Even though his cultivation level had increased, making it easier for him to use the Man-God reverse artifact, he could still only use it once in a short period of time. He had to hit the target. Kill. The two of them clashed once again. Qi Fei, who had also activated the Frenzy Saint rune, thought that he would definitely have the upper hand. However, when they clashed again, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. "What did you do to me?" Qi Fei exclaimed. "Don't you think it's a little too late for you to realize it now?" Ling Xiao said sarcastically, "Since the beginning of the battle, you have been standing in my formation. This array diagram can silently weaken your strength. If you had realized it earlier, there would have been a way. However, there is no other way now. No, damn you." Second level Sacred Class Defensive Martial Skill, Divine Hound Mighty Body. After realizing the current situation, Qi Fei used his final trump card. The Divine Hound Mighty Body could not only greatly increase his defense, it could also prevent him from being sent flying, controlled, or weakened. In this state, any negative effects would not affect him. How troublesome. It's already good enough for a 9th level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist to cultivate a 1st level Sacred Class martial skill. You have cultivated quite a number of 2nd level Sacred Class martial skills. You are indeed the genius of the Qi family. Ling Xiao frowned as he looked at Qi Fei's Divine Hound Mighty Body. With this thing, the power of his Man-God Defiance would be greatly reduced. He had to greatly weaken his opponent before using the Man-God Defiance. With the Hound God Tyrannical Body, your tricks are useless. Now, die. Qi Fei wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Whether it was the Frenzy Saint Mark or the Divine Hound Mighty Body, there was a time limit. It would be useless if it was too long. Is there really no hope? You're underestimating my methods. Ling Xiao sneered. I have weakened you enough. Next, my little guys, use all your strength to corrode the Divine Hound Mighty Body. With a thought. Blood-red germs that could be seen with the naked eye instantly sprang out of Qi Fei's body and completely enveloped Qi Fei. The bloodthirsty plague did not target Qi Fei. Instead, it focused on breaking the Divine Hound Mighty Body. In just a short while, the Divine Hound Mighty Body had been dismembered. For this step, the bloodthirsty plague had also caused a large number of deaths. Ling Xiao had to recuperate. However, it was time for this battle to come to an end. The moment the Divine Hound Mighty Body was dismembered, Ling Xiao had already made his move. He held the Divine Defiance sword tightly with both hands. Divine Defiance Art, Man-God Defiance. The violent sword intent soared into the sky. The terrifying sword Qi rushed toward Qi Fei. Although Qi Fei did not recognize this move, he felt that its power was no weaker than the one that had defeated him before. Therefore, his first thought was to run. This is my last trump card. Void Technique. This was a divine escape technique that could allow one to escape into the void for 3 seconds. For ordinary people, 3 seconds was nothing. But for martial artists, 3 seconds was enough to do a lot of things. Unfortunately, Qi Fei did not have the chance. Cosmic Power, Time Stop. After Ling Xiao's void-shattering power recovered, so did the cosmic power. At this moment, everything Qi Fei had done had fallen into a time trap. He stopped there, motionless. When time began to flow again, Qi Fei found himself lying in a pool of blood. The Man-God Defiance Art did not kill Qi Fei, but Qi Fei was in such a state that even an immortal would not be able to save him. How could this be? The martial artists in the distance were stunned. They had imagined all kinds of outcomes, but they did not expect this. Ling Xiao had won, and Qi Fei had lost. And it was a crushing defeat. Qi Fei felt the pain in his body, and a look of horror appeared on his face. He did not expect this to be the outcome of his encounter with Ling Xiao. He thought that he would win, and then trample on Ling Xiao before killing him. But in the end, he was lying in a pool of blood, and his consciousness was fading. Why did you have to force me? Ling Xiao glanced at Qi Fei's body and burned it with fire. At the same time, Qi Fei's Divine Hound Martial Soul merged with Ling Xiao's Divine Sword Martial Soul. 2 of the 108 dim stars had lit up, but there was still a long way to go. Chapter 5191. Ling Xiao had never thought of killing Qi Fei, but Qi Fei had been trying to kill him since the day he entered Sword King City. Naturally, he wouldn't hold back. "Hey, did you guys see that? That kid killed Qi Fei." The martial artists hiding behind the ruins couldn't believe what they had seen. "Yes, he did. Should we attack? That kid must be exhausted after killing Qi Fei. Why don't we take the chance to kill him?" Someone suggested. "Are you crazy? Didn't you see that he killed Qi Fei? We're no match for him." Someone was scared. "Those who are brave will die from overeating, and those who are timid will die from starvation. Whoever wants to fight for wealth, come with me." Sometimes, greed could really overcome fear. The thought of Ling Xiao having the flower of laws and God's fruit made them excited. "You guys are crazy. Don't forget that he killed Qi Fei, who was in the early stage of the divine physique realm, with his cultivation in the early stage of the 7th level divine physique realm. How can we offend such a person?" However, not everyone was that crazy. Among the 7 people here, one chose to give up. That kind of treasure wasn't something they had the right to obtain. Trash. The others no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, they leaped out of the ruins and charged towards Ling Xiao. "Kid, hand over the God's fruit and flower of laws, and we'll spare your life." These people's goal was to rob, so they didn't really want to kill. If Ling Xiao was obedient, they could let him go. "Scram, before I have the intention to kill you, get as far away as you can." Ling Xiao glanced at the 6 people indifferently. They were all martial artists in the 8th level divine physique realm. They posed no threat to him. What an arrogant kid. "Kill him." The 6 of them pounced on Ling Xiao at almost the same time. Ling Xiao frowned. If someone forced him to stain his sword with blood, he wouldn't refuse. The Void God sword already contained a powerful sword gleam. However, at that moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. Boom. The 6 people were smashed to death on the spot. Ling Xiao only managed to avoid death because he used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. Who is it? Why is he so fierce? Ling Xiao looked up. He discovered that the people on the ground were actually the martial soul warrior and the flaming lion from before. It turned out that the battle between them had already ended. The flaming lion was already dead. However, the martial soul warrior seemed to have been severely injured by the flaming lion's final counterattack. He fell to the ground, unable to stand up. Good chance. Ling Xiao had always wanted to study this martial soul warrior, but he never had the chance. He had finally caught him this time. He leaped over and threw the flaming lion's corpse into the universe world. This thing could be used by Little Gold to devour and cultivate. He was not very interested. After putting away the blazing lion's corpse, Ling Xiao went over to the martial soul warrior and studied him carefully. No one knew how much time had passed. Ling Xiao, who woke up from his excitement, couldn't help but sigh. "So that's how it is." The technique of the Soul Armor sect was truly exquisite. In a sense, this should be considered a martial soul puppet. His strength was around the 9th level of the divine soul realm. The flaming lion should also be at this level. It was no wonder that even the Wild Sand King and Sword King Yi Mo were afraid of it. However, he had now found a treasure. The sacred inscriptions on this martial soul puppet should be grade 4 sacred inscriptions. The array was also extremely exquisite. Given Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he should not be able to repair it. However, he could choose to replace it with sacred inscriptions. With the help of his master Yuan Venerate, the array would naturally not be a problem. However, if he used grade 1 sacred inscriptions instead of grade 4 sacred inscriptions, the strength of this martial soul puppet should be greatly reduced. Even so, it was definitely a divine soul realm martial soul puppet. At the thought of this, Ling Xiao was extremely excited. Thus, he hurriedly replaced all the complicated grade 4 sacred inscriptions with grade 1 sacred inscriptions. The Yuan Venerate was in charge of helping him repair the array. This process lasted for a full hour. There were too many sacred inscriptions, which formed a strict system of sacred inscriptions. If there were any errors midway, it would be very troublesome. Fortunately, everything was completed smoothly. The martial soul puppet, which was originally unable to move, stood up again. However, it was now completely obedient to Ling Xiao. Peak 3rd level Divine Soul Realm. Good fellow, this is awesome. With this toy, it will be much easier to survive in the Eternal Divine Realm in the future. When I can learn Grade 2 sacred inscriptions in the future, I will replace it. I reckon this martial soul puppet will become even stronger. Just thinking about it makes me excited. With a smile, Ling Xiao put away the martial soul puppet. This toy's soul armor was actually a dagger. As long as he activated his soul power, the martial soul puppet would be released. It was quite useful. He had one more life-saving asset. Most importantly, this martial soul puppet did not consume his divine origin energy. It only needed a little soul power. It was simply super practical. It's time to find the others. He had been here for a long time, but he had not seen anyone come over. It was possible that something had happened outside. Thus, he hurriedly scurried out of the deep pit. Given his movement technique, this was naturally not a problem. Over there. When Ling Xiao left the bottom of the pit, he discovered that Sword King City, the Wild Sand King, and the Imperial Snow Alliance were already engaged in a chaotic battle. The situation could be said to be extremely unfavorable for Sword King City. Huang Xue's life was really tough. After being hit by Blackest Claw, she actually did not die. She was only heavily injured. It was precisely because she was heavily injured that Huang Xue was unable to restrain her anger and wanted to kill everyone in Sword King City. On Sword King City's side, Yi Mo was still contending with the Wild Sand King. On the other battlefield, Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, and the others were fighting bitterly. In the end, Sword King City did not have enough people. After being surrounded, it was very troublesome. If not for Yi Qiu being strong enough, they would probably have been killed. However, the situation was constantly worsening. No one knew what would happen next. Seeing all this, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a fierce killing intent. Just right, let me see the power of this martial soul puppet. Go. Ling Xiao threw out the dagger. In an instant, the dagger turned into a martial soul puppet and charged into the crowd. At first, when people saw the martial soul puppet appear, they were somewhat confused. They did not know where this fellow was standing. However, in the next moment, the martial soul puppet ruthlessly attacked the people of Black Sandstorm and Imperial Snow. Among them, besides the Wild Sand King, no one could stop a martial soul puppet at the peak of the 3rd level of the Divine Soul Realm. Previously, they could still rely on their advantage in numbers to entangle Yi Qiu. However, with the addition of an existence that seemed even more terrifying than Yi Qiu, they immediately collapsed. Miserable screams rose and fell one after another. No one understood what was going on, but the situation had completely turned around. Don't care so much, kill. Yi Qiu immediately displayed his invincible might. Because a portion of the people besieging him were attracted by the martial soul puppet. This greatly reduced the pressure on him. Originally, his strength was stronger than these people. It was only because the other side had more people and their tacit cooperation that the battle could not be resolved quickly. But now, everything had changed. Chapter 5192. The long sword in Yi Qiu's hand flickered with a cold light. In an instant, countless enemies died. The counterattack began. Wild Sand King was distracted by this scene, and in the end, Yi Mo seized the opportunity to heavily injure him again. Retreat. Huang Xue saw that the situation was not good, and she was heavily injured. If she continued to stay here, her life would be in danger, so she actually gave the order to retreat. Ling Xiao didn't stop her from doing so. He did not want to find trouble for himself. Although they had the advantage now, when the enemy recovered, it would be troublesome. Huang Xue wanted to leave, and he could not ask for more. Nearly 1/3 of the martial artists retreated. Sword King City's advantage was even greater. In a short 5 to 6 minutes, the ground was filled with corpses. Almost all of them were Divine Soul Realm experts of the Black Sandstorm organization. Although they were only at the 1st level of the Divine Soul Realm, they were the most elite martial artists of the Black Sandstorm organization. They were all dead. Everything was because of that martial soul puppet. Wild Sand King was puzzled. Why would that martial soul puppet help the people of Sword King City? Until he saw a figure. It's you, brat. The person Wild Sand King saw was Ling Xiao. This brat disappeared for more than an hour, and he thought he was dead. He did not expect him to appear at this time. What was even more coincidental was that the martial soul puppet also joined the battle at this time. No matter how stupid Wild Sand King was, he would be able to notice the problem. Hehe, I was lucky. I just took in a martial soul puppet. Wild Sand King, don't mind it too much. Ling Xiao was surrounded by everyone, and it was a happy scene. Especially Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum. The two of them could not find Ling Xiao just now and were almost going crazy. Sister Fanghua, I said long ago that Master would be fine. You were sad for nothing. Cold Plum smiled. It was only with these people that Cold Plum would talk more. You're still talking about me. I don't know who was the one who was blinded by killing just now, shouting that he wanted to take revenge for Master. Yu Fanghua smiled. Lung Mai blushed and didn't say anything. Ling Xiao smiled as he felt the concern of the two girls and looked at the excited gazes of the surrounding people. The feeling of being cared for was indeed not bad. In the sky, the Wild Sand King already had the intention to escape. At this moment, he was gradually being suppressed by Yi Mo, although it was impossible for him to lose in a short period of time. However, his subordinates were already dead. If this continued, he would not be able to escape death. Ling Xiao naturally guessed the Wild Sand King's intentions. However, he did not intend to let this fellow off. The existence of the Wild Sand King was a hidden danger to the land of exile. In the future, when the warriors from the Batian Empire came, they would first have to train in the land of exile. After that, they would slowly migrate to the eternal divine domain. The Wild Sand King was too strong, and his reputation was also very high. It was very easy for him to cause a large number of deaths in the Sky Tyrant Empire. Therefore, he had to be eradicated here. Yi Qiu, take this. Ling Xiao tossed Yi Qiu a complete nourishment pill. This was the name Ling Xiao gave himself based on the memories in his mind. After taking this pill, everything would be nourished. It would recover physical strength, spirit essence, heal injuries, increase combat strength, etc. It could be said that its effects were very comprehensive. At that time, he coincidentally obtained the memory of a cerulean outside the mystic world. The complete nourishment pill in his memory naturally did not have this effect. He just felt that this name sounded good, so he used it. Until now, that memory had completely merged with his own, as if they were originally one. Therefore, in his memory, there were still scenes of life on the cerulean planet outside the mystic world. The reason why the cerulean planet was called Cerulean Planet was because more than 70% of the planet was ocean, an azure blue sea. On the cerulean planet, there were also warriors, and even cultivators. Although the system was different, it was more or less understandable. It was just that the cerulean planet was in an era of decline. These warriors and cultivators chose to live in seclusion. Only by ascending could they break free from the cerulean planet's shackles and start cultivating again. The owner of this memory seemed to be a cultivator from the cerulean planet. After he ascended, there was a problem and he fell into the mystic world. At this point, the memory became somewhat blurry, as if it was mixed together. Ling Xiao even felt that that cultivator was himself. These thoughts sounded very long, but it was only an instant. When Ling Xiao took out the complete nourishment pill, he only thought of the origin of its name. Yi Qiu received the complete nourishment pill and directly ate it. Naturally, he would not doubt what Ling Xiao gave him. A moment later, Yi Qiu recovered to his peak state, and his combat strength also skyrocketed. However, the price of all this was Ling Xiao's complete nourishment pill. After Ling Xiao came to the eternal divine realm, he killed many warriors and gathered the materials with great difficulty to refine this thing. And there was only one. If not for the fact that the Wild Sand King was too strong, he would not be willing to give it up. Yi Qiu naturally understood why Ling Xiao gave him this thing. Immediately, he soared into the air, turned into a sword light, and charged towards the Wild Sand King. At the same time, Ling Xiao controlled the martial soul puppet to attack the Wild Sand King. Originally, Even if the martial soul puppet and Yi Qiu joined forces, it was not very likely that they could defeat the Wild Sand King. But the current situation was special. The Wild Sand King was suppressed by Yi Mo until he could not breathe. He had no time to deal with others at all. Yi Qiu and the martial soul puppet could completely abandon defense and devote themselves to the battle, constantly attacking the Wild Sand King. This way, the Wild Sand King's defeat was only a matter of time. In an instant, the Wild Sand King was beaten into a sorry state. Yi Qiu and the martial soul puppet did not get close to the Wild Sand King. They attacked crazily not far away. The Wild Sand King steeled his heart and immediately exploded, wanting to destroy Yi Qiu and the martial soul puppet. However, right at that moment, a great sense of danger arose in his heart. Wild Sand King, you dare to be distracted when fighting with me, Yi Mo? Yi Mo's attack suddenly arrived. A terrifying sword directly hit the Wild Sand King. The Wild Sand King paid the price for his distraction. Heavily injured by this sword again, his combat strength continued to decline. Yi Mo, spare my life, I can do something for you. The Wild Sand King knew that he was no match. Moreover, it was impossible to escape now. Yi Mo's speed was faster than him to begin with. Now that he was heavily injured, it was even more impossible to escape. Hence, he chose to beg for mercy. You caused my son, Yi Qiu, to suffer 10 years of pain and torture. Do you think I'll let you off? Yi Mo said coldly, but if young master agrees to let you off, I won't have any complaints. What he said was the truth. Ling Xiao freed Yi Qiu from his pain. He was grateful to Ling Xiao. And today's treasure-snatching operation also allowed him to see Ling Xiao's unlimited potential. He was also an ambitious person. If he wanted to follow Ling Xiao, he could not ruin Ling Xiao's plan because of his hatred. Senior Sword King, just follow your heart. Don't mind me. Ling Xiao had his own principles when it came to recruiting people. Although the Wild Sand King's battle strength was considerable, this guy was clearly a slave of 3 surnames. He would submit to whoever was stronger. Do you still expect this kind of person to help you at a critical moment? Hence, rather than leaving this ticking time bomb, it was better to kill him cleanly. He would nurture experts himself. There was no need to use this kind of person. Chapter 5193. Many thanks, young master. Although he was willing to listen to Ling Xiao's decision, to be able to kill his enemy, this was still something that Yi Mo yearned for the most. The tyrannical sword intent bloomed once more. Wild Sand King, sorry, young master said that he doesn't need you. As Yi Mo's voice fell, he had already charged over. Wild Sand King turned pale with fright and hurriedly urged his divine essence. A huge sand snake flew out. He attempted to block Yi Mo's attack. Unfortunately, the Wild Sand King forgot that he was already seriously injured at this time. He was no longer Yi Mo's match. Swish. The sharp sword light tore apart the sand snake and stabbed the Wild Sand King. The tyrannical impact directly sent the Wild Sand King flying out, smashing several walls and finally being pressed under the ruins. Come out, I know you're not dead. Yi Mo floated in midair, looking coldly in the direction of the ruins. He wants to slip away. Cold Plum suddenly said. The roots underground sensed the aura of the Wild Sand King. This Wild Sand King was a nature attribute martial soul after all and could transform into wild sand to escape. Back then, the Wild Sand King was also seriously injured by the Golden King and Sword King and used this method to escape. No need to worry, I'm here this time. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth. He will come out soon. Just as these words were said, the Wild Sand King shot out from the ground. His expression was abnormally ugly. Ling Xiao, must you force me into a dead end? The Wild Sand King wanted to escape, only to discover that this area was actually blocked by someone with an array. If he was in his prime, he could still force his way out. But currently, he was seriously injured and did not have that ability at all. This matter could only be done by Ling Xiao. I said, I'm going to kill you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao, I see that you're also someone with ambition. How about this? How about I rely on you and help you do things, as long as you can spare my lowly life? Otherwise, Even if I have to fight to the death today, I'll make you regret it. The Wild Sand King really had no choice and could only do this. Haha, are you threatening me? Ling Xiao sneered and said, you can try. Let's see what else you can do. You asked for it. The Wild Sand King knew that there was no hope and was prepared to self-destruct. If he blew himself up, everything in the vicinity would probably be destroyed. All the warriors here, except for Yi Mo, would probably be killed. Of course, that was if the other party could successfully self-destruct. Would Ling Xiao let him have his way? Everyone, prepare your strongest attacks. Aim at the Wild Sand King and attack at the same time, Ling Xiao sneered and ordered. He didn't quite understand the meaning of Ling Xiao's order. But people still did it. Today, Ling Xiao was the supreme commander. Even the Sword King Yi Mo listened to him. Idiot, you were quite smart before. Why did you suddenly become an idiot? Before they can attack me, I will self-destruct. The Wild Sand King revealed a ferocious expression as terrifying energy continued to accumulate within his body. His entire body began to inflate rapidly, like a balloon. Ling Xiao stomped on the ground and activated the Light Body Saint rune. In an instant, he appeared in front of the Wild Sand King. Has anyone ever told you that if you don't know the details of the opponent, you must not make a judgment too early? Cosmic power, time stop. Void-shattering power, void creation. In that instant, the Wild Sand King became still. Everything around him became still. The moment before he lost his ability to think, his eyes revealed an incomparably intense fear. Unfortunately, that fear also came to an abrupt end. Of course, everyone's attacks also stopped at that moment. All of them stopped within a 3-meter radius around the Wild Sand King. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment, and their hearts were filled with shock. Other than Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum, no one had expected Ling Xiao to have such a move. Of course, this was not the end. The void created by the void creation engulfed the Wild Sand King and all of his attacks in an instant. They disappeared without a trace. About a second later, Ling Xiao opened this void. The Wild Sand King's corpse fell down. Although it was already riddled with holes and was almost unrecognizable, it was indeed the Wild Sand King. The Wild Sand King, who had run amok in the land of exile for more than 10 years, actually died under the scheme of a 7th-level divine physique echelon brat. It was also quite lamentable. Fortunately, this matter was only known by the martial artists of Sword King City present. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, both the Qi family and the royal family would be alarmed. Senior Sword King, you killed the Wild Sand King. Ling Xiao glanced at Yi Mo and said. This subordinate understands. Although the current Yi Mo was much stronger than Ling Xiao, he still referred to himself as a subordinate. It could be seen that he had completely submitted to Ling Xiao. He was also willing to follow Ling Xiao and create a career for himself. Many thanks, my lord. Yi Qiu also bowed and thanked him sincerely. Ling Xiao killed the Wild Sand King and avenged him. She had saved his life and avenged him. How could Yi Qiu not support such a person? No need to thank me. If it weren't for all of you, I wouldn't have been able to kill the Wild Sand King. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, therefore, this is everyone's contribution. In the future, I will still have to rely on all of you. Of course, there will be many benefits as well. Senior Sword King, now that the Wild Sand King is dead, you don't have to worry anymore. Lead the martial artists of Sword King City back. Although Sword King City is protected by a formation, it is still only a defense. Only when Senior Sword King returns can we deal a fatal blow to the rebels. Take the opportunity to recruit these fellows. If you need them, rope them in. Let Yi Qiu stay. Yi Mo thought for a moment and said, all right. Ling Xiao didn't refuse. If they encountered another powerful martial soul warrior, with Yi Qiu and the martial soul puppet working together, they should be able to deal with it. Then, let's meet again in Sword King City. Yi Mo bowed and left, leading the martial artists of Sword King City away from the Soul Armor sect's ruins. Only Ling Xiao, Yi Qiu, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum were left behind. Let's continue our search. This Soul Armor sect was a sect that was as famous as the Divine Rune sect. The Divine Rune sect left behind 7 divine abilities. This soul armor sect should have some treasures. I keep feeling that something is calling out to me. Everyone, follow me. Ling Xiao had more or less confirmed the location of the treasure. The feeling was very obvious. He just needed to follow the feeling. He walked in front while Yi Qiu brought up the rear. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum stood on his left and right. The martial soul puppet hovered above Ling Xiao's head, ready to fight at any time. Ling Xiao jumped back into the deep pit that he had fallen into. Previously, he came out because he was alone and he was worried about the safety of his companions. Now that he returned, it was for the treasure. Blast away that pile of ruins. Ling Xiao ordered the martial soul puppet. The martial soul puppet flew out, its sharp dagger emitting a bright light. It crashed into the ruins with a loud bang, destroying the entire ruins. The scene behind the ruins was exposed. It seemed that there was a faint luster shining. If one didn't pay attention, one might think that it was sunlight shining in. Chapter 5194. After analyzing it calmly, one would realize that it was impossible for this place to have sunlight. Those rays of light were the luster of an array formation. Let's go. Ling Xiao led the way in that direction. Yi Qiu was amazed. After so many days, even Yi Mo and the Wild Sand King had not discovered this secret. However, Ling Xiao had discovered it the moment he arrived. Sure enough, treasures would recognize their owners. In addition, Ling Xiao was an expert in array formations, so he could naturally discover things that others could not. There's a statue. Everyone walked to the center of the light source. It was the statue. They did not know who the statue was, but Ling Xiao guessed that it might be a senior of the Soul Armor sect. This statue was the key to deciphering the array formation. Master, I'm at my wit's end. Can you decipher it? Ling Xiao studied it for a while and realized that the array formation was so exquisite that even he could not decipher it. Unless he stayed here for a month to study it painstakingly. However, that would be too much of a waste of time. It was not worth it for him. Wasting a month's worth of cultivation time without knowing what was inside was simply a foolish move. The key was that even if he spent a month, he might not be able to decipher the array formation. I can, but you also know that I'm just a spiritual body now. I can't set up the array myself. Even if I let you set up the array, you won't be able to complete the key parts. Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly and shook his head. So there's no other way. Ling Xiao was disappointed. He had finally found a place that might contain treasures, but he could not enter it. In the past, deciphering array formations had not been difficult for him. However, this array formation was somewhat mysterious. It was a combination of a large array and a 4th-grade sacred inscription. Ling Xiao was really at his wit's end. Even Yuan Venerate was at his wit's end. Is there really no other way? Yi Qiu saw that this array formation was so powerful and knew that there must be something good inside. Perhaps it was a soul armor created by the Soul Armor sect. This soul armor could greatly increase the combat power and auxiliary effects of a martial soul. After the Soul Armor sect was destroyed, the soul armor technique was passed down, just like the sacred inscription technique. However, there were still not many people who understood it. Therefore, both sacred inscription masters and soul armor masters had a very high status in the entire eternal god realm. Wait. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something. There might be a way. Master, didn't you just say that it's impossible? Yi Qiu asked, perplexed. Could it be that he suddenly had a solution? However, due to Ling Xiao's previous performance, Yi Qiu had already begun to blindly worship Ling Xiao. Since Ling Xiao said so, he would definitely believe it. I definitely can't break this formation. However, the Soul Armor sect is absolutely unwilling to let their inheritance be buried deep underground like this. Therefore, the key to unlocking the formation would definitely be left behind. If someone could find this key, then that person would be the fated person of the Soul Armor sect. Naturally, you can go in. Ling Xiao explained. In other words, Master, you already know where the key is. Cold Plum knew very well that Ling Xiao wouldn't talk nonsense. If he didn't know where the key was, he definitely wouldn't speak. Since he had spoken, it meant that he knew where it was. At the very least, he had some clues. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. A broken sword appeared in his hand. Master, didn't you spend 5 top-grade spirit stones to buy this broken sword outside? At that time, Chi Fei even said that you were a sucker. Cold Plum recognized the broken sword and said, yes, but he didn't know that this thing was the key to opening this formation. Ling Xiao smiled and said, actually, I don't know either. At that time, I just thought that although this broken sword was broken, it contained very complicated formation patterns and traces of sacred runes. I thought that this thing might not be simple. Just now, I saw the groove on the statue and it actually matched very well. Therefore, I guessed that it was most likely the key. As Ling Xiao spoke, he picked up the broken sword and stuffed it into the groove. You guys stay away first. If something unexpected happens, you can still run away. The moment the broken sword was stuffed into the groove, Ling Xiao reminded them. However, no one left. Ling Xiao stood there. How could others leave? Buzz. A moment later, a strange sound could be heard. Then, the originally stone wall actually cracked open, and a portal to a small world appeared. Oh my god, it really is the key. My dear, your luck is simply off the charts. Yu Fanghua said in surprise. At the same time, she heaved a sigh of relief. Nothing unexpected happened. Everyone was safe. That was better than anything. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then took the lead and stepped into the portal. The other 3 followed him in. The moment they entered, the 3 of them were stunned. This was simply a warehouse of soul armatures. In the huge space, there were nearly 100,000 sets of exquisite soul armatures stored. This was probably all the stock of the soul armatures before they were destroyed. These soul armatures were of all kinds. But their function was the same, which was to strengthen and protect the martial soul. Some were like daggers, some were like waist tokens, some were like rings, and some were like bracelets. There were all kinds of them, but they were incisive and vivid. For different martial souls, they were mainly divided into 2 types, defense and attack. Master, we're rich, Yi Qiu said excitedly. Each of you choose a soul armature first. Take the rest with you. Ling Xiao believed that with these soul armatures, the Empire of Tyrants could cultivate a large number of experts in a very short time in the future. Moreover, this thing could also be used to win people's hearts. Every time he went to a new place, Ling Xiao would encounter new enemies. Therefore, he needed new allies. New subordinates to help. Okay. Yi Qiu chose a sword-shaped soul armature. This was an attack-type soul armature. It was most suitable to use on the sword god martial soul. Yu Fanghua chose a pair of crescent moon earrings. It was very suitable for her. In addition to improving the effect of the bright moon martial soul, it also added some charm to her. Cold Plum chose a ring-shaped soul armature. Using this soul armature on the ancient war tree could greatly increase the defense and radiation range of the ancient war tree. At the same time, it could also increase the ancient war tree's control of plants. It could be said that it was very suitable for him. Ling Xiao did not choose for the time being. He had too many martial souls. Although he only had one main martial soul, which was the Sky Tyrant martial soul, none of these soul armatures could match the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Forcibly assembling it would restrict the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The secondary martial soul was the 12-beast god martial soul. He had to think carefully before choosing. It was slightly easier to choose the sword god martial soul, but Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what other treasures there were in here. After keeping all the soul armatures into the Chenkuan world, the inside suddenly became much brighter. At this moment, he could see that on the hidden wall, there was a hidden compartment protected by a formation. Although this formation was very complicated, compared to the big formation outside, it was mainly used for protection. It was also relatively easier to crack it. The big formation outside should be a test. After passing it, the one inside would naturally not be too difficult. When Yi Qiu and the rest were familiarizing themselves with the use of the soul armatures, Ling Xiao finally cracked the formation. Chapter 5195. Crack. The secret compartment was opened. Sure enough, there were things inside. Moreover, There were 4 of them. The first one was a piece of memory metal. Ling Xiao picked it up. The moment he touched it, a huge image suddenly appeared in the sky. It was as if it was looking back on something. Ling Xiao's first thought was that this was probably the reason why the Armor Soul sect was annihilated. Where is this? Ling Xiao looked at the image in surprise. There were green mountains and clear waters. The environment was elegant. There were no traces of a desert. The Armor Soul sect was located on a green mountain. It was majestic and majestic. It gave off the feeling of a big sect. Countless disciples of the Armor Soul sect were either cultivating, exchanging pointers, or carrying out missions in groups. However, at this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Everyone looked at the vast sky in shock. A huge figure appeared there. His dignified and solemn expression was filled with contempt and anger toward the Armor Soul sect. An ancient aura was released from his body. At this moment, black sand was dancing on the ground. Strong winds were raging. Countless trees were uprooted. Countless flowers and plants were torn apart. The martial artists of the Armor Soul sect were terrified. One could see that some of them seemed to have realized that such a day would come. They began to organize the young disciples of the Armor Soul sect to leave this place. However, only 1 out of 10 of them managed to escape. Most of them were torn to pieces by the ferocious wind. How dare the Armor Soul sect complain about injustice for the Saint Rune sect? How dare you ignore the orders of the ancient race? Today, the area within 3,000 miles of the Armor Soul sect will be barren and turned into a desert. The voice was cold and emotionless. It did not treat humans as living beings at all. It was like a high-level creature that looked down on insects. An even more terrifying wind was raging. The entire Armor Soul sect was overturned and sunk into the ground. A large area of the oasis was turned into a desert. The life of the plants was taken away. The land that was originally full of vitality seemed to have died. The area within 3,000 miles of the oasis was barren. Wasn't this the area of the land of exile? So this was how the land of exile came to be. As for those powers that existed in the land of exile together with the Armor Soul sect, they were all destroyed in this calamity. Only some disciples and higher-ups managed to escape. However, he no longer dared to call himself a member of the Soul Armor sect. Wasn't this ancient race a little too tyrannical and terrifying? Just because the Soul Armor sect spoke up for the Divine Rune sect and did not do anything, they were implicated. Even the flowers and trees were not spared. But looking at the oasis and plants in the desert now, it proved the tenacity of nature. It was practically impossible for the ancient race to destroy it completely. To think that the ancient race would be so tyrannical. Seems like I'll have to be more careful in the future. At the very least, he could not afford to provoke them at this stage. Otherwise, the Batian Empire will be in danger. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and let go of the pride he once had. Sure enough, one had to do things step by step. Otherwise, one wrong move would result in a complete loss. Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, and Yi Qiu were also stunned by this scene. They had never thought that the desert in the land of exile was actually man-made. What kind of terrifying power was this? The ancient race has always been tyrannical and tyrannical. I'm afraid only the massacring emperor back then would dare to go against them. Both the Divine Rune sect and the Soul Armor sect were powers that followed the massacring emperor. But in the end, they were destroyed. Yi Qiu lamented. Since some things are done, one should have thought of the consequences. I believe that the massacring emperor will not regret this. Ling Xiao's complete legacy and bloodline power of his sun god came from the massacring emperor. From the words of the massacring emperor, he had only heard pride. There had never been any regrets. Even though the massacring emperor had failed back then, he had planted the seeds of resistance. As long as he had enough strength to carry the banner of the massacring emperor, there would definitely be people who would stand up and support him. But right now, it was still not enough. He was way too weak. No one would take his words seriously. The scene disappeared. What came next was a long text with pictures. This was the detailed content of the Soul Armor technique. Ling Xiao did not have the energy to look at it carefully for now as he kept the memory metal. He intended to research this soul armor technique in the future before bringing it to the Tyrant Heaven's Empire. The Tyrant Heaven's Empire did not only have martial arts geniuses. They also had many technical geniuses. After keeping the memory metal, Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the second item. "This is the 9-revolution glazed pagoda," Yi Qiu exclaimed. The 9-revolution glazed pagoda is the most valuable treasure of the soul armor sec. I don't know what level this treasure is, but it seems to be sealed. Yes, it is sealed. It is similar to my crimson blood demon sword. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "The three of you, stand over here." Yu Fanghua and the others stood in front of the 9-revolution glazed pagoda. The originally dark pagoda suddenly glowed. Layers of seals were undone. It had temporarily recovered to the level of a 4 divine dragon inscription emperor weapon. Moreover, it flew directly towards Yu Fanghua. Indeed, treasures will find their owners. Fanghua, this 9-revolution glazed pagoda is for you. Ling Xiao smiled. Actually, it was not impossible for him to have this item. The problem was that he already had the crimson blood demon sword and the reverse god sword. This was more suitable for Yu Fanghua. Yu Fanghua did not reject it. If she rejected something given by her man, it would be ungrateful. The third item turned out to be a small bottle of fresh blood contained in a glass bottle. The words ancient blood were engraved on the bottle. It is the blood of the ancient race. It seems that the video did not record everything. When we fought against the ancient race, some of them were killed. This is good stuff. Let me study it first before deciding who to give it to. This kind of thing could not be used rashly. Otherwise, it would be easy to cause problems. It was better to be clear. Then, he looked at the fourth item. This is a soul armor. Ling Xiao was stunned. This soul armor was a little strange. It was an exquisite gaud. He did not know what material it was made of. It looked like jade or glass, but it was definitely not. It was releasing the aura of a soul armor. There was no doubt that it was a soul armor. This soul armor is exquisite. I don't know what it is used for. However, it must be the best soul armor sect has. Yi Qiu said. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. If it was not a treasure, it could have been placed with the other soul armors. There was no need to hide it. However, he did not know much about soul armor techniques, so he did not know what it was used for. Take it out first. Ling Xiao took out the soul armor and dripped blood on it to claim ownership. This was the most traditional way of claiming ownership, but it was also the most effective. The soul armor sect had also chosen this more traditional method. As the blood dripped onto the gourd, a cloud of black and gold smoke flew out of the gourd. This is Creation Geng Metal Powder, Yuan Venerate suddenly said. Creation Geng Metal Powder is originally used to reconstruct the human body. It can be said to be extremely precious. Of course, it is also used to refine the human body and cultivate defensive martial techniques. It is also very useful to make puppets. Chapter 5196. Why is this gourd filled with Genesis Geng Metal Powder? The Yuan Venerate was confused. However, Ling Xiao soon realized that the Genesis Geng Metal Powder had wrapped around his sword god martial soul. Gradually, the sword god martial soul condensed and became solid. However, the effect of the martial soul did not disappear. Instead, it became stronger. Both of you, fight. Ling Xiao ordered the martial soul puppet to fight with the sword god martial soul. The sword god martial soul actually fought with the martial soul puppet like an expert swordsman. Although it was defeated, it could be seen that the sword god martial soul's combat strength had reached the peak of the 9th level of the divine physique echelon under the enhancement of the soul armor. If combined with the martial soul transformation ability, it could even reach the early stage of the 10th level of the divine physique echelon. Moreover, this seemed to be related to the user's cultivation. In other words, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the stronger it would be. What would it be like to use this thing on the tyrant martial soul? Ling Xiao wanted to give it a try. Once this guy had an idea, he would definitely give it a try. Therefore, he withdrew the sword god martial soul. He released the Tyrant martial soul. After the transformation, the difference between the Tyrant martial soul and the Mountain River martial soul was more obvious. Therefore, he was not worried that Yi Qiu would recognize it. Soul armor transformation. The gourd in Ling Xiao's hand disappeared in an instant. The Genesis Gung metal powder began to envelop the Tyrant martial soul. Ling Xiao became very nervous. He waited for the change to appear. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure came. Except for Ling Xiao, the other three were actually pressed to the ground. Human King. Ling Xiao actually saw a human king. However, it was strange that the human king did not respond. It just looked the same. It did not have its own consciousness. Is this the Tyrant martial soul's realization? Ling Xiao was stunned. What was that black figure he saw before? It was definitely not a human king. He was a little confused. However, it also proved that this soul armor could indeed be used on the Tyrant martial soul. Moreover, this human king's combat strength seemed to have reached the peak of the Essence Soul realm. The Essence Soul realm was a transitional realm between the Divine Body realm and the Divine Soul realm. It was a process that allowed a martial artist's soul power and spirit essence to better fuse. However, there was no doubt that the battle prowess of an Essence Soul realm martial artist far surpassed that of a 10th level Divine Physique echelon martial artist. The Soul Essence realm also had 10 levels, but there was no distinction between front, middle, back, and peak. This sovereign personage's combat prowess should be at the first layer Essence Soul realm. Ling Xiao hadn't reached that level, so he wasn't very sure. Oh no! Just as he was about to experience this powerful combat strength, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a burst of dizziness. He hurriedly put away the soul armor. Only then did the situation gradually improve. Looks like this soul armor can't be used on the martial spirit of Tyrant. If he were to use it, he would probably only be able to fight for 10 seconds at most. Otherwise, I would be in deep trouble. That martial soul puppet doesn't even need to consume my divine essence. It's better to use it less in the future. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. But then again, a martial soul puppet was just a puppet after all. Once it was taken away, it would be useless. Furthermore, it could be shattered by an expert. The most troublesome thing was that a martial soul puppet at the peak of the third layer Divine Soul Realm would definitely attract the attention of Divine Soul Realm experts. He couldn't use it casually. At most, it could be used as a life-saving measure. Let's try the Beast Soul again. Ling Xiao tried using the soul armor on the Beast God Martial Soul. Together with the Martial God Incarnation, the Beast God Martial Soul could erupt with combat prowess at the peak of the 10th layer Divine Physique realm. It was much stronger than the Sword God Martial Soul. As expected of the God Martial Soul of the Primordial God position. Furthermore, the Beast God Martial Soul could last for 5 minutes at most, which was much longer than the martial spirit of Tyrant. However, it still couldn't compare to the Sword Body Martial Soul, which could last for an hour. Basically, it was enough to settle any battle. Now, it seemed that this soul armor was more suitable for the Sword God Martial Soul under normal circumstances. However, Ling Xiao was still very happy. This trip to the land of exile could be said to have gained a lot. Let's go. We have already taken everything here. Let's quickly return to the Sword King City to check out the situation. Ling Xiao actually wanted to test his current combat prowess. During this trip to the ruins, his cultivation broke through to the early 7th layer Divine Physique realm and he obtained a soul armor like the Heptagold Gourd. He also obtained a martial soul puppet at the peak of the 3rd layer Divine Physique realm. There was also the God's Fruit and the Flower of Law. There was also the soul armor art and the 9 revolution glazed pagoda. All of these were the results of his hard work. After killing the Wild Sand King, the Qi family would probably go crazy. After spending so many resources to nurture the Black Sandstorm organization for 10 years, without the Wild Sand King, it would soon disappear. When Ling Xiao left, none of the neutral martial artists dared to make a move. What a joke! He could even kill the Wild Sand King and severely injure Princess Huang Shui, forcing her to return to the Golden Region. This kind of madman wasn't someone they could fight against. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the Sword King City, the battle had already ended. Obviously, the return of the Sword King Yi Mo had completely turned the battle in favor of the Sword King. The Sword King city had won a complete victory. More than 100,000 rebels were recruited and 20,000 were killed. Now that the land of exile was under the control of Sword King City, it was time for them to start their next step. Cold Plum, Yi Qiu, I have a mission for the two of you. Head to the Heaven's Wall City and bring the genius martial artists of the Sky Tyrant Empire over. Ling Xiao gave the order to Cold Plum and Yi Qiu. The people of the Sky Tyrant Empire would believe in Cold Plum and Yi Qiu would be able to protect Cold Plum along the way. Roger. The two of them received the order and set off. At the same time, Ling Xiao and the Sword King Yi Mo chatted for a while and took out the 100,000 soul armors for Yi Mo and Feng Qiu to choose from. After that, he left 90,000 soul armors to Yi Mo and asked him to find suitable martial artists to bestow. Ling Xiao also kept around 10,000 soul armors for himself to buy people's hearts. After that, Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua left the Sword King City. At the same time, in the Qi family of the Golden Region, the news of the Wild Sand King and Qi Fei's death had already spread. The higher-ups of the Qi family gathered together and held an emergency meeting. The Quan King's face was so gloomy that it seemed like black blood could drip out. The Wild Sand King was killed by Yi Mo. Do you know how much resources I spent to nurture the Wild Sand King? Qi Lin, where's your son, Qi Fei? Qi Lin stood up from his seat and said expressionlessly, according to reliable sources, he was killed by Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao is the main culprit of the Wild Sand King's death. Lord Quan King, I think it's time to do something to this Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if we allow him to continue, it will be detrimental to our plan. He's just a piece of trash at the peak of the 6th level divine physique realm. Even if he's a genius, do you want me to personally take action? Isn't he competing with Qi Tianmai for the city lord position? I can give Qi Tianmai some good stuff. However, she must use this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she can forget about living. The Quan King's thoughts were still on the Sword King Yi Mo and Ling Xiao was automatically ignored by him. Chapter 5197. Ling Xiao, who was rushing back to the martial city, didn't know that the Qi family held a family meeting for the land of exile. However, even if he knew, it didn't matter. He had already been stabbed in the back many times, so it didn't matter if it was 1 or 2 more times. What Ling Xiao needed now was time. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to defeat Qi Tianmai. Even if Qi Tianmai had the support of the Qi family's higher-ups and obtained some treasure, he didn't believe that it could be more powerful than his trump card. However, when Ling Xiao arrived at the martial city, he realized that Long Chen was injured. The original 9th platoon was hiding in the governor's residence and didn't dare to come out. The Dragon Cave was occupied by someone else again. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. How dare they attack his men when he wasn't around? Could it be Qi Tianmei's doing? Han Yuan, tell me what happened. Ling Xiao sat there with a cold expression. He was someone who never suffered a loss, let alone now that he had become stronger. He wanted to find someone to practice his skills, but idiots came knocking on his door. This was perfect. Big brother, don't mention it. It's the Qi family's bunch of bastards. Long Chen spoke before Han Yuan could say anything. Although he was injured, he was from the giant dragon clan, so it wasn't serious. Tell me in detail. Ling Xiao said. It's nothing much. Qi Tianmai suddenly used the city lord's name to change the 3 deputy commanders of the city defense army except for me and sister Fanghua. These 3 guys are early-stage 9th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Although I can defeat any one of them individually, I'm at a disadvantage when the 3 of them work together. However, big brother, don't worry. I didn't embarrass you. Although I'm injured, those 3 guys didn't have it easy either. Long Chen explained, however, it's more troublesome now. Most of the city defense army listened to them. After I'm injured, Han Yuan and Chunchi aren't their match, so they can only hide in the governor's residence for now. Luckily, they don't dare to attack. After all, this is the Martial City's city defense army's governor's residence. Long Chen, do you want to take revenge? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Now? Sure. Long Chen stood up abruptly, but the pain from his injury still caused him to grimace. Just follow me. I will take revenge for this. Ling Xiao glanced at Long Chen and sneered, they even dare to hit my, Ling Xiao's, brother. They better have the strength to be arrogant. Otherwise, they can just consider themselves unlucky. A bonfire was lit in front of the dragon cave. The city defense army was eating barbecued meat while laughing and cursing. He would wait until his body recovered before entering the dragon cave to cultivate. Although this dragon cave originally had an array formation, it had already been broken by an expert. The talents of the Qi family were not what outsiders could imagine. The 3 new vice commanders sat in the most conspicuous place. Beside them, there were people passing them roasted meat and delicious wine. It could be seen that their injuries had already healed. 3 against 1. Although they were injured, their injuries were much lighter than Long Chen's. Moreover, with the Qi family's ability, they would be able to heal them quickly. Commander Zhao, I heard that Ling Xiao has just returned to Martial City. I'm afraid that he will do something to us. Should I report this to City Lord Qi? Someone suddenly said. Commander Zhao sneered and said, the City Lord is currently at the Qi family. Lord Quan King gave him some benefits to kill Ling Xiao in the City Lord challenge. Calculating the time, half a month has already passed. I reckon that City Lord Qi will become stronger. That Ling Xiao will have no way to survive. Brother Zhao, do you think that Ling Xiao will come and find trouble with us? Another vice commander beside him asked. Brother Chen, are you afraid? Commander Zhao smiled and said, I don't think that Ling Xiao is that impressive. It's fine if he doesn't come. If he dares to come, I will naturally take care of him. There is no need for City Lord Qi to make a move. Is there a need to make such a big fuss to deal with a piece of trash at the peak of the 6th level divine physique echelon? I'm not afraid. The 3rd commander with the surname Sun, who was the youngest, spoke first. I'm not afraid either. Commander Chen said, I'm just thinking that one of Ling Xiao's subordinates is already so powerful. The 3 of us have to join forces to severely injure him. Ling Xiao can't be weaker than his subordinates, right? Don't worry. Don't forget that the 3 of us didn't use our full strength. Commander Zhao said, moreover, aren't there so many brothers here? They should understand what the consequences will be once Ling Xiao gains power. Therefore, they can only choose to help us. Just as he finished speaking, a stream of light suddenly sped over from afar. It was Ling Xiao who came alone. Vice commanders, you guys are in a good mood. Tonight is the time when thieves are most likely to appear. You guys are actually drinking here. Aren't you afraid of delaying matters? Ling Xiao stood there and looked down coldly at the 3 vice commanders sitting on the ground. He could feel that the 3 of them were very strong. Any one of them could reach Qi phase level. No wonder Long Chen was at a disadvantage. Pour the wine. Commander Zhao did not even look at Ling Xiao as he held the bowl and said to the martial artist beside him. He did not place Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. In his view, if he did not let that trash Qi Heng participate in the commander selection back then, the winner would definitely be him. At this time, Yu Fanghua, Long Chen, and the people of the 9th Squad all rushed over. The people of the 9th Squad all thought it through very clearly. They advanced and retreated together with Ling Xiao. If they did not help when Ling Xiao encountered trouble, then what right did others have to give them benefits? Therefore, even if they knew the danger, they still came. It was just that there were too few people and they were quickly surrounded. Laughter came from all around, the voices full of ridicule and sarcasm. This person really thinks of himself as a commander. What's the use of a commander who doesn't have anyone submitting to him? Commander Sun said with a cold smile. Ling Xiao glanced at Commander Sun, then looked around and said, Today, I'm here to kill. You guys better listen carefully. There are people who offended their superiors and committed a capital offense. I'm going to execute them today. Whoever dares to wallow in the mire with them, I won't let any of them off. Since no one is willing to stay in the city defense army, I'll give you 2 choices. 1 is death. 2 is to scram. The city defense army of Martial City does not need people like you. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao had just finished speaking when Commander Zhao started laughing loudly on the other side. Because he found it too funny. Ling Xiao actually wanted to execute them. Not to mention whether he could beat them, even if he could, they were sent by the Qi family. Would Ling Xiao dare to casually kill them? You better laugh a few more times because you won't be able to laugh later. Ling Xiao's voice was still indifferent and dignified. Brothers, we have to stand in line. We can't be unlucky with Ling Xiao. Shouts came from the crowd. More than half of the people stood on the side of the 3 deputy commanders. A small number of people quietly left. When the gods fought, the commoners suffered. If they were not willing to stand on either side, then they could only leave. They also found a place where they did not have to stand in line to continue living. Come and read. Chapter 5198. Ling Xiao didn't care about the City Defense Army's betrayal. He had 300,000 soldiers in the Sword King Army and 100,000 warriors in the Land of Exile under his control. He could easily fill the gap in the martial city with some of them. He didn't lack people now. Alright, since you've made your choice, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fang Hua, Long Chen, Han Yuan, Chunchi, and the rest of the 9th platoon, listen up. I'll leave those guys to you. I believe you have the ability to do so. They're just a motley crew. I'll take care of these 3 trash. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 deputy commanders and ordered. Yes. Actually, Long Chen and Yu Fanghua were enough to take care of those trash. Yu Fanghua had broken through to the 9th level of the Divine Physique Echelon after returning from the Land of Exile. She even obtained a treasure like the 9 Revolution Glazed Pagoda. Her combat power had soared. Before coming here, Ling Xiao had asked everyone in the 9th platoon to choose a soul armor. These people were very loyal, so their loyalty should be exchanged for benefits for him. Alright, it's time for the 3 of you to die. So what if you're from the Qi family? I'm not afraid to tell you that I almost killed the princess. The Wild Sand King that the Qi family painstakingly nurtured was also killed by me. Even if I kill the 3 of you, there won't be any change. Ling Xiao suddenly entered the beast god's body state. He released the sun god's blood formation. He entered the 2nd level of the bloody devil rat. A violent aura swept across the place. The 3 deputy commanders had no choice but to stand up. This kid is not simple. Commander Qian glanced at Commander Zhao and said. Commander Zhao also stopped underestimating Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, although the city lord said that we can't let others see when we kill you, you're courting death today. You can't blame us if you want to die. I believe that if the higher-ups ask, we'll have a reason. Although he didn't dare to underestimate the enemy, that was all. Commander Zhao still didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. He could see that Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through. However, he was only at the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. There was no way he could compare to him. If you really have the ability to kill me, then we'll talk about it. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 people in front of him nonchalantly. Martial artists in the early stage of the 9th level Divine Physique Echelon were no longer worthy of his attention. He was able to kill Qi Fei even before he got his hands on the soul armature. Now that he had obtained the soul armor, his sword god martial spirit had become even more powerful. If he wanted to win, it would be much easier. On the other side, the battle had already begun. Those city defense army cultivators had steeled their hearts to rely on the Qi family, believing that the Qi family would definitely be the victor this time. Therefore, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao and his gang. If Ling Xiao and the others didn't die today, they would be doomed. Therefore, they all worked very hard. There were 20 to 30,000 people present. They originally thought that with more people, they would be able to easily deal with the people of the 9th squad. Unfortunately, after the battle started, they discovered that something was wrong. Among these so-called 20,000 to 30,000 people, most of them were martial artists at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Their strength was too weak. Those in the early stage of the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon were considered the strongest. In front of Yu Fanghua and Long Chen, this kind of strength was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. Long Chen suppressed his anger and transformed into a terrifying giant dragon. With a swipe of his claws, a large number of people were knocked down. Yu Fanghua released the 9 Revolution Glazed Pagoda. The pagoda kept releasing moonlight blades. There was no need to make a move at all. The enemies couldn't even get close. So powerful, Han Li said excitedly. They originally thought that it would be a tough battle, but they didn't even have the chance to make a move. These two people were too valiant. Little son, go help those trash. We can't let them all die. Commander Zhao frowned and said to Commander Sunday. Commander Sun received the order and dashed over. However, halfway there, he was knocked back by Ling Xiao's punch. I've said that the three of you will be fighting me. Ling Xiao held the Void God sword in his hand and said indifferently. Cold killing intent kept rising in his body. You really don't want to die fast enough, do you? Commander Zhao sneered. Commander Chen, Commander Sun, the two of you go first. Kill this kid and then go help the other side. Yes. Commander Chen and Commander Sun joined forces and released their martial souls. At the same time, they charged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's brows were cold. I asked the three of you to go together, but you sent two people to die. Don't regret it. Soul armor, activate. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The sword god martial soul behind him suddenly turned from a shadow to a solid body. Ling Xiao threw the crimson blood demon sword to the sword god martial soul. Kill. Without the sword god martial soul, the sword god martial soul could unleash the strength of a peak 9th level divine physique echelon under the enhancement of the soul armor. Ling Xiao didn't have to make a move himself. He just wanted to test the power of the sword god martial soul in a battle. Whoosh. With the crimson blood demon sword in hand, the sword god martial soul's combat power skyrocketed again. The sword light enveloped Commander Sun and Commander Chen. What the hell is that? Isn't it a martial soul? How can it materialize? Commander Chen and Commander Sun were stunned. However, they didn't have the time to think about it. Because the combat power released by the sword god martial soul in front of them made them feel an extreme danger. They had a feeling that they would die. The two of them jumped in fright and immediately displayed their respective trump cards. Giant shield protection. Commander Chen's martial soul was a shield sword. The giant shield was released and completely blocked his body. It greatly increased his defense. At the same time, behind the shield, there was a dense killing intent. A sword light was released quietly and shot toward Ling Xiao. His shield sword martial soul could be said to be very practical. It was a martial soul that could attack and defend. Split. Commander Sun's martial soul was also very strange. It was actually an earthworm. The moment he felt the danger, his body actually split into 4. Moreover, these 4 bodies all had the same level of strength. This earthworm martial soul didn't sound like much, but it was actually very powerful. The 4 commanders attacked at the same time. They waved their palms and countless spikes avoided the sword god martial soul and shot toward Ling Xiao's body. It seemed like he had the same thought as Commander Chen. They both knew that Ling Xiao was the key to controlling the sword god martial soul. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, the sword god martial soul wouldn't be able to move no matter how strong it was. Commander Zhao revealed a cold smile. Kid, are you regretting it now? He had never used these 2 moves against Long Chen before. Since you're his big brother, I'll let you have a taste of it first. He felt that there was no need for him to make a move. Although they felt that the sword god martial soul seemed to be very strong, they couldn't tell exactly how strong it was. That was why they were so calm. If he knew that the sword god martial soul had the strength of a peak 9th level divine physique echelon, he wouldn't have dared to sit here and watch. He would have definitely helped. Ignorant confidence. Ling Xiao didn't move. In the next moment, the crowd saw a shocking scene. A simple sword light easily destroyed the joint attack of Commander Sun and Commander Chen. Not only was the sword god martial soul's combat power incomparably strong, but it was also fast like a ghost. Chapter 5199. Commander Zhao frowned when he saw this. This was something that he had never expected. Ling Xiao was actually able to block Commander Chen and Commander Sun's joint attack. The 3 of them often did things together. Commander Chen and Commander Sun's joint attack had even killed a late-stage 9th level divine physique echelon martial artist before. Ling Xiao's method was actually able to resolve it so easily. Be careful. This kid is strange. Use your Dharma treasure. Commander Zhao sensed Ling Xiao's strangeness and roared. Yes. Commander Sun and Commander Qian responded and took out their Dharma treasures. Commander Qian's Dharma treasure was still a shield sword. It was obviously meant to complement his martial soul. Commander Sun's Dharma treasure was a 9-section whip. It was also meant to complement his martial soul. Both of their Dharma treasures were emperor weapons with 3 divine dragon patterns. In this day and age, magic treasures were really not worth much. These two fellows were only at the 9th level divine physique echelon, but they actually had emperor weapons with 3 divine dragon patterns. It seemed like the Qi family had invested quite a bit in this plan. One had to know that the dual-axe City Lord's Dharma treasure was only an emperor weapon with 4 divine dragon patterns. That was a divine soul realm martial artist, even though he had just entered the divine soul realm. Compared to the Qi family, dual-axe City was really poor. Once the Dharma treasures were used, Commander Qian and Commander Sun's attack and defense clearly increased. Commander Qian's giant shield suddenly became bigger and thicker. The killing intent hidden within became even more terrifying. A giant sword was released from behind the shield. It contained Commander Qian's lifetime of cultivation and was about to kill Ling Xiao. After Commander Sun used the 9-section whip, there were actually 9 clones. Most importantly, the strength of these 9 Commander Suns was exactly the same. Even their martial skills and methods were exactly the same. If someone else encountered this, they would probably have to flee. However, to Ling Xiao, the number of people wasn't a problem at all. Even if 1,000 early-stage 9th-level divine physique echelon martial artists were added together, it wouldn't be comparable to a peak 9th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. The accumulation of quantity was meaningless to the strong unless it reached the level of qualitative change. Fortunately, the 9 Commander Suns were still unable to produce a qualitative change. Furthermore, Ling Xiao also discovered something else. The more clones Commander Sun had, the lower his intelligence. The 9 doppelgangers made his attacks almost mindless. Previously, he knew how to hide behind Commander Qian's giant shield, but now, he was attacking like a madman. He actually forced the 2 vice commanders to use 2 monarch armaments with 3 divine dragon patterns. Ling Xiao, this brat, really isn't simple. However, it will end here. When the surrounding martial artists saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Under the power of the 2 deputy commanders, could Ling Xiao still make a comeback? As long as they could hold on for a while longer, they would be saved once the vice commanders won. Idiot! Ling Xiao glanced at Commander Sun who was rushing over. The 9 clones were exactly the same, and their strength was also exactly the same. It was a pity that their eyes were dull, and they looked like idiots. Sword God Martial Spirit, send him to hell, Ling Xiao ordered. In that instant, the Sword God Martial Spirit turned into a dazzling sword light that instantly pierced through 9 clones. It skewered Commander Sun like a stick of candied haws. Even though Commander Sun had the Earthworm Martial Spirit, 9 clones were his limit. Now, all 9 of them had been stabbed at the same time. He was a complete tragedy. Commander Sun's 9 clones fell to the ground at the same time. After struggling for a while, they stopped breathing. Ling Xiao put away his storage ring, then gave the 9-section whip to the Void God sword to devour. His companions couldn't use the 9-section whip. Although it was of good quality, it could only be used to feed the Void God sword. You killed Brother Sun. Commander Qian watched this scene in horror. With one sword strike, Commander Sun had no chance to resist and died on the spot. That's right, I killed him. However, I'm a merciful person. If you agree to get out of Martial City and never appear in front of me again, I can let you go. Ling Xiao looked at Commander Qian and said indifferently, in your dreams, die. The killing intent behind the shield's word was completely unleashed. The giant sword in the middle of the attack became even sharper. Ling Xiao could sense that Commander Qian had activated the Frenzy Saint rune. But was there any point? Crack! With one sword strike, the giant sword shattered. In front of the Crimson Blood Demon sword, Commander Qian's attack was like a child's circus. One had to know that the sword god martial spirit was at the peak of the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. It was already enough to crush Commander Qian. Coupled with the incomparably sharp crimson blood demon sword, Commander Qian didn't stand a chance from the start. The reason why Ling Xiao asked the three of them to attack at the same time was because he felt that it was too boring to torture noobs. What? Commander Qian cried out in alarm. He finally felt fear and turned around to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sword god martial spirit's sharp sword light tore through the giant shield's defense and pierced Commander Qian's throat. I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish it. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Commander Qian let out a hysterical scream. Blood instantly dyed his clothes red. His life force was rapidly depleting. Even if a god came, he wouldn't be able to cure him. How could this be? The rebels originally still had hope. However, at this moment, their hopes were completely dashed. It turned into complete despair. The battle lasted less than a minute, and the two deputy commanders were killed. This was actually done by Ling Xiao, whom they looked down on. What happened to this kid after he returned from the land of exile? Not to mention them, even Long Chen, Han Yuan, Han Li, Chen Qi, and the others were shocked. Ling Xiao was much stronger than he was half a month ago. It was a monstrous improvement speed. No wonder the Qi family wanted him dead. Commander Qian finally stopped breathing. Ling Xiao did the same thing. He put away Commander Qian's storage ring and weapon. However, he didn't give the shield's word to the Void God sword. Instead, he threw it to Chen Qi. Chen Qi was good at using sabers and shields. This shield's word should be more suitable for him. Thank you, Commander. Chen Qi was overjoyed. When he thought about the decision he made, he felt that it was a wise decision. Although Han Yuan, Han Li, and the others were envious, they weren't jealous. This was because they knew that as long as they performed well, they would receive many benefits. As soon as Ling Xiao returned, he gave each of them a soul armor. One had to know that soul armors were extremely precious in the Golden Martial Kingdom. Only warriors in the Golden Domain had slightly more soul armors. Outside the Golden Domain, soul armors were rare. Do you regret it now, Commander Zhao? Ling Xiao looked at Commander Zhao contemptuously. I said that the three of you should work together. But you refused. Now, there's no chance for you to work together. But speaking of which, even if you work together, it seems like you still don't have a chance. Commander Zhao's expression was a little ugly. He had watched the battle just now and was already regretting it.